Naruto. Starting as a civilian ninja, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, The Essence of Ninjutsu. The Sandaime was slightly shocked when he heard this. He looked at Tsunade deeply, but did not reply. Of course, he already knew what Tsunade meant. It was not easy to find organs for transplants from a master like Denzo, and he happened to know about Uchiha Madara, so the relationship between them was worth serious consideration. After Tsunade and Katoda left, the Sandaime stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the scene of Konoha outside the window. He murmured to himself, "Danzo, although I know you may not obey me, I still want to believe in your loyalty to Konoha. I absolutely do not believe that you will betray Konoha. I hope you will not let me down, otherwise, I will personally sever the bond between us." At this time, White Zetsu once again stood in front of Danzo. Danzo was no longer surprised by this guy who came and went without a trace. Danzo half closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "What are you doing here again? I have done what you asked, but was blocked by the third Hokage, and I have no choice." Beizetsu chuckled and said, "Of course we know this, but it doesn't matter. We have some information to share with you." Beizetsu threw the information about the battle between Moon and Iwagakure to Danzo and described it vividly. Most of the leaks of the information about the battle between Moon and Iwagakure were done by Uchiha Madara behind the scenes. The more information a ninja leaks, the easier it is to be targeted, and the more dangerous it will be. This is also one of Uchiha Madara's means to deal with the rise of Moon. Danzo looked at the intelligence content and felt that White Zetsu's voice was getting more and more harsh. He was more and more jealous of Muen. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails had already sunk into the flesh without him noticing. He thought to himself, "Hiruzen, Tsunade, you bastards, you didn't allow me to study wood release, but you studied wood release instead. This is unfair to me. Since you are unfair, don't blame me. Is our covenant still valid?" Danzo looked at White Zetsu and said. White Zetsu was slightly stunned, then laughed and said, "Of course it is valid, Danzo. That's good. I have a condition. I don't care what your purpose is. I will help you complete it. But you also have to help me get the position of Hokage." Danzo said in a cold voice. "Of course." White Zetsu said with a slight smile. Somewhere in Kumogakure, AI, the son of the third Hokage, and his adopted brother Killer Bee, also received information about the war. Killer Bee's eyes were extremely gloomy. He looked at the scar on AI's chest that almost split him in half, and said, "Brother, this guy was the one who hurt you, right? Next time I have a chance, I will definitely help you get revenge." AI looked at Killer Bee, laughed, and said, "Don't worry, Bee. I'm stronger than before, and I will be able to wash away the shame with my own hands next time." In the Sand Village, during the Second Ninja World War, he led the operation to hunt down Katodan, shattered Katodan's kidney, and almost killed Katodan. With this merit and outstanding combat ability, he has become the third Kazakage of Sand Village. At this time, the Sandaime Kazakage had also received information about Moon. He felt a lot of pressure and muttered to himself, "Konoha is really full of talents. When will my Sand Village have some geniuses?" At this time, the Sandaime couldn't help but think of the boy named Scorpion in his mind, thinking, "It's a pity that the child has disappeared. I don't know if he is dead or alive now." He didn't know that it would not take long for the boy in his mind to sneak into the Sand Village and kill him. And it directly led to the full outbreak of the Third Ninja World War. When the whole world was discussing Moon, Moon was standing in the pouring rain, making seals with his hands, and whispering, Earth Escape Gangly style technique. Moon pressed his hands on the ground, controlling the input of chakra, and saw a clay giant in front of him slowly standing up from the ground. Afterwards, the other Muen on the opposite side of the clay giant also began to make hand seals, and he shouted softly, Thunder Escape Thunder Dragon technique. Or Thunder Dragon rushed towards the clay giant, but was easily caught by Muen, who controlled the clay giant and stuffed directly into his mouth. Afterwards, the Muen on the opposite side continued to make hand seals, and released the Thunder Escape Thunder Dragon technique again and again. The Thunder Dragon that appeared also became more and more lifelike from its vague shape, and the clay giant became more and more difficult to deal with this ninjutsu. When the dragon-shaped lightning appeared for the 10th time, the scales on the Thunder Dragon's body were clearly visible. The Thunder Dragon rushed past, and the clay giant was finally directly dispersed by the Thunder Dragon. When Muen was fighting with Iwagakure, Muen's highly expected Thunder Dragon was easily swallowed by the clay giant created by the Iwagakure ninja with the Earth Escape Ninjutsu Gangly style technique, which completely violated the characteristics of chakra attribute restraint. After the battle, Muen studied the reasons behind this, and this study really gave Muen a new understanding of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is the technique produced after the ninja changes the nature and form of his own chakra. Nature change, as the name suggests, refers to the transformation of chakra into the 5 basic attributes of thunder, earth, water, fire, and wind, or the bloodline attributes evolved from the basic attributes such as wood, melting, and dust. And what does form change mean? Before this, Muen simply understood it as shaping the attribute chakra into a certain form, such as the appearance of a weapon, a knife, a gun, a sword, a halberd, etc., or the appearance of a certain creature, a shark, a dragon, a dog, a unicorn, etc. However, after careful research, Muen discovered that the essence of form change is a blessing of yin-yang done on attribute chakra. Before this, Muen thought that the blessing of yang done on wood done and the blessing of yin done on sword done were special cases, but now he found that this is not the case. For example, 2 ninjas use the same amount of earth attribute chakra to condense into earth spears. The process of condensation is actually the yin escape of mental power transformation. The power of the earth spears condensed by the 2 ninjas, or the hardness of the earth spears, is related to the yin escape talent of the ninja. This also explains why some ninjas, who obviously have chakra, cannot practice ninjutsu. For example, Kyan Tang is temporarily unable to practice Wood Dragon technique and Wooden Man technique. Even if he has mastered the seals, the order is good, and the amount of chakra is sufficient, he cannot perform them. The root cause is that the body's yang escape talent is insufficient. In this way, the key to the power of the 2 ninjutsu lies in 3 points. One is the amount of chakra consumed by the 2 ninjutsu respectively. The second is the mutual restraint relationship between the nature changes of the 2 ninjutsu, and the third is the degree of blessing of yin escape for the ninjutsu. The reason why the ninjutsu earth escape gangly style can ignore the mutual restraint relationship of chakra attributes and devour the thunder dragon. This is because the degree of blessing of yin-yang done on ninjutsu is different. In this way, if you want to increase the power of a ninjutsu, or create a more powerful ninjutsu, you must find a way to bless the chakra with a more powerful yin-yang done. This also provides a direction for Muen to develop ninjutsu. Time passed slowly in Muen's continuous research, and another half a year passed. Calculating the time, it has been more than 2 years since Muen came to Nagato to study the samurai, and the gains during this period are huge. Whether it is the understanding of yin-yang done, or the exploration of the essence of ninjutsu, there has been great progress. Muen pushed open the door, and walked into the heavy rain. He was about to say goodbye to his second student. The research on the samurai ended here, and it was time to leave. After a while, Muen came to the gathering point of Akatsuki. Unexpectedly, Xiaonan and the elder of the Akatsuki organization named Weituo Shanjizu stood opposite each other. Zensu, you called me out alone. Is there something wrong? Xiaonan looked at Weituo Shanjizu in confusion and asked. Xiaonan, I like you. Let's be together. Weituo Shanjizu took a deep breath and said loudly with courage. Xiaonan was stunned when she heard it. How could she not notice Weituo Shanjizu's feelings? However, when she faced Weituo Shanjizu's confession, the boy with dark yellow hair flashed in her mind. Xiaonan understood her own feelings instantly, looked at Weituo Shanjizu, smiled and refused. Zhizhu, the peace of the rain country has not yet come. I don't want to think about this matter now. When Etuo Shine Zhizhu heard this, but did not show disappointment, as if he had known the result long ago, his tone became relaxed, and said, "It doesn't matter, I just want to tell you my feelings. I don't have any other extravagant demands. Just remember that there is someone behind you who likes you, and cares about you." After that, when Etuo Shine Zhizhu turned and left. At this time, Muen walked to Xiaonan from the corner and said jokingly, "It seems that Xiaonan's charm is really strong. Some people have already confessed their love." Xiaonan didn't expect that this kind of thing would be seen by Muen. Her little face blushed slightly and said, "Teacher, what do you want to see me for?" Although he knew that Xiaonan was changing the subject, Muen didn't mean to tease her too much. He just nodded and said, "Well, teacher, I'm leaving now. I came to say goodbye to you." Ah. Xiaonan was shocked and said, "Teacher, are you leaving now?" After more than 2 years of getting along, they finally developed some feelings for each other. Xiaonan also looked a little sad. Muen, after all, had lived to live, so he didn't feel so sad. He said, "It's been long enough. Teacher, I miss home a little." At the same time, Muen engraved his flying thunder god mark on Xiaonan's hand. Seeing Xiaonan's puzzled expression, Muen explained, "My flying thunder god mark, I remember telling you before. If there is any danger in the future, remember to notify me, and I will rush there as soon as possible. After all, I'm your teacher, so don't be afraid to trouble me." After that, Muen turned around, waved his hand, and left. Chapter 152 2 Years of Change. Muen carried the Four Tails Jinkriki, Laozi, and directly returned to his home in Konoha with the Flying Thunder God technique. His way home was just that simple. When Muen left Konoha, he had told his friends that, if they needed to find him for anything, they only needed to touch the Flying Thunder God mark he left behind, and he would appear in time. Perhaps because they were afraid of delaying Muen's work, except for a few critical moments of life and death. No one had ever touched the Flying Thunder God mark he left behind, because of other things. I haven't been home for more than 2 years, and the imagined scene of weeds growing in the yard, dust all over the floor, and spider webs hanging in the air did not appear. Instead, the grass and trees in the small yard were well maintained, and even several unnamed flowers were planted by the wall, red and purple in full bloom. Pushing the door and walking into the house, it was spotless, and there was even a faint fragrance. At this glance, you can tell that it is because someone often comes to take care of it. A beautiful figure appeared in Muen's mind, and he felt a little ashamed. He had been a heartless man for the past 2 years, and had delayed the beauty. Without too much emotion, Muen took Laozi out again. On the way to the Hokage building, Muen looked at the long-lost streets of Konoha, the bustling scene of people coming and going on the street, and then compared it with the bleakness of the rain country, and felt infinite emotion in his heart. In the ninja world, only strong strength is the most fundamental guarantee for the people to have enough food, and clothing and live, and work in peace and contentment. At this time, some people on the street seemed to recognize Muen, but they did not dare to confirm it. For a while, pedestrians on the street began to whisper, "Senior Muen, you are back." At this time, a young ninja plucked up the courage to run to Muen and bowed, and said excitedly. Muen was obviously stunned, then smiled slightly and said, "Yes, I'm back." Then, bursts of exclamations broke out on the street. This shocked Muen. He really didn't know when he had such a huge popularity in Konoha. Facing the enthusiastic Konoha villagers, Muen felt a headache. He didn't dare to stroll around anymore. He quickly passed through the crowd and came to the Hokage's office with great difficulty. Looking at the embarrassed Muen in front of him, the third Hokage laughed and said, "How is it you are scared by the enthusiastic Konoha villagers?" Muen looked at the third Hokage who was gloating and said angrily, "What's going on? I didn't do anything earth-shattering. You fought a fierce battle with more than 100 Iwagakure troops including Inoki, killing and wounding the Iwagakure, and you were able to retreat unscathed. This is not earth-shattering." The third Hokage stared at Muen and said with emotion, "Now you and Minato are the most popular in the village." Muen only understood the reason at this time, but he was still puzzled. There are many powerful people in Konoha, and he has never seen others so popular before. At this time, Perhaps seeing Nguyen's confusion, the Sandaime went on to explain, the main thing is that the news that you can use would release has been spread, and would release represents the power of hope for Konoha. At this moment, Nguyen finally came to his senses and asked in confusion, this kind of thing was also spread by Iwagakure. Hearing this, the Sandaime's face became serious, and he said solemnly, this may not be spread by Iwagakure. Nguyen immediately knew what was going on after hearing this, but he didn't care too much. He looked at the Sandaime and said, in that case, then you should know most of what I'm going to report to you. That is the four-tailed Jinchuriki Leoshi. I will hand him over to the village now. Nguyen pointed to the sloppy red-haired middle-aged man lying aside, and said, the village will have the final say on how to deal with him in the future. Nguyen's research on the tailed beasts has come to an end for the time being. Compared to keeping it in his own hands, handing Leoshi over to the village will undoubtedly be a good choice. The Sandaime didn't look at Leoshi, but stared at Nguyen, still unwilling to give up, and asked, is the secret technique of practicing would release really difficult? Nguyen was stunned and said, it's really difficult. Hey, forget it. This time, the Sandaime really let it go, looked at Nguyen, and said, are you going to leave again after you come back this time? Nguyen heard this, shook his head, and said, the current situation is not optimistic. I still won't run around. I will stay in the village and obey the orders of the village. The Sandaime heard this, nodded with relief, and was very satisfied with Nguyen's choice, and said, that's good, that's good. You take a rest for a while. According to the current development situation, you will be needed soon. Nguyen nodded to show that he understood. Just as Nguyen was reporting to the Sandaime in the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Kushina was running all the way to Kuramaki Iron's house. In the past 2 years, Kuramaki Iron has invited Kushina to visit her home more than once. Therefore, Kushina was familiar with the route and soon arrived at Kurama Iron's courtyard. Sister Iron, come out quickly, there is good news, great news. Kushina shouted in the courtyard, before she even entered the house. Kurama Iron pushed the door open at this time, looked at the sweaty Kushina, and quickly handed Kushina a pot of water, saying with a smile, what a crazy girl, what good news is it that requires you to run so fast? Can't you slow down a little? Seeing Kurama Iron at home, Kushina stuck out her tongue, took the water, drank some in small sips, and said rather embarrassedly, Nguyen is back. I just heard about it on the street. It is said that he is now in the Hokage's office. Kurama Iron heard this, his eyes lit up, and said, is that so? God has eyes, my girl can finally get married. At this time, Kurama Iron also pushed the door open with a happy face, obviously having heard the news that Nguyen had returned. However, after hearing what Kurama Iron said, her face blushed, she stamped her feet and said, Mom, why are you saying these? Kurama Iron heard this, her eyes widened, and she pretended to be angry and said, what's the matter? This can't be said. Look, there are any girls in their 20s who are still not married. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at Inuzuka Tsumugi from your own team. He got married at the age of 16, and now his child is about to be born. At this time, Kurama Iron looked at Kushina, who was looking gossipy, and said, Kushina, you too, you're 20 years old. If you don't get married, how long are you going to wait? When I have a chance to see Minato, I will definitely talk to him. Kushina never thought that she would be the one watching the fun, and she said hesitantly, Auntie, Minato. Minato said that he would wait until the war is over before getting married. The end of the war. This war is going on and on. Where will it end? Kurama Iron seemed even more angry. Without waiting for Kurama Iron to finish, Kurama Iron hurriedly pulled Kushina out of the yard and said, Mother, Kushina and I have other things to do, so we'll leave first. Don't worry, come back, I haven't finished yet. Kurama Iron saw the two of them running out quickly and hurriedly stopped them, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the two had disappeared. After coming out of the Hokage's office, Nguyen did not go home, but went to the Konoha Ninja School first. Unknowingly, 10 years have passed since Nguyen graduated and became a ninja. Looking at the lively and playing children on campus, Nguyen felt a lot of emotion. At this time, Nguyen saw a man wearing a green jumpsuit and a sloppy beard, Might Day, who was passionately teaching the children physical skills on the training ground. Nguyen stopped and watched for a while, but did not go up to disturb him. It was obvious that Might Day was very satisfied with this job. Afterwards, Nguyen went straight to the principal's office, knocked on the door and walked in, seeing Kato Duan, who was busy. "What's the matter?" Kato Duan didn't know that the person who came in was Nguyen, and asked without raising his head. "Nothing, Teacher Duan. I just came to see you," Nguyen said with some amusement. Hearing this, Kato Duan was obviously stunned for a moment, raised his head suddenly, put down the work at hand, and scolded with a smile. "It turned out to be you, kid. What's wrong? You finally decided to come back." "Well, I've almost dealt with the things, so I came back." Nguyen nodded and said. After a round of greetings, Kato Duan told Nguyen the key points of the things that happened in the village in the past 2 years. Finally, Kato Duan said seriously, "In the more than 2 years since you left Konoha, Danzo has not done anything out of line and has been very honest. Only once did he put pressure on the Sandaime at a meeting in order to transfer you back from the Rain country." Nguyen nodded and said, "I know about this matter. Because of this matter, the Sandaime took advantage of the situation and appointed me as the person in charge of the Rain country. However, Danzo still needs to be kept an eye on. It is highly likely that he is connected with Uchiha Madara. We have to be on guard." Speaking of Uchiha Madara, Nguyen's expression became solemn. Kato Dan nodded seriously and said, "Leave this matter to me. Anyway, he and I are both useless in the eyes of others. We don't need to leave the village. It's good to consume each other." "Thank you for your hard work, teacher," Nguyen said. "What's so hard about this? I always have to do something." Kato Do smiled and then said, "By the way, have you been to Tsunade?" "Not yet, teacher." "Then go and take a look. She just wants to see you for something," Kato Dan said seriously. Upon hearing this, Nguyen took the opportunity to say goodbye to Kato Dan and went to the hospital. The hospital was very busy as usual. The doctors and nurses who were busy all the time were very excited about Nguyen's arrival, but they didn't have the leisure time to stop and chat. Nguyen also met the double agent pharmacist Nono, and the two of them crossed each other and nodded to each other without showing too much familiarity. Tsunade was naturally very busy. Nguyen was in the dean's office, and it was not until the evening that Tsunade made time to come. "Have you met your teacher?" Tsunade asked. "Yes," Nguyen replied. "You should know everything about the village." Tsunade spoke quickly, threw a scroll to Nguyen, and said, "This is the experience left by the predecessors who successfully practiced the wet bone forest fairy art. It should be of some use to you in practicing the fairy art." Seeing Nguyen's puzzled look, Tsunade said, "This is what the slug told me. Don't you have the intention to practice the fairy art? This thing should be of some use." Nguyen nodded, and before he could say thank you, Tsunade began to drive people away, saying, "If there is nothing, go back first. The hospital has been much busier recently. When you are free, come here to help more." After that, Tsunade started to busy herself. Seeing this, Nguyen also hurriedly said goodbye. When Nguyen arrived at the door of his house, the sun had already set. At this time, the fragrance of food came from the courtyard wall. Nguyen was stunned and understood who was at home. Nguyen pushed the door open and saw that Kurama Huan had already served the food on the table. Kushina was mumbling something. At this time, Huan and Kushina also saw Nguyen. Kurama Huan's eyes flashed with joy. Before she could speak, she heard Kushina say, "Nguyen, you are really nice. You haven't been back to the village for so long, and you didn't go to find Sister Huan when you came back. Are you worthy of Sister Huan?" Kurama Huan on the side hurriedly pulled Kushina's sleeve. Nguyen knew that he was in the wrong and said to Kurama Huan decisively, "Huan, I'm sorry. I was going to find you today, but I was delayed in the hospital for some time, so it's late." "It's okay, Nguyen." Kurama Huan looked at Nguyen a little foolishly and said with a smile. Seeing the smile on Kurama Huan's face, Nguyen's heart trembled, and he hurriedly walked up and hugged her in his arms. At this time, Kushina on the side hurriedly covered her eyes and curiously left a gap between her fingers and carefully peeked. Then she quietly slipped away, leaving time and space for the two of them. After a long time, Muen finally let go of her embrace and looked around. Only then did he realize that Kushina had actually left. Kurama Huan gently hit Muen a few times and said, "It's all because of you. Look, Kushina is gone." Muen laughed and said, "Kushina knows that we haven't seen each other for so long, so she created a space for us to meet alone." Then, the two began to sit together, eat and chat, and be affectionate with each other. In the conversation with Kurama Huan, Muen truly realized how much 2 years could change. First of all, Hinata Rakizuki and Inuzuka Shida were actually married, especially Hinata Rakizuki's child was about to be born. This surprised Muen. But it was normal to think about it. Inuzuka Shida was already 22 years old, and Hinata Rakizuki was already 21. In the entire ninja world, this can be regarded as late marriage and late childbirth. But this also made Muen a little regretful. He missed the weddings of two good friends. Chapter 153 New Ninjutsu. From Kurama Huan, Muen also learned that the other halves of Hinata Rakizuki and Inuzuka Shida were not ninjas, but ordinary women in their clan who had no ninja talent. This was also for the inheritance of the family. Ninjas were on missions outside all year round. If both husband and wife were ninjas, the possibility of getting pregnant would be even smaller. Of course, this was also convenient for someone to take care of the child after he was born. After all, you couldn't leave a ninja at home to take care of the child. During the war, every ninja was an extremely valuable resource for the village. Muen and Kurama Huan snuggled up for a while, and seeing that it was getting darker and darker, the two had to say goodbye reluctantly. Muen took Kurama Huan's hand and personally sent Kurama Huan to her door. Seeing Kurama Huan walking into the house with a look back every 3 steps, Muen turned around and returned to his home. Muen didn't mean to rest, but took out a scroll and opened it. He saw that the scroll was densely recorded with the operation of chakra, the order of seals, etc. This is the result of Muen's research after the battle with Iwagakure, a new ninjutsu. Muen carefully looked at the contents of the scroll in the moonlight and pondered again. After making sure that he had memorized it without any hindrance, Muen began to concentrate and calm his mind, forming seals with his hands to mobilize the chakra of his whole body, and began to practice this ninjutsu. Muen was seen moving around him without wind, and the wood attributed chakra slowly condensed and turned into an illusory dragon shape. Then, various organs began to appear in the body of this illusory dragon. 1 minute later, the heart began to appear in the illusory dragon shadow, followed by blood vessels all over the body. 5 minutes later, the brain began to appear. After another 5 minutes, the liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys also appeared one after another. Then the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, triple burner and other 6 internal organs also began to grow out, and the meridians and bones also grew out. In this way, from the inside to the outside, the dragon condensed and took shape little by little. Finally, after almost an hour, even the scales and armor were clearly visible, and the dragon's whiskers, eyes, and horns were all clearly visible. A lifelike 10-meter dragon was transformed from nothing into reality in front of Muen. This can simply be called a means of creation. Of course, at the moment, when the dragon-shaped creature came to this world intact, Muen had already collapsed to the ground, and no longer wanted to move a bit. More than a month ago, Muen had already studied this ninjutsu, but in the Rain Country, no matter how hard Muen tried, he could not perform it successfully. Unexpectedly, on the first night back in Konoha, Muen successfully performed it. Of course, this is also one of the reasons for Muen's return. This ninjutsu is too difficult, and there is no room for any distractions in the heart. In the Rain Country, there is always a lack of security in the heart. If you have to leave a trace of mental vigilance, failure is inevitable. Of course, the reason why this time can be successful is that the lessons learned from the repeated failures in the Rain Country are also indispensable. Although Muen, lying on the ground, is extremely tired, he is indeed extremely satisfied in his heart. I couldn't help but recall the process of designing and creating this ninjutsu. After Muen figured out the nature of the chakra's form change, combined with Muen's research on the four-tailed chakra, Muen believes that except for those ninjutsu that exist alone as yin-yang escape, their ultimate direction is to create creatures. Use yang escape to create a living body, use yin escape to create an independent soul, and added to the chakra with changed properties, and the ultimate ninjutsu is formed. The final result is to create a chakra creature similar to the tailed beast. Among all these methods, Muen has the deepest understanding of yang escape. Long before studying the samurai, Muen already had the ability to refine and transform the ultimate yang escape chakra, but due to physical reasons, the conversion rate of yang escape chakra is not high. However, after studying the samurai, Muen's practice of strong body technique became more and more in depth, and his physique became stronger and stronger. According to Muen's speculation, Muen, who had 2 bloodline limits at the beginning, could only be equivalent to 1/10 of the sage body at most. But now, Muen's physique has reached at least 3/10 of the sage body. This is a huge improvement, and it is also the confidence of Muen to create a fresh flesh body with yang done. Of course, due to the immaturity of Muen's methods, the dragon in front of Muen cannot be called a chakra creature like the tailed beast. It has at least 2 defects. The first defect is that this ninjutsu dragon does not have an independent soul. In the process of Muen's research on the 4-tailed chakra, it was found that the yin-dan chakra of the extreme emotion in the tailed beast chakra plays a role of carrying the soul. This discovery makes it possible to create an independent soul with yin-dan. However, Muen did not have the means to transform and refine the ultimate yin-dan. Although he had a deep understanding of the conversion of yin and yang after the study of the reincarnation eye, and improved the ability to transform yin-dan chakra in disguise, it was still a step away. As a result, the soul of the ninjutsu dragon in front of him is not complete. The consequence is that this ninjutsu dragon cannot attack the enemy independently like the tailed beast, but needs Muen's control. The second defect is that this ninjutsu dragon cannot make up for the consumed chakra by itself like the tailed beast. In other words, this ninjutsu dragon still needs Muen's recharge from time to time. Muen has no good way to deal with this. After all, he hasn't even figured out the source of the tailed beast's chakra. Of course, this ninjutsu is also very valuable. On the one hand, this ninjutsu dragon can exist in this world for a long time, and will not disappear from this world easily. This is equivalent to Muen having an extra thug. On the other hand, this is equivalent to a ninjutsu that can be released without a seal. On the battlefield, it can take a certain advantage. Finally, when this ninjutsu is performed, although Muen's chakra is almost exhausted, Muen can still recover his chakra after a period of rest. This is equivalent to this ninjutsu dragon helping Muen store a lot of chakra. This almost doubled the chakra that Muen could use on the battlefield. Of course, Muen also gave this ninjutsu dragon many abilities, otherwise a ninjutsu would not take Muen nearly an hour. Of course, the role of these abilities in combat can only be tested in actual combat later. At this time, Muen, who had recovered a little strength, barely stood up from the ground. He waved to the 10-meter dragon in front of him, and saw that the dragon kept getting smaller and smaller, and finally shrank directly into Muen's sleeves. Then, Muen staggered back to the house to practice. The next morning, Muen woke up refreshed. On this day, there were still many things to do in Muen's plan. After eating some breakfast, Muen first came to Yosuke's house. After all, Muen is the leader of the Mutual Aid Association. Although he is just a hands-off shopkeeper, Muen still has some sense of responsibility. It is Muen's responsibility to grasp the development direction of the organization. Yosuke is the ninja that Muen found outside the group of 6 to monitor the development of the organization, after confirming the group of 6. Therefore, before meeting with the group of 6, Muen had to find Yosuke first to understand the development of the Mutual Aid Association over the past 2 years. Since Yosuke also had the Flying Thunder God mark engraved by Muen, Muen knew clearly that Yosuke was not out on a mission at this time, but was in the village. Muen did not come directly to Yosuke with the Flying Thunder God technique, but knocked on the door like visiting an old friend, which was also Muen's respect for Yosuke. Compared with Yosuke more than 2 years ago, Yosuke at this time is more mature, with a beard on his lips and chin. Seeing Muen's arrival, he did not seem surprised, as if he had known it for a long time. After welcoming Muen into the house, Yosuke did not say too much nonsense and reported to Muen some things he knew about the Mutual Aid Association. Muen nodded constantly while listening to Yosuke's narration and occasionally asked some questions. Some of the things Yosuke knew would be told directly to Muen. Of course, there were also some things that Yosuke didn't know, and these needed Muen to observe. After listening to Yosuke's narration, Muen was generally satisfied with the development of the Mutual Aid Association. It did not deviate from the direction. Whether it was the absorption of members or the persistence of the concept, it was on the right track, which also made Muen feel more at ease. Before Muen was about to leave, Yosuke looked at Muen and said, "Muen, can ninjas really help each other and understand each other?" Muen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and seeing that his eyes seemed to be slightly confused, he said, "I don't know either, but I think that mutual understanding between ninjas cannot be achieved by waiting alone. In the end, we still need a little struggle. If we don't struggle and strive for it, then that day will definitely not come. If we work hard, then the arrival of that day will have a little more hope," Muen said with a firm look. Yosuke heard this, exhaled lightly, his eyes became firm again, and said, "Okay, Moon, I believe you." Seeing this, Moon smiled slightly, turned around and left Yosuke's house. Moon had just left Yosuke's house not far away when a figure broke into Moon's eyes. The whole body was full of wild power, with an inverted triangle of red oil paint on his face and canine teeth in his mouth. Who else could it be but Inosuke Shida? "Moon, under my nose, I can find you, no matter where you are." Inosuke Shida looked at Moon and said triumphantly. Moon smiled slightly, and the candidate for testing the new ninjutsu came uninvited. Chapter 154 Wood Dragon vs Inosuke Shida. Muen looked at Inosuke Shida and said with a little confusion, "Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Is there something wrong? Hey, can't I look for you if there is nothing? Don't you see how long we haven't seen each other?" Inosuke Shida said excitedly. "Haha, of course not." Muen laughed at first, and then said to Inosuke Shida sincerely, "Happy wedding, Shida. Although this blessing comes a little late, I still hope you don't mind. Look, I haven't prepared any gifts." Muen thought about it, and it seemed that there was nothing on his body that could be used as a gift, so he had to continue. "Just tell me what you want, and I'll prepare it for you." Inosuke Shida said nonchalantly, "What gift do you want? It's good enough to hear you say that." After that, without giving Muen time to react, he wanted to pull Muen to run. Muen shook off Inosuke Shida's claws with a look of disgust and said, "Where do you want to take me? Just say no. What a shame to be so pushy." Inosuke Shida touched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly, "My body has changed recently. I want to take you to the training ground to help me take a look." Muen's expression became serious, and he said directly, "Let's go." The two of them walked quickly and headed for the training ground. At this time, Kirima Huan and Kushina, who were strolling on the street, happened to see the two people passing by. "Sister Huan, let's go and see what Muen and the others are going to do." Kushina's eyes rolled around, and she pulled Kirima Huan and chased in the direction of Muen and Inosuke Shida. "This is not good. Maybe they have something secret." Although Kirima Huan said this, there was also curiosity in her eyes, and there was no hesitation in her legs, and she quickly followed. After a while, Muen and Inosuke Shida found an empty training ground. Inosuke Shida jumped directly to the center of the field without saying a word. His hands quickly turned into wolf claws, while the rest of his body remained in human form. Before this, although Inosuke Shida already had 3 forms, human, wolf, and werewolf, the 3 forms were independent of each other. In other words, when maintaining a human form, the arm would never turn into a wolf claw. Now, the barriers between the 3 forms seemed to have been broken. Inosuke Shida condensed the chakra on the wolf claws and waved it to the ground. Several streams of energy flew out, and 3 parallel cracks appeared on the ground, with a depth of at least 2 meters. This is already a very terrifying power. After Inosuke Shida did all this, he saw that Muen didn't say anything, and said to himself, "Prince seems to have completely integrated into my body, and brought me some unexpected power." Muen had also seen that this was indeed just a casual attack by Inosuke Shida, but it was comparable to the effect of many ninjutsu. "Are there any other changes?" Muen asked. My chakra has changed a lot, and it seems to have become stronger, as if it has been blessed in some way. Inuzuka Shida also said with some doubt, I'm not particularly sure, but using the same chakra and the same ninjutsu, the power of the ninjutsu has become greater. Can the prince come out to speak? Muen finally asked. Inuzuka Shida said with a sad look, although I can sense that the prince is with me, I just can't let him come out to speak like before, and I can't even sense his spirit anymore. Muen was also a little puzzled about the emergence of this situation. But seeing Inuzuka Shida's sad look, he could only comfort him. Shida, you don't have to be sad. I think Shida seems to have completely merged with you and become a part of you. As long as you are alive and well, it means that the prince is also alive and well. Hearing this, Inuzuka Shida felt a little more at ease. As for the changes in you, don't worry too much. These changes are positive. There are only benefits and no harm. Just bear with it, and don't think too much. Muen crossed his arms and a look of curiosity flashed in his heart. Just now, Muen used the spiritual mist to observe the changes in Inuzuka Shida, but he didn't see anything in a short time. This made Muen full of curiosity, and he wanted to catch Inuzuka Shida immediately and dissect him. Of course, it was just a thought. Not to mention the close relationship between Inuzuka Shida and him. Even if it was an ordinary person who didn't know him, Muen would not do it. At this time, Kushina had also arrived here with Kurama Huan. Seeing the two of them staying on the training ground, Kushina said with some disgust, I thought you two were going somewhere, but it turned out to be just a training ground. Really, it's not interesting at all. How about you two have a duel? Kushina said with great interest at this time. Inuzuka Shida was startled and quickly ran out of the center of the training ground, saying, Kushina, you are so bold. I'm not a masochist. I don't want to fight a battle that I will definitely lose. Muen, on the side, showed a look of interest. He originally wanted to test the fighting ability of the dragon in his sleeve. In addition, the changes that happened to Inuzuka Shida made Muen even more excited about this battle. Inuzuka Shida saw the look on Muen's face, looked at Muen with a strange expression, and said, Muen, you don't really want to fight with me, do you? Muen nodded, and Kushina on the side was full of excitement, almost clapping to celebrate. Since you want to fight, then fight. Faced with Muen's request, Inuzuka Shida could not refuse, but said helplessly, but the gap between us is so big, is it really necessary? Muen raised his sleeve with his right hand, and saw a small dragon flying out of it, circling Muen twice, and flew to the center of the training ground. Muen pointed at the little dragon and said, don't fight me, fight it. At this time, seeing the little dragon flying out of his sleeve, Inuzuka Shida, Kushina and Kurama Huan all opened their mouths in shock. In the invisible sealed space, the nine-tailed fox also showed a very interested look. After a while, Inuzuka Shida calmed down from the shock, and looked at Muen and said, what is this thing? Just think of it as a special ninja beast. Muen did not elaborate, but instead told Shida, go all out, Shida. The strength of this dragon is not simple. This time Inuzuka Shida did not refuse, and nodded solemnly, walked into the field, and faced the dragon on the opposite side. Slow down, slow down. At this time, Kushina ran to the field excitedly and said, I will be the referee. At Kushina's command of start, the battle between Inuzuka Shida and the dragon in Muen's sleeve began. Inuzuka Shida didn't hesitate at all, and his body instantly expanded to about 3 meters, turning into a werewolf. Inuzuka Shida waved the wolf claws in his hand, and the claw wind shot out towards the sleeve dragon. At the beginning of Inuzuka Shida's transformation, the sleeve dragon also became about 10 meters long, and rushed towards Inuzuka Shida. Facing the attack of Inuzuka Shida's dragon claws, the sleeve dragon was extremely flexible, and it had dodged the attack in a twist and turn. Even when it was unavoidable, it could avoid the vital points and main attacks, and the wounds on its body would heal in an instant of chakra flow. Inuzuka Shida was particularly cautious, and kept a distance from the sleeve dragon while moving, and did not get too close to it. At this time, the sleeve dragons, 1 became 2, 2 became 6, some flew in the air, and some were on the ground, rushing towards Inuzuka Shida from all directions. Seeing this, Inuzuka Shida turned his body, and the claw wind seemed to not consume chakra, and it swept around in a tornado. For a while, Inuzuka Shida and So Dry were evenly matched. However, Kushina, who was the referee in the field, suffered. There were flying sand and rocks on the field. Kushina ate a mouthful of sand and retreated with a puff. Really, these two guys are not gentle at all, Kushina said angrily. Kurama Huan was laughing on the side, and when she saw Kushina looking at her, she quickly suppressed her smile and pretended to watch the fight seriously and didn't care. Muen was immersed in this battle from beginning to end. Just after Inuzuka Shida repelled Sodryu again, two dragons suddenly appeared from under his feet again. Although Inuzuka Shida was shocked, he clenched his wolf claws into fists and knocked one of them out directly. This punch was so powerful that Muen was also shocked. The power of this punch was at least twice that of the previous werewolf. Although Inuzuka Shida knocked one dragon away, a large number of vine-like wooden strips suddenly emerged from the other dragon, wrapping up Inuzuka Shida. Inuzuka Shida felt that all the chakra in his body was sucked away by the vines. He was shocked and tried to break free, but found that the more he broke free, the more serious the loss of power became. At this time, Inuzuka Shida roared, and his body shape began to change again, turning into a giant wolf. The huge body of nearly 20 meters broke the vines on his body instantly, and he slapped the dragon clone with one claw. But it was also this moment of delay that the other dragons merged into one again, and their bodies became extremely large. They came to Inuzuka Shida and tightly wrapped around him. The dragon's body began to change, from flesh and blood to wood. Just like Muen's wood escape ninjutsu, wood dragon technique, it tightly wrapped around Inuzuka Shida. Inuzuka Shida felt the powerful force of the wooden dragon on his body, and his own chakra was constantly absorbed. After trying to break free for a while without success, Inuzuka Shida began to change his strategy. Inuzuka Shida suddenly turned into a human form, and his body shrank rapidly. The wooden dragon also shrank, but it was still tightly wrapped around him. Inuzuka Shida still didn't give up. He kept changing his body shape, trying to get rid of the wooden dragon in this way, but in the end he found that it was all in vain. He didn't get rid of the wooden dragon. Inuzuka Shida felt that his body strength was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, he was ready to admit defeat, and looked at Muen and said, "Muen, I admit defeat. Please let this dragon let me go." Unexpectedly, Muen spread his hands, pretended to be helpless, and said, "I can't control it either. You can think of a way yourself." Inuzuka Shida's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he shouted, "Muen, you tricked me." Muen scratched his head, with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. Inuzuka Shida kept roaring and struggling, but in the end, he just sighed helplessly. Under the continuous chakra absorption of the wooden dragon, he successfully fainted. At this time, the wooden dragon slowly shrank again, turned into its original appearance, and flew back into Muen's sleeve. Kurama Huan whispered in Muen's ear, "Muen, can you really not control this dragon?" Muen laughed, and did not reply. However, Kurama Huan already knew the answer, and looked at Muen coquettishly. Muen could certainly control the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon's soul was not complete, and the entire battle process was under Muen's control. And Muen controlled the wooden dragon to make Inuzuka Shida faint, which was naturally due to his own reasons. Muen looked at Inuzuka Shida who had fainted, and said to him, "Prince, get up. I know you are still there. You can deceive Shida, but you can't deceive me." When Muen first used the spiritual mist to sense Inuzuka Shida, he had already discovered the existence of the prince. In the battle just now, it was fully confirmed. However, the current state of the prince is more special than before. In the past, the prince and Shida shared a body, but their spirits were separate. Now, the spirits of the prince and Shida have merged into one, and only the consciousness is separate. It can be said that the two have truly become one life form. It may be more appropriate to say that the current prince is the second personality of Inuzuka Shida. Seeing that Inuzuka Shida still did not move, Muen was not in a hurry. He just looked at Inuzuka Shida calmly, and the surroundings became strangely quiet. Kushina and Kurama Huan both showed surprised expressions, and showed considerable interest. Time seemed to be stopped for a moment, and the unconscious Inuzuka Shida actually sat up from the ground, showing a helpless expression, and said, "Muen, I'm ready not to show up again. Why are you forcing me?" At this time, it was the prince who controlled Inuzuka Shida's body. At this time, the prince not only spoke clearly, but also his chain thinking logic seemed to be no different from that of a normal person. Nguyen showed an interested expression and said, "Why don't you want to show up? Shishin has grown up. If I show up from time to time, it will affect his normal life." The prince said, "Besides, it's good for me to protect him in secret now." Nguyen nodded, understood what the prince meant, and said, "Okay, since you think so, then I will keep it a secret for you." Chapter 155, All Growing. "Prince, the mysterious power in Shida is due to you, right?" Nguyen would not meet the prince for no reason. The mysterious power that appeared in Inuzuka Shida could only be related to the prince. Nguyen wanted to ask him clearly, "I can't explain what this is. It's just that one day about half a year ago, I suddenly found that I can use such energy." The prince also showed a puzzled expression and obviously couldn't explain it. Nguyen was helpless when he heard it. Although he wanted to know the secret, there was no other way now. Then he assured the prince again, "Regarding your affairs, I respect your choice. Believe me, I will keep it secret for you." Kushina and Kurama Huan on the side also hurriedly assured the prince that they would not reveal his relevant situation to anyone, including Inuzuka Shida. The prince smiled and said goodbye to Nguyen and others. Then, Inuzuka Shida fell to the ground again. Nguyen immediately stepped forward, lifted it up, and brought it to the grass nearby. Nguyen, nine-tailed fox seems to want to experience the power of the wooden dragon. At this time, Kushina on the side showed a strange expression and said to Nguyen. Nguyen was also slightly stunned, but immediately reacted and said jokingly, "Could it be that you are itching to challenge me, so you borrow the name of Nine-Tailed Fox? Then are you coming or not?" Kushina seemed a little disdainful of explanation. Kurama Huan on the side also pulled Nguyen's sleeve, as if telling Nguyen not to quarrel with Kushina. Nguyen originally wanted to see it, and Kushina's mastery of the power of Nine-Tailed Fox did not refuse. Nguyen waved his sleeves, and the wooden dragon flew out of his sleeves again, and came to the center of the training ground. Kushina was already standing opposite the wooden dragon at this time, and the man and the dragon looked at each other from a distance. In just a moment, Kushina released the nine-tailed chakra in her body, and turned into the state of the five-tailed. When Kushina released the four-tailed state, her body and mind had already begun to show signs of being unable to bear it, and began to transform into the tailed beast. Now, even though she has reached the five-tailed state, Kushina can still easily maintain her human form. As long as the Jinkriki's mind or body cannot bear the chakra of the tailed beast, the body will unconsciously transform into the tailed beast. Seeing that Kushina had already shown the form of the five-tailed, Mulong did not hesitate at all, and rushed directly towards Kushina. However, Kushina was not panicked at all, and she shouted softly, "Vajra blockade." 6 golden chains appeared behind her, and the front end of the chain was in the state of a spear tip, piercing towards Mulong. Mulong dodged the attack of the golden chain while dodging. But the chain chased after him, and soon wove a dense giant net for Mulong, and Mulong was about to be caught by the diamond chain. "I know the power of Vajra Seal. How could it be so easy for you to capture it?" Nguyen looked at Kushina and said. But the wooden dragon's body suddenly shrank sharply, from 10 meters long to less than 1 meter. The net that was originally seamless suddenly became riddled with holes, and the wooden dragon rushed out of the gap in an instant. "Sure enough, this wooden dragon is controlled by you," Kushina said while putting away the Vajra seal and moving quickly. She had seen the miserable state of Inuzuka Shida after being entangled by the wooden dragon. Kushina in the five tails state was much faster than the wooden dragon. Instead of retreating, she advanced and came to the back of the wooden dragon in an instant. Nguyen didn't even have time to react, and the wooden dragon was knocked to the ground by Kushina's punch. Sure enough, Nguyen, your reaction speed is your Achilles heel. Kushina raised her fist and said triumphantly. Nguyen's brows were furrowed at this time, but his expression was more solemn. A flash of lightning appeared on his head, and he had already performed the thunder technique. His mind was clear. The smugness on Kushina's face had not faded yet, and a large number of vine-like wooden strips suddenly grew on the ground and entangled with her. Kushina was shocked but not flustered. In the five tails state, he had great power. As his fists flew, the wooden strips exploded one after another, and sawdust flew. However, the large number of vine-like wooden strips also slowed down Kushina's speed to a certain extent. At this moment, Kushina was entangled by the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon, which had completely turned into wood, tightly entangled Kushina. Don't think that this thing can trap Shida, but it can trap me. After Kushina said this, waves of terrifying chakra fluctuations broke out from her body. Although the wooden dragon was a little shaky, it still withstood it, and became more and more tenacious. How about it? It's not so easy to break free. Muen looked at the struggling Kushina, and said with a smile. Kushina did not reply, and a smile flashed across her lips. However, the chain of the Vajraseal that had disappeared appeared again from behind Kushina, and the 6 spearheads flashed with cold light, instantly piercing through the wooden dragon wrapped around her. Muen was shocked to see this, and no longer cared about wrapping around Kushina, and controlled the wooden dragon to change its size again, but this time the spearheads of the chain had already pierced deeply into the wooden dragon's body, and the wooden dragon could no longer escape, and was tied up by the chain. How about it, Muen? Surrender. Kushina said excitedly. You are not the only one who has made progress in the past 2 years, and our strength is also constantly improving. Seeing this, Muen had to say, okay, I surrender. Let the wooden dragon out quickly. Kushina got a satisfactory answer, and the smile on her face seemed to be a little brighter. However, she still put away the Vajraseal as she was told. After the chain disappeared, 6 deep holes were left on the wooden dragon. However, these wounds, witnessed by Kushina and Kurama Huan, soon healed. This shocked Kushina and Kurama Kian even more. Especially Kushina, who had fought a battle with the wood dragon, was even more shocked. He had just fought a battle with it, and knew clearly how much effort and strength it took her to defeat this thing. Kushina, your Vajraseal seems to be a little different from the original one. Muen raised his hand, and saw the wood dragon began to shrink, and drill into his sleeve. It was obvious that the wood dragon was a little listless at this time. Of course, this took Minato and I a long time to study and succeed. Kushina said proudly. Muen nodded. Although he rarely used the Vajraseal, he could also perform this ninjutsu. Muen knew very well that, although the Vajraseal was called an integrated attack and defense, it was actually more inclined to defense and sealing. The attack ability was average, and it was absolutely impossible to pass through the wood dragon. Thinking of this, Muen seemed to have known the source of this ability, and said, is this the power of the long knife sewing needle? Yes. This is the power obtained from studying the long knife sewing needle. Kushina nodded and said. At this time, Muen found that Kurama Huan seemed a little lost, and asked hurriedly, Huan, what's wrong? Did something happen? Kurama Huan's expression changed, her face was tangled, and she was hesitant to speak. Just as Muen was about to ask again, Kushina on the side said bluntly, really, Sister Huan, what's wrong with this? Muen, I'll tell you. Kushina. Kurama Huan was very anxious and hurriedly tried to stop her. It's the Bakudeo Fimo on Sister Huan. It was summoned away by someone. Kushina ignored Kurama Huan's complaining look and said directly, if it weren't for the existence of the contract seal, the long sword sewing needle would have been summoned away at that time. Muen frowned when he heard this, looked at Kurama Huan and said, this is my mistake. I didn't expect that Kirigakure has such a method. Don't worry, Huan. Muen laughed and continued, Bakudeo Fimo will return to your hand sooner or later, I promise. Kurama Huan heard this, her eyes lit up, and nodded fiercely. In fact, the power of Bakudeo Fimo is not so indispensable to Kurama Huan now. It's just that Kurama Huan has always regarded Bakudeo Fimo as the first gift given to her by Muen, and cherished it in her heart. This is a very meaningful sword to her. Muen, Nine-Tailed Fox wants to see you. At this time, Kushina looked at Muen and said. Seeing Muen's puzzled expression, Kushina said again, don't ask me why, I don't know even if you ask. Muen nodded, and without hesitation, he took Kurama Kian's consciousness and entered Kushina's body together. Muen's consciousness came to the sealed space of Nine-Tailed Fox. Before he could stand firm, he heard Nine-Tailed Fox said, Muen, what's the matter with that wooden dragon? Why do I feel that it is a chakra creature like me? Muen did not hide it, and told Nine-Tailed Fox the origin of the wooden dragon truthfully. Uzumaki Kushina and Kurama Kian on the side were already stunned with shock. They never thought that the wooden dragon with that kind of power was just a ninjutsu of Muen. After listening to Muen's narration, Nine-Tailed Fox looked at Muen as if he was looking at a monster and said, although it cannot be completely called a chakra creature, it is obviously close to the power of the old man Six Paths Sage. Although Nine-Tailed Fox said so, Muen would not really think that his power was close to Six Paths Sage. There is a huge gap between Muen's power and the Six Paths Sage. At least, when the Six Paths Sage divided the chakra of the 10 tails into 9 parts and created 9-tailed beasts, it was very easy. And Muen, in order to create this wooden dragon, not only has he exhausted his wisdom, but the time for the performance of this ninjutsu alone has reached more than an hour. Nine-Tailed Senior, does the Six Paths Sage really exist? I always thought it was just a legend. Kushina heard the Nine-Tailed mention the Six Paths Sage and said with some doubt, of course it exists, otherwise do you think I would lie? When the Six Paths Sage was mentioned, the Nine-Tailed said with some dissatisfaction, then can you tell us the story of the Six Paths Sage to see if it is the same as the legend? Kushina was full of interest, and she was just about to move a small stool and sit down to listen to the story. The Nine-Tailed Fox was not very interested in this, and said in a grumble, what's there to say? He's just an old man who likes to lie. Then, the Nine-Tailed Fox drove everyone out of the sealed space. What's the big deal? Isn't it just living longer? After leaving the sealed space, Kushina said angrily, next time, I will never be your mouthpiece again. If you want to talk to someone in the future, just find it yourself. Muen and Kurama Huan smiled at each other after hearing this. Since Shinizuka Shida had not woken up yet, the three of them were not convenient to leave, so they sat on the ground and chatted. From Kushina's mouth, Muen learned that Minato had been out on a mission for more than half a month. Logically, he should be back to the village soon. And the teammates of Kurama Huan's team have changed again. Among them, Inuzuka Tsumugi has been away from the team for a long time, and it is said that she is about to give birth. Uchiha Inahori has also successfully opened the Sharingan, becoming an elite of the Uchiha clan, and directly joined the Konoha Guard force controlled by the Uchiha clan. At this time, Kushina on the side seemed to think of something happy, and looked at Muen and said, Muen, have you met Aunt Wang? Seeing Muen shaking her head, Kushina smiled and said, you must go and see her when you have time. Aunt will definitely urge you to get married with Sister Huan. Kurama Huan, who was leaning against Muen, lowered her head shyly in an instant. Her face flushed, and at the same time, a hopeful look flashed in her eyes, which Muen did not see. That will disappoint Aunt. Muen laughed, pinched Kurama Huan's little hand, looked at her and said, Huan, wait until the war is over, then we will get married, okay? Kurama Huan was a little disappointed at first, but at this time her heart trembled and looked up at Muen's eyes, and nodded very much. Upon hearing this, Kushina's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, that's great, Sister Huan, then we can get married together, okay? Kurama Huan looked at Muen at this time, and Muen nodded and said, as long as Minato agrees, there will be no problem. Kushina clenched her fist and said, Minato will definitely agree. At this time, Inuzuka Shida had stretched himself, and stood up from the grass beside him. He turned around, and saw Muen, and hurried over, saying helplessly, I can see that you just want me to test the strength of that dragon. Muen laughed, stood up, put his arm around Inuzuka Shida's shoulders, and said, don't take it too seriously, just consider it as helping me. If I don't understand, I won't be able to use this method well in battle. Chapter 156 Wet Bone Forest. Hearing this, Inuzuka Shida nodded and said, as long as I can help you, that's fine. Since the four of them still had their own things to do, after Inuzuka Shida woke up, they didn't exchange too many pleasantries, and said goodbye to each other. After parting with everyone, Muen went straight to the Konoha Ninja School, and saw Might Day, who was passionately teaching children physical skills on the outdoor field. Muen did not interrupt Might Day's teaching, but waited not far away. Might Day on the training ground was very patient with every student. For some children with poor physical skills foundation, he would teach some basic movements tirelessly. For some children with stronger foundation, He would put forward higher requirements for them. He was quite a good teacher who taught students in accordance with their aptitude. In less than half an hour, during the break after the class, Might Day finally had some free time. Muen also walked past Might Day at the right time. Might Day understood and followed Muen to a jungle not far from the school. Chief Muen, you are finally back, Might Day said with emotion. Once you come back, our mutual aid association will have a bottom line. Even if I don't come back, the mutual aid association will develop very well, and you all have done a good job. Muen smiled and then said, okay, we will discuss the matters of the mutual aid association after Bakumo Kaushi comes back. I came to you today because of something else. The 6-man group of the Mutual Aid Association. Might Day is a physical training teacher in Konoha School. Yakushi Nono is shining in Konoha Hospital. Danzo originally arranged Yakushi Nono to the hospital to supervise Muen. Now Muen has left the hospital, but Yakushi Nono unexpectedly stayed. Uchiha Cheng was recruited into the Konoha Guard force by the Uchiha clan. Because of his eye-opening, Hinata Rakizuki is already married and has just become a father. Sasaki So has been shining in the village in the past 2 years with his ninjutsu of lightning release chakra mode. These 5 people are now in the village. Only Mumu Gangdeo is still on a mission outside the village. Therefore, Muen plans to gather the 6 people for a small meeting after Mumu Gangdeo returns to the village. What can the leader ask me for? Might Day said with some doubt. You have been practicing strengthening the body and refining the soul. Muen looked at Might Day and said, I have tried, but these 2 secret techniques are too difficult to practice. Might Day said a little embarrassedly, so after trying twice, I didn't try again. Muen's theory on the change of ninjutsu form can be applied to Might Day. Might Day's talent for ninjutsu is not to say that he has no talent for ninjutsu, but it is extremely poor. According to the theory of form change, the reason for this situation is probably that Might Day's talent for Yangdan and Yundan is too poor, and strengthening the body and refining the soul are essentially to improve the talent of ninjas for Yangdan and Yundan. Therefore, as long as Might Day practices strengthening body technique and spirit refining technique volume 1 for a period of time, his Yangdan and Yundan talents can be improved to a certain extent. Then his ninjutsu talent will definitely be significantly improved. If this is true, then Muen can use this to verify the correctness of his theory. Now Might Day has chosen to give up practicing because of the difficulty of the secret technique, which also made Muen's intention to verify the theory go down the drain. Might Day saw that Muen seemed to be lost in thought and did not reply and thought he had made a mistake, so he hurriedly said, is there anything wrong, Chief? If it really doesn't work, I will work hard to practice these 2 secret techniques from today. How about it? Muen had also come back to his senses at this time and said with a dumb smile, that's not necessary, you just need to specialize in physical skills. Judging from Might Day's current age, his combat system has obviously been finalized, and it is obviously unrealistic to change it. Therefore, instead of letting Might Day practice, Muen thought of a better candidate. Of course, Muen would not force it, and it depends on whether there is fate in the future. After that, Muen stopped bothering Might Day and turned away. Might Day was left with a confused look. Muen, who left the Konoha Ninja School, found Tsunade who was busy. This time, Tsunade did not let Muen wait too long and soon came to the office. Have you decided? Tsunade seemed to know the purpose of Muen's coming to the hospital, but she said seriously with a serious expression. It has been decided, Muen said seriously. How long will it take? Tsunade asked again. 2 days. Tsunade nodded and said nothing more. Compared with 2 years ago, Muen's physique has been strengthened by at least 3 times. In Muen's opinion, he can try to practice immortal arts. For Muen, the best place to practice immortal arts is the wet bone forest. There are only 2 ways to enter the wet bone forest. One is to walk there, which takes a lot of time. Another way is to use the contract scroll to perform the reverse summoning technique. And the contract scroll is now on Tsunade. Tsunade took out the contract scroll that she had prepared long ago, bit her finger, and performed the summoning technique. With a bang, a 3-meter long slug appeared in the office. Tsunade-sama, do you have any instructions? The slug said softly. Tsunade did not speak and handed the contract scroll to the slug. The slug said happily. Is Tsunade-sama ready to visit the wet bone forest? It's not me, it's that kid. Tsunade pointed to Muen and said to the slug, he is going to the wet bone forest to learn the practice methods of immortal arts. Oh, it turned out to be Muen. The slug did not seem to be too surprised and then said, are you going now? I'll go now. Muen nodded. Okay then. The slug looked at Tsunade and said, Tsunade-sama, goodbye. After that, the slug disappeared in a puff of smoke with the contract scroll. Not long after the slug disappeared, Muen suddenly felt a strong suction in the space around him, and then, after a while of spinning, Muen appeared in another space. This is a large area of water, where a large number of unknown white plants grow. From a distance, it looks like white bones inserted in the water. In the sky, the sun is shining, and it seems to be particularly close to the sun here, and the air is full of humid and hot breath. Such an environment is particularly in line with the characteristics of the name Wet Bone Forest. Muen, follow me. At this time, a slug at Muen's feet spoke. At this time, Muen also came back to his senses from the Wet Bone Forest, but found that the water was full of dense slugs of all sizes. At this time, all the slugs looked at Muen, which made his scalp tingle. He looked at the slugs at his feet and said, Slug, are these slugs one with you? Chapter 157 The Secret of Immortal Arts. That's right, Muen, we are all one. All the slugs around Muen spoke at the same time. The slugs' voices were very thin, but when all the sounds from all directions reached Muen's ears, they gave Muen a very thick and vast feeling. Muen, follow me. The slug at Muen's feet continued to say. Muen followed the slugs and walked towards one direction of the water. The water was too big and the edge could not be seen at a glance. Muen could not tell the direction and could only follow the slugs all the way. Of course, this journey was not lonely. Wherever he went, there were countless slugs looking at Muen. Muen also went from being numbed by the looks at him at the beginning to gradually becoming familiar with and adapting. After walking for about an hour, a white temple appeared in Muen's sight. The temple was a bit old, but it was still majestic. The closer to the temple, the fewer slugs there were. When they reached the steps of the temple, the slug under Muen's feet spoke again. Muen, go up by yourself. Aren't you going up? Muen was a little surprised. No. After the slug said that, he turned and left. Muen didn't care too much, and turned to climb the steps. After 99 steps, there were 2 load-bearing pillars. After crossing the load-bearing pillars, it was the gate of the temple. Muen took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside the door was an empty hall. At the end of the hall was a pool of water. A throne was suspended on the pool, and a slug was lying on the throne. The slug looked a little old, and its blue and white skin was already covered with wrinkles. It was not huge, only about 1 meter long. At this time, it closed its eyes tightly, as if it was in a state of sleep. Muen could feel the huge power surging from the slug in front of him, so he quickly walked to the center of the hall, bowed and said, Muen, the Konoha ninja, greets the slug sage. After a long time, Muen did not see the slug sage in front of him wake up. Muen secretly raised his head and found that the slug sage just turned over and continued to sleep. Muen, the Konoha ninja, greets the slug sage. Muen had to raise his voice and spoke again. This time it worked. The slug immortal on the throne opened his mouth slightly as if he yawned, and finally opened his sleepy eyes and said, Who are you, and what are you doing in the wet bone forest? Then, he looked as if he was daydreaming again. After a while, the slug looked at Muen and finally said, It's Muen. Seeing Muen's puzzled face, the slug explained, I'm usually asleep, and I just learned about you from the slug clones outside. Are those slugs outside your clones? Muen asked puzzledly. Then can I learn immortal arts directly from them? No, little Muen. The slug immortal smiled and said, those slugs outside are all split from me. They belong to the slug immortal, but they are not the slug immortal. Do you understand? Muen nodded and said, I understand, slug immortal. Little Muen, you want to practice immortal arts. Do you know what immortal arts are? The slug immortal asked Muen. So Muen explained his understanding of immortal arts to the slug immortal. Upon hearing this, the slug immortal squinted and nodded. Then, what are the differences between the immortal arts of the 3 holy places? Do you know? The slug immortal looked at Muen and asked again. This question can be regarded as asking Nguyen's blind spot. Nguyen immediately shook his head and said that he didn't know. The slug immortal seemed to be in a good mood and said, the immortal arts taught in Myomu Mountain and Dalong Cave in the 3 holy places are not authentic immortal arts. They have been contaminated by those 2 old guys. The slug immortal began to slowly unveil the mystery of immortal arts to Nguyen. The natural energy that permeates the heaven and earth, in addition to being able to combine with chakra to become fairy chakra, also contains 3 attributes. The first is to create life. The fairy art of the Earth Dragon Cave is this power. Practicing the fairy art of the Earth Dragon Cave can create an organic matter into a living body, and can even transform the life form of oneself or the enemy. The second attribute is to strengthen life. The fairy art of Myoboki Mountain is this power. The toads of Myoboki Mountain strengthen their own racial talents to the limit by absorbing natural energy. The third attribute is to heal life. The fairy art of the Wet Bone Forest is this power. Under the blessing of this power, the slug sage and its clones are almost immortal. No matter what kind of injury they suffer, they can heal instantly. The 3 attributes of natural energy are also the essential reason why life can appear on this planet. However, the natural energy of the Earth Dragon Cave in Myoboki Mountain has been transformed by the White Snake Sage and the Big Toad Sage. In order to facilitate the practice of their descendants, the natural energy inside has become more adapted to the practice of their respective races. According to the 3 attributes of natural energy, practicing the Myoboki Mountain immortal art will strengthen the practitioner's own innate attributes, but now practicing the Myoboki Mountain immortal art will strengthen the practitioner's innate attributes towards the toad, and the direction of strengthening has been determined. Practicing the immortal art of the Earth Dragon Cave should have been able to create any life form, but now it can only create snake-shaped life. Does the immortal art of the Wet Bone Forest have these disadvantages? Nguyen asked in confusion. Of course, because I have no descendants, there is no need to do this. The slug immortal smiled slightly, as if he was a little proud. In fact, if you want to truly grasp the 3 attributes of natural energy, the best way is to stay away from the 3 holy places, and practice outside the holy places. The slug immortal said with some emotion. Why? Nguyen frowned and asked. The slug immortal did not hesitate, and told Nguyen everything he knew truthfully. It turns out that, in order to practice the most perfect immortal art, you must fully master the 3 attributes of the 3 natural energies. Originally, as long as you go to the 3 holy places to practice, you can master these 3 attributes respectively. However, now the natural energy of the Earth Dragon Cave in Myoboki Mountain is no longer pure. Practitioners cannot master the pure attributes of creating life and strengthening life through practice in the Earth Dragon Cave in Myoboki Mountain. They can only practice in the Wet Bone Forest and master the attribute of healing life. Once you practice immortal arts in the Wet Bone Forest and successfully master the healing life attribute of natural energy, then it will be extremely difficult for you to master the attributes of creating life and strengthening life, or even completely lose hope. The slug immortal continued with some emotion. Do you still want to practice immortal arts in the Wet Bone Forest now? Can't you first master the healing life attribute of natural energy in the Wet Bone Forest, and then slowly practice the other 2 attributes? Nguyen frowned and asked. Chapter 158 The Secret of Chakra. The slug sage was silent for a long time, and said, yes, but it will be extremely difficult, and it will be more difficult than practicing immortal arts outside the Holy Land. Nguyen basically understood the meaning of the slug sage's words. Natural energy can be combined with chakra to become immortal chakra. Using ninjutsu with immortal chakra can greatly enhance the power of ninjutsu. However, the role of natural energy is not just to combine with chakra to generate immortal chakra. Like chakra, natural energy can also have incredible abilities when used alone. This ability is mainly manifested in 3 aspects, namely the 3 abilities of creating life, strengthening life, and healing life. Only when these 3 ability attributes of natural energy are fully mastered, can it be considered a perfect mastery of natural energy and a perfect immortal art. However, for Nguyen now, practicing immortal arts is more important to use natural abilities to cultivate immortal chakra. Only in this way can it cause damage to the owner of the Samsara. As for the 3 ability attributes of natural energy, they are not within Nguyen's current consideration. Slug immortal, I have decided to practice immortal arts here. Muen said with a firm look. Seeing that Muen had made a decision, the slug immortal did not persuade him anymore. He jumped down from the throne and walked towards the space behind the throne. Since you have decided, follow me, Muen. Muen hurriedly took 2 steps at a time and followed the slug immortal to the back of the throne. He saw a circular doorway emitting white light, which was slowly rotating. The slug immortal walked in without any hesitation. Muen hurriedly followed, and after a while, he came to a space full of green. He saw various types of green plants growing in competition, and the tip of his nose could faintly smell the faint fragrance of flowers. Not far away, there were even ripe fruits and vegetables of various colors falling on the ground. Everything seemed to be full of vitality. Muen, this is the real Holy Land. Next, you will feel the natural energy here, and practice accepting the natural energy. The slug sage closed his eyes and smiled happily. After arriving at this place, the slug sage seemed to be much happier. Then, under the guidance of the slug sage, Muen began to practice the immortal arts. When Muen entered the holy land of the wet bone forest and began to practice the immortal arts, 4 dusty ninjas came to the entrance of Konoha village. The 4 were all around 20 years old. One of them had golden hair and a smile on his face, giving people a feeling of spring breeze, solidity, and stability. It was Minato Namikaze. Minato, this time it's really thanks to you, otherwise the mission would probably fail. The person who spoke had black hair and a short braid tied behind his head. His clothes were tattered, and his face was full of fatigue. It was obvious that there were 2 new wounds on the corner of his right eye, and on his right face. It was obvious that he had experienced a big battle. This person is the brain of the new generation of Ino, Deer and Chow of Konoha, Nerishikaku, who represents Deer. Needless to say, the other 2, the fat and red-haired one is Akimichi Choza, who represents Chow. The one with dark yellow hair and a humble face is Yamanaka Inoichi, who represents Pig. It's still a mission. If it weren't for Minato, it's hard to say whether the 3 of us can come back alive. Akimichi Choza said in a muffled voice with a tired look on his face. That's right, Minato. We 3 will remember your life-saving grace. Yamanaka Inoichi's tone was a bit of relief after surviving a disaster. We are all from the same village. Whatever I do is just my duty. There is no way to talk about the so-called life-saving grace. Seeing that Minato's tone was frank and his face was serious, he didn't seem to be pretending, and the 3 of them admired Minato even more. You 3, we have arrived at the village. I have something else to do, so let's say goodbye here. Minato said goodbye to the 3 people and left, and the 3 of them also waved goodbye. Is this the style of the 2 stars of Konoha? I originally thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but now it seems that they are really worthy of the name. I just don't know what the other one will be like. Yamanaka Inoichi said with emotion. I heard that the 2 stars have a very good relationship, but I don't know if it's true or not. Akimichi Choza said. It's true, but these 2 people are also in the vortex of the village. I hope there will be a good result in the end. Nerishikaku seemed to know more. Seeing the other 2 people's curious eyes, he told them some of the things he knew. After hearing a series of things such as the Ninetales Jinkriki Uzumaki Kushina being Minato's lover, the conflict between Moon and the Shimura family, etc., the 3 of them were obviously silent for a while. No matter what, we will still support Minato if we have the chance in the future, just as a way to repay him for saving our lives this time. Akimichi Choza said with sharp eyes and firmness. Besides, compared to Shimura Danzo and his ilk, I trust Minato more. Yamanaka Inoichi on the side did not speak, but looked at Nerishikaku on the side. After all, the affairs of the 3 clans are basically decided by the smart Deer. Nerishikaku smiled slightly, stretched his waist, and said, of course. At this time, Hinata Rakizuki, the genius of the Hyuga branch family and the Hyuga clan, who broke through the limit of the branch family and the use of the Byakugan, was holding his son. His face was livid, and his eyes were burning with anger. On the forehead of his son, who had just been born, there was a blue cross mark and 2 hooks in the opposite direction. What else could it be but the caged bird curse seal? Akizuki. At this time, a woman walked to Hinata Rakizuki, holding a white cloth in her hand, and looked at Hinata Rakizuki with worry. The woman had a pretty face and large white eyes, and was obviously a member of the Hyuga clan. There was a white cloth tied on her forehead, which seemed to be covering something. This woman was Hyuga Rakizuki's wife, Hyuga Mika. She did not have the talent to open the Byakugan, and was just an ordinary member of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Mika's voice pulled Hyuga Rakizuki back from the edge of rage. Hyuga Rakizuki suppressed his anger, and looked at his wife. His eyes gradually became gentle. He cooperated with his wife and gently tied the white cloth on his son's forehead. Watching Hyuga Mika holding his son and gradually walking away, Hyuga Rakizuki's eyes gradually became cold, and the idea of wanting to change in his heart was unprecedentedly hot. There are 4 clans in the Hyuga clan. Except for the clan leader's clan, the other 3 clans each hold the position of elder. The clan leader and the 3 elders jointly preside over all matters of the Hyuga clan. Among the 4 clansmen of the Hyuga clan, only one person in each generation can be classified as the main family, and the rest of the clansmen are all branch families. They must be imprinted with the caged bird curse seal from birth, and their life and death are controlled by the main family. Deep in the sacred land of the wet bone forest, Muen sat cross-legged on the ground, and the slug immortal stared at Muen with a serious expression. After a period of practice, under the patient guidance of the slug immortal, Muen's spirit has been able to break free from the vast power of natural forces. At this time, the natural energy between heaven and earth is being drawn into the body. Muen carefully tore off a tiny strand from the vast power of nature, slowly absorbed it into the body, and made the body slowly adapt to the changes in natural energy. In this process, Muen felt that his whole body was bitten by thousands of ants, which was both itchy and painful. In this case, Muen must also concentrate on controlling the operation of natural energy, and there must not be any mistakes. Of course, in such a situation, even Muen will make mistakes. Whenever Muen made a mistake, and it seemed that something unexpected was about to happen, the slug immortal beside him could always find it in time and flick his tail on Muen, knocking the natural energy that was running wild in Muen's body out of his body. Seeing Muen's painful face, sweating all over his body, and shaking like a sieve, the slug immortal knew that the natural energy in Muen's body had gone out of control. The next moment, Muen had already flown out. After a while, Muen got up from the ground, came to the side of the slug immortal, and said, "Thank you for saving my life, slug immortal." The slug immortal looked at Muen for a while, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Very good, it should be successful soon. Your body has begun to adapt to natural energy. Immortal, what happened to those who did not adapt to natural energy in the end?" Muen asked with some curiosity. In his impression, those who failed to practice immortal arts in Miyabu Mountain would turn into frogs and petrify. It will become fertilizer. Muen, you must practice quickly. I don't have that much patience to help you practice all the time. Although Muen couldn't tell the expression of the slug immortal, he could still hear from the tone of his answer that he seemed quite happy. The slug immortal did not lie. In fact, the slug immortal rarely helped ninjas practice immortal arts. That was a treatment only for a very small number of people who were favored by the slug immortal. Of course, this was also the reason why most ninjas did not have the talent to practice immortal arts. In the eyes of the slug immortal, those people would not succeed even with his help, so why should he waste his time and energy? Muen shuddered, immediately sat cross-legged again, and began to practice immortal arts. 2 days later, Muen's immortal arts practice was basically successful. At this time, Muen and the slug immortal came to the hall again. "Very good, you can practice outside the Holy Land." The slug immortal nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Don't be lazy, you are not very proficient in the immortal arts now." Muen nodded and thanked the slug immortal again. At the same time, the slug immortal saw his puzzled expression. "If you have anything to ask, I'm in a good mood now, just ask, no need to be nagging." Muen did not hesitate anymore, and saw that black stripes appeared on his face while he was concentrating, especially outside the eyebrows and eye sockets. He had entered the immortal mode. The sword light in Muen's right hand condensed, and he raised his left hand and cut a very deep wound, but he saw that the wound on his arm was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, before the wound was completely healed, Muen exited the immortal mode. "Sage, this should be the healing power of natural energy, but this power seems to be similar to the effect of Yangtsuku chakra. After saying that, Muen formed seals with his hands, and the ultimate Yangtsuku chakra condensed and gathered on the wound that had not yet completely healed. However, the wound was healing at a speed no slower than before. Slug Sage looked surprised, then showed an admiring look on his face, and said reminiscingly, "It's just like Senju Hashirama. What do you think is the difference between chakra and natural energy?" Slug Sage asked. "I don't know. Please help me, Immortal. Chakra is actually a kind of natural energy." The Slug Immortal's face became much more serious, and then he said, "But chakra is not the natural energy of our world. In ancient times, a visitor from another world brought a seed and planted it on this planet. This seed is the seed condensed from the natural energy of another world, and it grows by absorbing the natural energy of our world. At the beginning, the will of our world did not find anything wrong, but as the seed took root and sprouted, until it grew into a towering tree, and produced a fruit, the natural energy of our world began to gradually dry up, and then our world will react. It was at this time that the will of our world began to plan a counterattack. The three holy places appeared in front of the world under the influence of the world's will. I, the old toad, and the white snake, were the first to enter the three holy places, mastered the natural energy, and became the so-called immortals. At the same time, we also received the revelation of the world's will, which is to deal with the enemies of the other world. Under the planning of the old toad, our plan succeeded. The tree from the other world was cut down, and the instigator has been sealed. However, the natural energy of the other world, chakra, has survived in the bodies of ninjas in our world. Our world has been trying to digest this power, but it has not succeeded so far." Muen was almost stunned. The existence of the world's will was mentioned by the Slug Immortal during Muen's practice of immortal arts. According to the Slug Immortal, in the process of practicing immortal arts, the vast power of natural energy seems to be the unconscious emission of the dormant world's will. Since chakra is a natural energy of the other world, then will there be many people in the other world? Will there be more visitors from the other world than the one who is sealed? Do we still have many enemies? After hearing this, Muen unconsciously associated these in his mind and asked. The Slug Immortal was silent for a moment, and said, "Who knows these things, but the world's will warned us again not long ago, and it seems that turmoil will appear again in the near future. So, Muen, you have to work hard. After practicing immortal arts, you have the obligation and responsibility to fight for the will of our world." Muen frowned. These things today were not in the comics he knew. At this time, Muen also regretted not taking a good look at Naruto Next Generations. Maybe there would be more information there. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 159 Jinkriki Namikaze Minato. Muen inexplicably had a feeling that he was about to participate in an interstellar war. This was a battle between two life races in the vast starry sky. The battle between ninjas was immediately elevated to a battle between two worlds. Shaking his head, Muen dispelled the irrelevant fantasies in his mind, and assured the Slug Sage, "When that day comes, I will definitely not refuse." "That's good." The Slug Sage nodded, then closed his eyes for a while, as if sensing something, and then said, "Well, Tsunade girl is ready, you can return to Konoha." Hearing this, Muen bowed to the Slug Sage on the throne. After a while, he felt as he and Muen had arrived at the office of Konoha Hospital. "I'm back. How did you get it?" Seeing Muen return safely, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and asked hurriedly, "I barely succeeded in my training, and I should be able to fight a short battle. Natural energy is vast and violent, and it is basically impossible to absorb it temporarily during a battle. Toad Sage Jiraiya had to use celestial arts to fight for a long time, and he had to merge with Fukasaku and Shima Sage, relying on the two sages to absorb natural energy. When Uzumaki Naruto used celestial arts to fight, he used his shadow clones to absorb the natural energy between heaven and earth. When the natural energy of the original body was exhausted, he would absorb the natural energy in the clone to fight. Senju Hashirama would only use the sage mode at the final moment of the decisive battle. Therefore, Muen had never thought about being able to fight in the sage mode all the time. Being able to store more natural energy in the body through daily hard training and extend the fighting time was Muen's highest pursuit. It's fine as long as you can practice successfully. But Tsunade was obviously relieved and then said, there are many people looking for you these days, so I won't keep you for now. You can go and do your own things first. Hearing this, Muen said goodbye to Tsunade and left. Although he had achieved good results in 2 consecutive days of practice, Muen was indeed quite tired now and just wanted to go home early and have a good rest. But it seems that things don't go as planned. Walking on the bustling streets of Konoha, Muen met Minato Namikaze, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. However, what surprised Muen was that Kushina didn't appear beside Minato. Muen, it's really you. Minato's face was full of excitement. He came up to him and said, Kushina said you're back, but I've been looking for you for 2 days, but I haven't seen you. After all, they haven't seen each other for more than 2 years. Muen was very happy at this time. The feeling of fatigue was diluted a lot. He smiled slightly and said, I went to a more interesting place and just came back. Why, do you have something to talk to me about? Muen asked immediately. Minato pursed his lips and said, there are indeed some things, but this is not the place to talk. Let's talk about it somewhere else. Seeing Minato's serious face, Muen also restrained the smile on his face and said seriously, then let's go to my house first. After that, the two of them regained their calmness and walked towards Muen's home as if nothing had happened. After arriving at Moon's yard, Moon and Minato sat opposite each other and said, tell me, is there anything you can't do, that you still need my help? Minato did not hesitate and directly told Moon all his thoughts, saying, Moon, you have fought with Uchiha Madara. Whether from your real experience or from the legend, Uchiha Madara's strength should not be underestimated. No matter how I calculate, with my current strength, it seems that I have no confidence in fighting him. After knowing in advance that Uchiha Madara, the enemy who existed in the legend, was still alive in the world, facing unprecedented pressure, Minato's strength has been improving at a very fast speed. In addition, Moon's self-created strengthening body technique and refining spirit technique did not have any reservations for Minato. Moon was sure that Minato's strength at this time was at least 1 level stronger than Minato in the same timeline in the comics. However, even so, there is indeed an almost insurmountable gap between Minato's strength and Uchiha Madara. Therefore, Moon agreed with Minato's statement. So, what are your plans? Muen asked. Minato looked at Muen seriously with a solemn expression and said, since I can't catch up with Uchiha Madara by myself, the only way is to find external forces. I want to become the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Muen was stunned by Minato's words for a long time. Muen thought of many possibilities, but he didn't think that Minato's method would be this. However, if you think about it carefully, this is also Minato's style of doing things. It was this man in front of him who sealed the Ninetales in his newborn son in order to defeat Uchiha Madara. But now the Ninetales is sealed in Kushina's body. If the Ninetales is taken away from Kushina's body, Kushina will die. Muen frowned. He didn't think that Minato would disregard Kushina's life and death for the so-called strength. If Minato really became such a person, Muen might turn against him on the spot. Moon, what are you thinking? How could I choose to sacrifice Kushina for power? A gentle look appeared on Minato's face, and he murmured, if Kushina is gone, then what's the point of me pursuing this power? Seeing such a Minato, Moon thought to himself, sure enough, this is the Minato I know. Only to hear Minato continue, Moon, you should know that the Uzumaki family has a seal that can die together with the enemy, the Shiki seal. Seeing Moon nodded, Minato continued, the Shiki seal can forcibly separate the enemy's soul from the body and seal it. I want to separate the soul of the Ninetales from its body. Kushina and I will each seal a part. In this way, I can obtain the power of the Ninetales, and I can also slightly reduce Kushina's burden. After all, the power of the Ninetales is really too great. Moon already understood Minato's thoughts and said, now you lack a method to separate the soul and body of the Ninetales, right? Minato said rather embarrassedly, that's right, but I know that you are a genius in ninjutsu, Moon, so I just wanted to ask if you have any good ideas. I do have a ready-made idea, but this must be approved by the Ninetales. Would the Ninetales agree to just split it in half for no reason? Moon said with a little doubt. Kushina and I have discussed it with the Ninetales, and it has agreed, Minato said hurriedly. Moon was a little surprised. Logically speaking, with the arrogant character of the Ninetales, it would never agree to such a ridiculous thing. However, according to Minato, it actually agreed to such a ridiculous proposal. Moon was willing to believe Minato, so he had to put aside his doubts for the time being. Well, when do we start? Minato said anxiously. The sooner the better, the better. Muen immediately made a decision. Then let's wait until the evening. I have consumed a lot of energy in the past 2 days. I'm very tired now. Let me have a good rest first. After saying that, without waiting for Minato's response, Muen yawned and turned back to the room to sleep. Muen slept peacefully. When he woke up from his sleep, the moon was already high in the sky. The moonlight had shone through the window onto his bed, and it was particularly quiet outside the window. Muen walked to the window and looked into the yard. He saw Namake's Minato, Uzumaki Kushina and Kuramaki An. The three of them were enjoying the moonlight and chatting about something. At this time, Muen remembered that he had promised Minato that tonight would be the time for him to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Muen jumped down from the window and came to the yard. I've rested well, let's go. At this time, Kuramahuan walked towards the kitchen and said with a smile, why are you in such a hurry? Eat something first. Muen didn't feel anything at first, but after hearing Kuramahuan's words, Muen immediately felt hungry. After a while, Kuramahuan had prepared a large table of delicious food. It was obvious that it had been prepared long ago, waiting for Muen to get up and enjoy it. After a while, the four of them had eaten and drunk enough. Under the guidance of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, the four of them came to the valley again. At the beginning, Kushina had just become the Ninetale Jinchuriki not long ago, and the four of them fought a fierce battle with the runaway Kushina here. Muen looked around and found that the damage caused by the last test of the power of the Ninetales had been covered by green vegetation, leaving no trace. Are you ready? Muen asked loudly. At this time, Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were sitting opposite each other, and Muen was standing between them. Kuramahuan was a little further away, looking here nervously. We're ready. Kushina and Minato replied seriously. Muen stopped talking nonsense and used his spirit hand directly. The spiritualized big hand extended directly into Kushina's abdomen, where the nine-tailed fox was sealed. With Kushina's cooperation, the spirit hand passed through the seal, came into the sealed space, and directly imprinted on the forehead of the nine-tailed fox who was waiting in a serious battle. Muen's spirit hand grabbed in the air, and the spirit of the nine-tailed fox slowly passed through the seal with Muen's spiritual hand, and a fox head slowly emerged from Kushina's abdomen. What the nine-tailed fox and Kushina didn't notice was that as the spirit of the nine-tailed fox slowly left the body, an ink-colored mark on the forehead of the nine-tailed fox was slowly disappearing. It was Muen who took the opportunity to leave his Flying Thunder God mark on the nine-tailed fox. When half of the nine-tailed spirit passed through the seal and appeared in the outside world through Kushina's abdomen, Muen looked at Minato and shouted, "Minato, Vajra seal." Minato did not hesitate at all. A dozen golden chains suddenly appeared behind him and entangled the nine-tailed spirit. Of course, the nine-tails was faster than this. Almost at the same time when Muen shouted, the nine-tailed spirit began to struggle frantically. Although the ability of Muen's secret technique Spirit Hand has made great progress, it was the first time to use it on the huge chakra volume of the Ninetales, and it was still broken free in an instant. At this time, several golden chains also appeared behind Kushina, entangled the Ninetales spirit, and prevented it from escaping the seal. "Ninetales, didn't you promise us?" Kushina said to the Ninetales with an angry face. The nine-tailed fox struggled and roared, "How can I let you youngsters manipulate me like this? It's a pity that Muen is too alert. Otherwise, when my spirit is completely out of the seal, I will be free again." It turned out that the nine-tailed fox had no intention of agreeing to Minato Namake's from the beginning to the end. It was just playing along. When its spirit was completely out of the body, it would be free again. However, what the nine-tailed fox did not expect was that Muen did not give it this opportunity. Before its spirit was completely out of the body and out of the seal, it was ready to seal its spirit with the Vajra seal without leaving any gaps. Nguyen originally felt very incredible that the nine-tailed fox agreed to this plan. Although he put aside his doubts for the time being out of trust in Minato, he agreed to jointly implement this plan. But his vigilance against the nine-tailed fox did not decrease much. At this time, the nine-tailed fox's plan was exposed, and it was naturally a thing of the past to regain its freedom. With the joint efforts of Minato and Kushina, its spirit was gradually pulled back into the sealed space. With the current strength and means of Nguyen and his companions, they naturally would not be afraid of the spirit of the Nine-Tails. However, if it was determined to escape for freedom, it would be very likely to succeed with the power brought by its huge amount of chakra. Kushina was no longer the Jinkriki at this time. Her understanding of the sealing technique was no longer the same as before. No matter how the Nine-Tails struggled and roared in the sealed space, the seal showed no signs of instability. It seems that our honeymoon period with the Nine-Tails is over, Nguyen said with emotion when he saw the Nine-Tails being sealed again. Nguyen, I'm sorry, I didn't think it through, Minato said with a very annoyed tone and some self-blame. Sure enough, there is no shortcut to improve strength. It seems that we still have to be down to earth and improve step by step. Nguyen walked to Minato's side, patted his shoulder, and said, Minato, don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter what kind of enemy we face, we can face it together. You are not fighting alone. Besides, we are still young, our strength is improving, and Uchiha Madara and his ilk will only continue to weaken. Kushina also showed a worried look, looked at Minato, and hesitated to speak. At this time, Minato gradually calmed down and said, yes, Nguyen, I was a little anxious, and I won't do it again in the future. Kushina, I'm sorry to make you worry. Minato turned his head to look at Kushina, and said with a slight smile. The sunny and confident Minato Namikaze seemed to be back again. Chapter 160 Bad in a Cage. The moon was high in the sky, and the night was slightly cool. After parting with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Nguyen sent Kia and Kirama home as usual. Kia and Kirama walked aside, and when he saw Nguyen looking at him, he pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. You are worried about Minato and Kushina. Nguyen also understood what Kia and Kurama wanted to say, smiled slightly, and said, don't worry, Minato just put too much pressure on himself, and was a little too impatient. He will be fine. No matter how outstanding a person is, when facing a strong crisis, it is inevitable that he will panic and make some wrong choices. And the more people can maintain their composure and face difficulties in times of crisis, regardless of their final success or failure, they will be great heroes. But no matter who grows into a hero, the process cannot be smooth sailing, and it requires setbacks and tempering. All along, Minato's growth can be said to be smooth sailing. Just after graduation, Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, became his teacher. After that, he was cultivated by the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his practice of ninjutsu secrets has always been smooth sailing. Therefore, the failure of this operation may not be a bad thing for Minato. In fact, in Nguyen's view, this setback is still not deep enough. If it were not for the fear of causing some more unpredictable consequences, Nguyen had considered that this time he would directly let the spirit of the nine-tailed fox go and give Minato a bigger blow. Nguyen believes that after this failure and blow, a person like Minato will definitely be able to grow more, and he will definitely be a hero. In the history of the original comics, Minato used the Shiki seal at the cost of his own life in order to seal the nine-tailed fox. In Nguyen's view, with Minato's strength, this would definitely not be the best choice. On the one hand, Uzumaki Kushina had passed away at that time, and Minato's choice had a hint of love suicide. On the other hand, it was caused by Minato's lack of tempering and insufficient estimation of difficulties. Of course, the intrigue and power struggle within the village is also one of the important reasons. Well, I'm afraid that Minato will act too hastily, and it will be Sister Kushina who gets hurt in the end. Kurama Huan smiled again and said, but with Moon here, there will be no problem. Of course. Moon laughed. On the other side, Namikaze Minato had already sent Uzumaki Kushina to the doorstep. It's all because of the Nine-Tails, who went back on his word. Kushina seemed a little exasperated, but the worry in her eyes could not be concealed, and how could the attentive Minato not see it? Kushina, don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Minato stroked Kushina's hair, smiled slightly, and said, this is my own fault, don't blame the Ninetales. Now the timing is not very suitable. If there is a chance, please apologize to the Ninetales for me. Then, Minato shook his head again and said, no, I will apologize to it in person, when the time comes. Seeing that Minato did not seem to be pretending, and had indeed adjusted, Kushina's worry disappeared, and she smiled happily again. Time passed in a flash, and another 3 days passed, and it was still the time when the moon was high in the sky. After more than 2 years, Muen met the 6-member group of the Mutual Aid Association again at the same time. It was still in the same place, but this time, everyone was more casual. Everyone sat on the ground and reported to Muen on the development of the Mutual Aid Association in the past 2 years. Before this, Muen had already learned some of the situation through Yosuke. At this time, it sounded similar. In general, the number of people in the Mutual Aid Association has more than tripled compared to 2 years ago. And under the exploration of the group of 6, a strict internal system has been formed. Muen was very satisfied with all of this, stood up and bowed, saying, thank you for your hard work in the past 2 years. Next, we can focus on developing some family ninjas, including some ninjas from branch families of large families who hope to change. If they can accept our ideas, even ninjas from the main family are acceptable. Muen looked at the 6 people who seemed to be thinking about something, and then said, however, we will never accept those extremists who hope to change. What kind of ninjas are considered extremists? Mu Gongdeo asked with some doubts. Our philosophy is mutual understanding, mutual help. In essence, we hope to change the unfair situation of ninjas, so that the strong can understand and help the weak, and ultimately achieve equality. That's right, isn't it? Seeing that the 6 people of Mu Gongdeo all nodded in agreement, Muen continued, but some people don't want this kind of change. They want to step on the high and mighty ninjas, and become the high and mighty ninjas themselves. Civilian ninjas want to establish a powerful family and gain control of family power. Small family ninjas want their families to grow, and become big families. Branch ninjas want to replace the main ninjas and gain greater power. These ideas are also human nature and there is nothing wrong with them. However, our Mutual Aid Association does not welcome such people. Our Mutual Aid Association will not and cannot become a stepping stone for these people to realize their ambitions. Muen's words touched the hearts of these people. Come to think of it, there are still quite a lot of people like this inside our Mutual Aid Association. Matt Day said solemnly, do all these people need to be cleared out of the Mutual Aid Association? Clearing out of the Mutual Aid Association is only the last resort. Muen said in a calm tone, we must first focus on persuasion and education. Those die-hard stubborn element who really cannot be changed must be cleared out of the Mutual Aid Association. At this point, Muen's expression became more serious than ever, and he said, unless it is absolutely necessary, we will not overthrow the village, nor will we seek to destroy any family, but we will seek change, and we need to be more fair. Of course, we will also encounter unprecedented obstacles, and there will definitely be bloodshed and death. Therefore, we need more powerful forces. Hinata Rakizuki, Uchiha Cheng, the matter of absorbing family ninjas will be left to you two. Muen began to arrange the subsequent work tasks and said, Kume Koto, Sasaki So, you two should do a good job of internal purification. The ideas of our mutual aid society must be consistent. Pharmacist Nono, Might Day, hospitals and schools are the best places to spread and develop our ideas. You must grasp the advantages of your positions. The group of 6 stood up, looked at each other, and bowed. And the most important point is that according to the current situation, a war will come soon, and the intensity will not be inferior to the previous 2 Ninja World Wars. Everyone must be prepared. According to the vague impression in Muen's mind, the outbreak of the 3rd Ninja World War will come soon, if nothing unexpected happens. The group of 6 looked at each other, and their expressions became more solemn than ever. They had no doubts about Muen's judgment. After Muen warned that the war was about to start, except for Hinata Rakizuki who was kept by Muen, the others left with solemn expressions. They wanted to convey this information to all members of the Mutual Aid Society. Kyoyu, I'm sorry. I was not in the village when you got married and had children, so I was not able to offer you my blessings in time. Muen said rather embarrassedly. Tell me if there is anything in the future. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it without hesitation. Hearing this, Hinata Kyoyu looked at Muen with clear eyes and said excitedly, Captain Muen, I have no other requirements. I hope that the Mutual Aid Association can develop better and better and change the current situation of the Hyuga clan as soon as possible. The tradition of the Hyuga clan has been overwhelming me. Why is the fate of our branch family destined from the moment we were born? I don't accept it. I still remember that when Hinata Kyoyu first joined the Muen team, he was still a young man who was proud of Hyuga. He even challenged Inuzuka Shida many times for the so-called glory of the big family. I didn't expect that he would change so much over the years, and even showed some hatred for the family in his words. Hinata Kyoyu, who had just had a son and became a father, should have been the happiest time in his life. Thinking of this, Muen immediately reacted. His eyes became sharper than ever, looking at Hinata Rakizuki, and said, "What happened?" Without waiting for Hinata Rakizuki to answer, Muen continued, "Is it because of the child?" Hinata Rakizuki's face was full of grief and indignation, and said, "Yes, my son has been engraved with the bird in a cage curse. I always thought that the time of engraving the curse would be a little later, but I didn't expect it to be done as soon as he was born." Muen's face also became a little ugly, and he said, "Can't we wait until the child grows up and confirm his talent? How many talented children will be ruined by engraving the curse like this?" Muen finally understood why the Uchiha clan could evolve the Mangeki, but no one in the Hyuga clan's Byakugan could evolve the Samsara. Other possible reasons aside, the bird in a cage curse destroyed a large number of talented children, which must be one of the main reasons. Although I know that the bird in a cage did guarantee the inheritance of the Hyuga clan during the war, I still don't accept it. Hyuga Rakizuki continued, "Aren't the Uchiha clan afraid of having their eyes taken away by the enemy? Why don't they have the so-called curse seal? Didn't they survive the war?" In Muen's view, the greatest role of the bird in a cage curse seal is to maintain the ruling structure of the entire family and forcibly guarantee the unity of the entire family. This can guarantee the combat effectiveness of the entire family to the greatest extent during the war. Relatively speaking, the so-called prevention of the outflow of white eyes is just a side effect. The reason why the Uchiha clan does not have similar means is also easy to deduce. First of all, it can be confirmed that the Uchiha clan does not have means such as bird in a cage. Of course, it is not, because the Uchiha clan is stupid and cannot develop the corresponding secret method. This is probably related to the eternal Mangekyo. Imagine that a certain Uchiha clan member finally has the opportunity to obtain the eternal Mangekyo, but when he dug out the eyes of his loved ones, the eyes were damaged due to the curse seal. This is unacceptable to the Uchiha who pursues power above all else. Moreover, after using similar means, it is possible to limit the power of the Sharingan, which is even more unacceptable. Under the blessing of the bird in the cage curse seal, it seems that the only way to change the tradition of the Hyuga clan is for the clan members to take the initiative to change it. Muen understood that under the influence of the bird in the cage, the entire Hyuga clan is an internal kingdom, and no one can change it. Seeing Kyoyu's confused look, his entire spirit seemed to collapse. Muen continued, "Of course there are other ways." "What way?" Hyuga Kyoyu asked hurriedly. "That means relying on external force to break the bird in a cage curse seal." Hearing Muen's words, Hinata Rakizuki's eyes, which had just lit up, dimmed again in an instant, and said, "It's impossible, Muen. Once the bird in a cage curse seal is engraved, it cannot be broken. As long as you try to break it, the final result will be the destruction of the eyes and the death of the person. Believe me, Akizuki, there is no invincible ninjutsu, and there will be no unbreakable curse seal." Muen looked at Hinata Rakizuki, who was a little depressed, with a calm and confident tone. Facing Muen's confident eyes, Hinata Rakizuki was infected, and he inexplicably gained some confidence. He pulled off the forehead protector on his forehead and said, "Then take a look at my curse seal first." The curse seal on Hinata Rakizuka's forehead appeared in front of Muen's eyes, with a blue cross mark in the middle and 2 hooks in the opposite direction on both sides of the mark. Muen injected a trace of his chakra into Hinata Kihuayu's body and said, "Kihuayu, open your eyes and see." Hinata Kihuayu heard this, condensed chakra in his eyes, and shouted softly, "Bayan, open," only to see the meridians on his cheeks, and behind the corners of his eyes suddenly bulged. It was the appearance of opening the Byakugan. And Muen also experienced the process of opening his eyes through the operation of his chakra. Muen closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and sensed the Byakugan little by little, and the operation of the bird in the cage curse on Hinata Kihuayu's forehead, sometimes frowning, sometimes showing an expression of sudden enlightenment, until the sky gradually began to brighten. Hinata Kihuayu's forehead was sweating, and gradually when he was about to collapse. After all, opening the Byakugan is also a very chakra consuming thing. Muen finally opened his eyes. Hinata Kihuayu looked at Muen with an expectant look, and said weakly, "How is it, Captain Muen?" Muen did not speak, but used the spiritual hand, and pulled out the spirit body of Hinata Kihuayu, before he could react. Sure enough, the bird in a cage curse still exists on Hinata Kihuayu's spirit. At this point, Muen has roughly understood why the bird in a cage cannot be cracked. After Muen's observation, although it is difficult to crack the bird in a cage, it is not completely impossible. But why do all attempts to crack the bird in a cage eventually result in the destruction of the eyes and the death of the person? That is because there are actually 2 bird in a cage curses. One is located on the physical body and the other is dark, which are both independent and related to each other. Chapter 161, Breaking Out of the Cage. Bird in a cage curse is divided into Yang curse and Yin curse. The Yang curse is in the physical body, and the Yin curse is in the spirit body. The Yang curse and Yin curse transform and interact with each other. Anyone who tries to remove the bird in a cage curse, if they cannot remove the Yin curse and Yang curse at the same time, will cause the bird in a cage curse to be activated, and then the cursed person's eyes will be destroyed, and the person will die. Muen combined Hinata Kihuayu's spiritual body and physical body into one. Although he was extremely shocked by Muen's method, Hinata Kihuayu was most concerned about whether the bird in a cage could be removed. Facing Hinata Kihuayu's hopeful eyes, Muen didn't want to keep it a secret anymore, and said with a smile, "I have fully understood the bird in a cage curse, and I'm sure I can remove it." "Really?" Hinata Kihuayu showed an expression of disbelief. Seeing Muen smiling and confirming, Hinata Kihuayu couldn't help laughing, and the corners of his eyes were wet. A mountain pressing on Hinata Kihuayu's heart was just removed. After a while, Hinata Kihuayu calmed down from his ecstasy, and couldn't help thinking about the impact of removing the bird in the cage on the entire family. "Captain Muen, am I really right to do this?" When he saw the dawn of hope for something he had been thinking about day and night, Hinata Kihuayu became a little worried. Muen also knew that Hinata Kihuayu was not trying to back down, nor was he not determined to change the family. He just needed encouragement from others. "Of course it's right. Maybe there will be some opposition in the process of change, and there may be some bloodshed and sacrifice. But for the family, I firmly believe that this is a progress." Sure enough, Hinata Kihuayu's eyes became more determined than ever, and he said, "Then please remove the bird in the cage for me first." "Thank you, Captain Muen." To Hinata Kihuayu's surprise, Muen actually shook his head slightly and rejected his proposal. "Captain Muen, I absolutely cannot ask other people to experiment with this kind of thing." Hinata Kihuayu thought that Muen was not absolutely sure and didn't want him to take risks. "What are you thinking about? It's already dawn. I've worked so hard all night. Can't you let me rest for a while?" In the process of analyzing the bird in the cage curse seal and the white eyes, although there was no big movement on the body, Muen's spirit was indeed exhausted to the limit. At this time, Muen just wanted to go home and have a good rest. How could he have the energy to remove the bird in the cage curse seal now? Hinata Kihuayu realized that he had misunderstood Muen at this time. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Then I will wait until the evening to find you." Then, the two parted ways. At night, in the courtyard of Muen's home. At this time, Muen was sitting in the courtyard with high spirits, explaining the strengthening body technique and refining spirit technique to Minato Namake's Kushina, Uzumaki and Kian Kurama. After all, the more you understand the theory of the practice of these two secret techniques, the easier it will be to practice. After the plan to rely on the nine-tailed fox to improve his strength failed, Minato Namikaze did not become decadent. On the contrary, his eyes seemed to become more determined. Strengthening the body and refining the soul are extremely difficult, but Minato can basically understand any related knowledge immediately, as long as Muen explains it once. Even Muen was extremely shocked by this. Didn't he see that Uzumaki, Kushina and Kurama Kian were still in a state of confusion? Really, am I so stupid? After Muen finished explaining, Kushina pulled her hair and complained. She did try very hard, but with the help of Muen and Minato, she could only barely complete the second volume of strengthening the body and refining the soul. The practice of these two secret techniques is not like the peerless martial arts in Muen's previous life novels, which must be practiced one volume at a time, but depends on the practitioner's qualifications. If your qualifications allow, you can directly practice the last fifth volume. If your qualifications are not good, you can only grind bit by bit, starting from the first volume, and slowly overcome the difficulties. Of course, there will be a big difference between practicing volume 1 and volume 5. On the one hand, when practicing the fifth volume, the physical and spiritual essence will be improved faster. On the other hand, except for the last fifth volume, the physical and spiritual improvement of the first 4 volumes will reach a bottleneck after practicing to a certain stage. Of course, different people will reach different bottlenecks when practicing the same volume. Take Muen and Minato as an example. When practicing the first volume of strengthening the body technique at the same time, if Muen practices to the level of 1/10 of the immortal body, he will reach the limit. Then Minato's limit will definitely be higher than 1/10 of the immortal body. Because, even if Minato does not practice strengthening the body technique, his physical fitness is already above 1/10 of the immortal body, and his limit will naturally be a little higher. However, if you want to practice your body to the level of the immortal body, you must practice the fifth volume of strengthening the body technique. Even if you have a good physical fitness, it is impossible to reach the level of the immortal body after practicing the first 4 volumes. You are not stupid, it's just that Minato and Muen are too abnormal. Kurama Huan on the side also sighed a little. She and Uzumaki Kushina's practice progress is about the same. Don't worry, Kushina. I will help you. I believe you will succeed. Minato smiled and comforted her. Yeah. I will definitely do my best. Uzumaki Kushina nodded, clenched her fists, and cheered herself up. Muen looked at Kurama Kian at this time, and said with a smile, Kian, don't worry, I'm here, and I will definitely help you practice these two secret techniques successfully. I'm not in a hurry. Kurama Kian said with a smile. Anyway, you have the enemy in front, so I don't need to pursue such a strong strength. Dang, 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 dang. Kurama Kian's words were interrupted by the knocking at the gate. Minato and Kushina looked at each other, stood up, and said, Muen, since you have guests visiting, the two of us will say goodbye first. Wait for me, I'll go back first. Kurama Kian stood up from the seat beside him, stuck out her tongue at Muen, and hurriedly followed. Muen hurriedly stood up to see him off. When he opened the door, he saw Hinata Akazuki waiting outside. Oh, it's Sakazuki, you're looking for Moon. Kurama Huan saw Hinata Akazuki and hurriedly greeted him. The few of them exchanged pleasantries again. After a while, Hinata Kiwaju walked into the courtyard of Muen's house, looked at Muen, and said, Captain Muen, I'll think about it carefully when I go back. Can we keep the part of the bird in a cage curse that protects the eyes, and only eliminate the part where the main family controls life and death through the curse? Muen was a little surprised when he heard this, and said, why? Although the bird in a cage curse has greatly restricted the lives of the branch family members, it is also a fact that it protects the clan members. Hinata Kiwaju thought for a while, and then said, if there is no bird in a cage curse, the Hyuga clan will be constantly hunted by the enemy. This is indeed an indisputable fact. You are right, this idea can indeed be realized. Muen pondered for a while, and then said, but if you do this, it will be much more difficult. I'm willing to try it first. Hinata Kiwaju's eyes were firm, without the slightest hesitation, and said, Captain Muen, Do you need to make some preparations, or I will come again tomorrow? That's not necessary. I have already thought about your idea. Muen smiled and said, if you don't mention it, I will bring it up when I remove the curse for you, so you can choose. This time it was Hinata Kyuhyu's turn to be surprised. Now we are in the stage of war. I can't harm the Hinata clan for the so-called change. I have to think more. After Muen had a good rest during the day, he spent a lot of energy thinking about how to deal with the bird in a cage curse to minimize the fluctuations and get the greatest benefits. Let's get started. Muen's expression became serious. Muen once again used his spiritual hand to pull Hinata Kyuhyu's spiritual body out of his body from his forehead. Although he had experienced it once before, Hinata Kyuhyu still felt novel about Muen's methods. Muen looked at the two Hinata Kyuhyu in front of him, one floating in the air and the other lying on the ground, and said, the bird in a cage curse seal is divided into yang curse and yin curse. Separating the spirit from the body can effectively cut off the interaction between the yang curse and the yin curse. After that, Muen began to make a seal and pressed his palm on the forehead of Hinata Kyuhyu who was lying on the ground. In less than a moment, the blue cross mark in the middle of the forehead of Hinata Kyuhyu's body had completely disappeared, leaving only the two blue reverse hooks on both sides of the cross mark. That's right, the blue cross mark is the means by which the main family controls the life and death of the branch family. In Muen's perception, this cross mark directly acts on the brain. The two reverse hooks are the curse seals to protect the eyes. As long as the eyes are forcibly taken away, then under the effect of the hook mark, the eyes will be completely destroyed the moment they leave the eye sockets. The spirit of Hinata Kyuhyu floating in the air naturally saw this scene, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Then, Muen did the same, changing the bird in a cage curse seal on his spirit, and sending his spirit into his body. Under Muen's nervous gaze, Hinata Rakizuki opened his eyes. The curse seal on his forehead did not change in any other way. The cross mark that controlled his life and death had indeed completely disappeared. Muen successfully removed the restrictions of the bird in a cage curse seal for Hinata Rakizuki, which means that from this moment on, Hinata Rakizuki's fate will be completely controlled by himself, and no longer controlled by the main family. Bayan, open. Hinata Rakizuki concentrated chakra in his eyes, and opened his Byakugan immediately. How is it? Muen on the side asked hurriedly. The defects caused by the curse seal on the Byakugan are still there. There is still a blind spot within the 360-degree range, but this blind spot is much smaller now. Hinata Rakizuki turned his head slightly and got the answer. It's just as I expected. Muen nodded and then said, however, when your strength is improved to a certain level and you can protect your eyes well, the remaining curse can be removed by yourself. After that, Muen told Hinata Kyuhyu the method, which was a backdoor left by Muen for him. As long as he practiced the Byakugan to a certain level, he could completely remove the curse. Hinata Kyuhyu's eyes instantly became extremely bright, and Muen seemed to see the light of hope in his eyes. At this time, Hinata Kyuhyu looked at Muen, with hope in his eyes, and said nervously, Captain Muen, can I bring more tribesmen here in the future? Muen did not easily agree to Hinata Kyuhyu this time. After thinking for a while, he said, I can indeed remove the restrictions of birds in a cage for some people from the Hinata branch family, but not all branch family members. Of course, we can't let you work too hard. Hinata Kyuhyu was obviously relieved. It doesn't matter if I'm a little tired. I just don't want to cause unrest within the Hyuga clan right now. Muen shook his head slightly and continued, the war is about to start. The village needs combat power at this time. The Hyuga clan is an important combat force of Konoha and cannot be damaged. Simply put, I'm afraid that some ninjas will go to extremes after the bird in the cage curse is lifted, such as revenge on the main family. Therefore, I can help the Hyuga branch family lift the bird in the cage restrictions, but these people must be a group of people who still have reason and must go through layers of investigation. Hinata Kyuhyu understood Muen's concerns, calmed down, and said solemnly, I will screen them carefully. Then, Hinata Kyuhyu left Muen's house with a lot of thoughts in his mind. It seems that, after lifting the bird in the cage curse, he didn't feel much easier. After all, he has now become the key to changing the Hyuga clan. Every step he takes now is very critical. It is not an exaggeration. to say that it is related to the survival of the family. After watching Hinata Kyuhyou leave, Muen was also full of emotion. If it was before Muen went to the rain country, it would be difficult for even Muen to break the bird in a cage curse so easily. In Muen's observation and research, the bird in a cage curse was engraved by the main family for the branch family with the perfect Byakugan. Muen, who didn't know enough about the Byakugan, definitely needed more research to break it. After research, Muen found that the Uchiha family Sharingan completely belonged to the category of Yindan. The Byakugan of the Hyuga family, which was as famous as it, was an interweaving of Yindan and Yangdan. This is also the reason why Muen was able to analyze the ability of the Byakugan in almost one night. After a close observation of the Samsurai, Muen had a very deep understanding of the transformation relationship between Yindan and Yangdan. However, this also made Muen have a little doubt about the Byakugan. It seems that, if the Byakugan can be practiced to the extreme, it also has a possibility of evolving into the Samsurai. Chapter 162 Prelude to the War. The Konoha police force was established near the Konoha prison. It was created by the second generation Senju Tobirama to integrate and guide the power of the Uchiha clan. Its main task is to maintain the security and stability within the Konoha ninja village, and sometimes it also supports the Anbu to participate in the village's security work. The main members of the police force are all Uchiha clan members. Its symbol is that the center of the shuriken is engraved with the Uchiha clan's family emblem, the fire fan, which also represents the glory of the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Cheng opened his eyes, his strength was recognized by the Uchiha clan, and he was able to join the Konoha police force. In a hurry, Shisu, you two have to be nervous recently, and be prepared for war. Judging from the current situation, the expansion of the scale of the war is inevitable. There are two boys standing in front of Uchiha Cheng, one of whom is about 13 or 14 years old. It is Uchiha Inahori, a former member of the Kurama Kian team. Unlike Uchiha Cheng, Uchiha Inahori's elders are also quite prestigious in the Uchiha clan. Therefore, after successfully opening the Sharingan, he was immediately arranged to join the Konoha police force. Speaking of the process of Uchiha Inahiro opening the Sharingan, there is a little story. At first, Uchiha Inahiro was dissatisfied with being the weakest link in the entire team. For the honor of the Uchiha clan, he chose to duel with the same team member Bingzu Litang. As a result, he was reprimanded by Kurama Huan, and finally, by mistake, Muen and Uchiha Fugaku had a small match. After that, Uchiha Inahiro did not leave the Kurama Huan team, but continued to participate in the team's various tasks with a rough mood. He thought that he would have a gap with the team members and even be hostile, but Uchiha Inahiro found that these situations did not appear in the mission. Instead, in a battle not long after, facing a strong enemy, Bingzu Litang used himself as bait, and fought seriously injured to win the opportunity for him to win. It was in this self-blame and guilt that Uchiha Inahiro opened the Sharingan. The other child in front of Uchiha Cheng, who looked less than 10 years old, was carrying a small sword on his back. His most notable feature was a pair of large and beautiful eyes. These two were Uchiha Cheng's companions in the police force, and they were also the two people he valued the most. Do we in the police force have to participate in the war? Uchiha Inahori was shocked, and then he said excitedly, then do I have a chance to join the original team and carry out combat missions? Uchiha Inahori didn't want to leave Kurama Kian's team and join the police force. He had a big fight with his elders at home for this, but he was defeated in the end. You kid, do you like war so much? Uchiha Cheng was quite helpless. Daoho touched the back of his head and said awkwardly, no, Senior Cheng. It's just that I haven't seen Teacher Huan and Lei Tong for a long time, and I miss them very much. I don't need to say much about the cruelty of war, Daoho. No matter which team you go to or what mission you complete, you must be careful and do your best. Uchiha Cheng saw that Daoho's expression was finally serious, so he didn't say anything more to him. Instead, he looked at Uchiha Shisu and said, Shisu, you should also be prepared. There may be new missions assigned to you at that time. Shisu nodded solemnly, and his little face showed a maturity that was completely inconsistent with his age. He said, don't worry, Senior Cheng, I will pay attention. When Uchiha Cheng warned the younger generation of the two clans, Muen was in the basement research room of his home. I saw a very small red little fox appeared in front of Muen, roaring angrily at Muen. If you look closely, you can also find that the little fox has 9 tails, which is simply a replica of the 9-tailed fox. This was the part of the chakra that Muen extracted from the 9 tails on the night when Minato planned to become a Jinchuriki. That was a fair opportunity to obtain the chakra of the 9 tails. How could Muen give up such a hard-won opportunity? Muen waved his right hand, and next to the mini 9 tails, a mini red gorilla appeared, which was the 4 tails with 4 tails. Looking at the 9 tails and 4 tails roaring angrily in front of him, Muen's eyes showed a thoughtful look. His right hand stretched forward, and a wood dragon flew out of his sleeve. As early as, after studying the 4 tails, Muen had already understood that the chakra that makes up the tailed beasts has the ultimate emotional power, and this ultimate emotional power carries the soul of the tailed beasts. Therefore, according to the composition of the emotional power in the 4 tails chakra, Muen developed the wood release wood dragon technique to the extreme, forming a semi-chakra creature wood dragon. Like the 4-tailed, the wood dragon carries an independent soul with emotional power, but because Muen's mastery of the Yindun is not complete, the soul is defective, and has not formed an independent consciousness. Now after studying the 9-tailed chakra again, Muen found that the emotions in the 9-tailed chakra are different from those in the 4-tailed chakra. According to Muen's understanding, the emotions in the 4-tailed chakra are more inclined to anger, while the emotions in the 9-tailed chakra are more inclined to contempt. Muen knows what this means. According to the emotional power in the 9-tailed, Muen may be able to deduce a certain ninjutsu to the point of becoming a chakra creature. This discovery also makes Muen very excited. At the same time, he can't help but imagine whether the emotional power contained in the chakra of each tailed beast is different. If all 9 tailed beasts can be studied, perhaps Muen can have 9 chakra creatures that belong to him completely. According to Muen's understanding of the wood dragon, this possibility is completely possible. After fully upgrading the wood release wood dragon technique, Muen also tried to upgrade other ninjutsu again, but all failed without exception. Because when Muen tried to condense his own anger power again, and carry the soul in the form of emotional condensation in the 4-tailed chakra, he found that this emotion would consciously transfer and condense into the wood dragon. As a result, the entire attempt failed completely. Muen also knew at this time that the power of each emotion seemed to only be able to shape and carry one soul. By analogy, the 9-tailed beasts should each have a different emotion of their creator, the 6-path sage. As long as they can study it in detail, Muen can figure out the secret of shaping each emotion and carrying the soul. This seems to be another way to make himself stronger. Putting aside the combat power of the chakra creature itself, at least now that Muen has a wood dragon, the chakra that can be used has almost doubled. Because the existence of the wood dragon is equivalent to a chakra storage device outside Muen's body, and its chakra Muen can use directly. Just when Muen was very excited about this, he sensed that someone had come to the courtyard. Muen had no choice but to suppress his excitement and walked out of the basement. Muen received the guests in the living room. Opposite Muen, there were 2 men with white eyes. One of them was about 20 years old, and it was Hyuga Rakizuki, who had been freed of the bird in a cage curse by Muen 2 days ago. The other man was only a teenager of 15 or 16 years old, with a calm face and extraordinary temperament. Are you Hyuga Hisashi? Muen certainly knew the face in front of him, but there were 2 people with this face, which was why Muen hesitated. The young Hyuga tribe member smiled indifferently and took off the Konoha forehead protector on his forehead. The unique bird in a cage curse appeared in front of Muen. Senior Muen, I'm your younger brother, Hinata Hisashi. Muen had almost guessed the reason why Hinata Rakizuki brought Hinata Hisashi to his home, but he still couldn't help asking, Hisashi, do you also want to get rid of the fate controlled by the family? Senior Muen, my loyalty to the Hyuga clan is unquestionable. As long as it is for the family, even if I have to die now, I will not have the slightest hesitation. Hinata Hisashi shook his head first, then nodded, and then said, but I can't allow my sons and grandsons in the future to have their fate determined before they are born. I also want to fight for my descendants. Hearing this, Muen looked at Hinata Hisashi deeply. Then, he turned his gaze to Hinata Rakizuki who was standing aside. Before he could say anything more, Hinata Akizuki nodded vigorously, and Muen already understood what he was thinking. Muen did not say anything more, but stood up and said, "Let's get started." Then, he pulled out the spirit of Hisashi from his body in the hall, and modified the seal on his forehead, just like he did when he removed the bird in a cage seal for Hisashi Akizuki. When Hisashi opened his eyes again, he saw that the cross mark on his forehead had been removed, leaving only the hook marks facing each other. Bayan, open. Hisashi concentrated his chakra in his eyes, and opened his Byakugan. After carefully experiencing the difference between before and after, he looked much more relaxed, as if he had removed the shackles in his heart. He smiled and said, "After this bird in a cage seal became a pure eye protection spell, the power of the Byakugan seems to have been liberated a lot." Muen and Akizuki smiled at each other when they heard this. It was from this time that Hisashi also became a member of Konoha's Mutual Aid Association. After a while of discussion, Hisashi Akizuki and Hisashi left with satisfaction, while Muen was busy helping Hyuga Hisashi to break the control of the bird in the cage curse. A major event that was about to detonate the entire ninja world was taking place in the sand village far away in the Kingdom of Wind. The third Kazakage looked at the Anbu ninja who was half kneeling in front of him and said, "Did that scorpion of the red sand really bring back important information?" "Yes, Lord Kazakage." The Anbu ninja lowered his head and said calmly without any disturbance, "At the beginning, Scorpion of the Red Sand asked to join the Anbu and went out to gather intelligence. Since there was no news for a long time, I thought he had encountered an accident. I didn't expect that he would come back now. It's good that he can come back. It happens to be short of manpower and lack of combat power now." The third Kazakage said with some emotion and excitement. "Where did he agree to meet? Outside the village? Let's go see him now." "Lord Kazakage, is there something inappropriate?" The Anbu ninja dissuaded. "After all, it is dangerous outside the village, and Scorpion of the Red Sand has been missing for so long. No one can guarantee his loyalty. That child lost both his parents when he was young. It is normal for him to lack a sense of security. Just do as he wishes and meet outside the village." The third Kazakage said with a heroic smile. "Besides, we are just outside the village, not leaving the Kingdom of Wind. With my strength, who can kill me silently? Just the two of us. Let's go." He is known as the strongest Kazakage, and he is still very confident in his own strength. Seeing the high-spirited third generation, the Anbu ninja felt that his words made some sense, so he had to agree. Following the third Kazakage, bypassing the sight of all ninjas, they came to the meeting place agreed with Red Sand Scorpion. In front of the two of them, a man in a dark red robe seemed to have been waiting in the wind and sand for a long time. "Scorpion, what information do you bring that you have to let me come out secretly before you can give it to me?" The third Kazakage looked at the figure in the wind and sand in front of him, and then said, "Is it that there are spies from other villages in the village, and you are afraid of being discovered by them?" Scorpion did not speak, but took off the hat on his head to the back of his head, revealing a head of red hair and a face that was a little too young. Then, Scorpion threw a scroll into the hands of the Sandaime Kazakage and said, "This is the information about Konoha that I got. It should be of some use to the village." Upon hearing this, the Sandaime Kazakage could not wait to open the scroll, but found that there was nothing on the scroll. Just as he was about to get angry, he felt dizzy. "The scroll is poisonous. What do you want to do?" The Sandaime Kazakage immediately reacted and threw the scroll on the ground. He said in a cold voice, "Do you really think that a mere poison can do anything to me? Don't forget, I'm the Kazakage. I have antidotes for the poisons in the Sand Village." "Antidote?" The Sandaime Kazakage looked at the Anbu ninja beside him and said. The Anbu ninja quickly handed some bottles and jars to the Sandaime Kazakage. Seeing the Sandaime Kazakage trying to take various antidotes, Scorpion did not stop him. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Fool, how can the poison of my red sand scorpion be comparable to those garbage in the village? This is specially prepared for you, Master Kazakage." The Sandaime Kazakage was shocked when he heard this. After trying all the antidotes, he found that his body's strength was gradually fading, and his consciousness began to blur. He also realized that Scorpion was not lying. He wanted to fight back, but found that he was deeply poisoned. In just such a short moment, He didn't even have the strength to condense chakra. He was very unwilling and shouted at Scorpion with his last consciousness, "What do you want to do? I'm the Hokage. Killing me will cause chaos in the village. What good will this do you? I won't give up." Book friends. I'm really busy recently. I will make up for it tomorrow. Sorry. Chapter 163 Candidate. Scorpion looked at the third Hokage whose breath of life was gradually fading away and did not respond to his dying question. He just looked at the third Hokage's body with interest, his eyes shining. "You should feel lucky, third." Scorpion murmured to himself, "Your strength and appearance will be preserved forever in my hands." Since losing his parents, Scorpion has had his own thoughts on life. In his opinion, life is fragile, like his parents. It may disappear at any time, which is not beautiful or good. Scorpion believes that things that can be preserved and passed down for a long time, that is, eternal beauty, are beautiful and can be called art. Eternal beauty has become Scorpion's lifelong pursuit. On the road to pursuing eternal beauty, Scorpion's method is also somewhat special. He began to study the method of transforming living people into puppets. Obviously, even in the puppet village of Sand Village, it is a taboo to transform living people into puppets. Therefore, for the sake of eternal beauty, Scorpion left Sand Village alone and began to study living puppets. Now, the research has finally succeeded. After Scorpion transformed himself into a puppet, he set his sights on the third Hokage. After all, the third Hokage was known as the strongest Hokage and was a synonym of a perfect ninja in the hearts of the Sand Village ninjas. Perfect things should exist forever. Arsehole, arsehole. The Enbu ninja on the side looked at Scorpion and shouted hysterically, "What on earth did you do? You are also a member of the Sand Village. How could you poison the leader of the Sand Village and put the Sand Village in danger?" The roar of the Enbu ninja calmed Scorpion down from his excitement. Looking at the attacking Enbu ninja, Scorpion was very calm. He just moved his right index finger slightly, and the Enbu ninja stopped the attack with a strange look on his face. "Scorpion-sama." The Enbu ninja half knelt on the ground, bowed his head and said, "Welcome back." It turned out that this Enbu ninja was Scorpion's confidant in the Sand Village. His series of actions to ask the third Hokage to leave the village were all completely planned. However, in the process of executing the plan, the Enbu ninja was sealed up by Scorpion's subconscious sand manipulation. After Scorpion lifted the subconscious sand manipulation technique, the Enbu ninja naturally knew everything. "I don't have the idea of returning to the Sand Village." Scorpion shook his head and then said, "There is nothing there that makes me miss it." After that, Scorpion condensed chakra into a fine needle in his hand and shot it at the Enbu ninja, sealing the relevant memories again. The Enbu ninja also fell down and fainted. Then, Scorpion picked up the body of the third generation Hokage and walked into the vast wind and sand. After a while, the Enbu ninja woke up in a daze and muttered to himself in some confusion, "Why did I faint here? It's so strange." He forgot everything about Scorpion and the third generation Hokage. Of course, the Enbu ninja absolutely did not dare to publicize the fact that he fainted outside the village. He had to return to the village cautiously with doubts. From then on, the third Hokage disappeared from the entire Sand Village. In the first few days, the Sand Village ninjas didn't think anything was wrong. As the leader of the Sand Village, it was normal for them to have some confidential matters and leave the public's sight. However, after not seeing the Hokage for half a month, the Sand Village finally began to panic. On the one hand, they began to look for the third Hokage at all costs. On the other hand, several forces began to fight openly and secretly for the position of the Hokage. The internal contradictions of the Sand Village suddenly became sharp and irreconcilable because of the third Hokage's persistence. In order to divert and calm the contradictions within the village, the Sand Village had to provoke an external war, and the first target they chose was the Rain Country. Due to the alliance between the Rain Village and the Konoha Village, the news of the large-scale invasion of the Rain Country by the Sand Village and the causes and consequences were immediately transmitted back to Konoha. In the Konoha meeting room, the third Hokage sat at the head with a frown on his face, saying, "Let's talk about it. If the Sand Village invades the Rain Country on a large scale, how should we respond to it?" At this time, Koharu Utatane said immediately, even if we put aside our alliance with the Rain Village, we will never tolerate the Sand Village invading the Rain Country. Konoha must fight back firmly. The people attending the meeting were all elites of Konoha, including the patriarchs of various major families, heads of various departments, and elite jonin. Everyone basically agreed with Koharu Utatane's opinion. Water is an important resource that restricts the development of the Wind Country, but water is the least scarce thing for the Rain Country. Therefore, once the Wind Country gets the Rain Country and the water of the Rain Country is introduced into the Wind Country, the war potential of the Wind Country will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Therefore, it is unquestionable for Konoha to stop the Sand Village. The third Hokage was very satisfied to see that everyone agreed with Koharu Utatane's opinion. Of course, he also had this opinion. It can be said that Koharu Utatane spoke under his instruction. After all, the Land of Rain is too far from Konoha, and this time it will not be a small-scale local conflict. The Sandaime looked around and said in a deep voice, "We need to set up a frontline command center in the Land of Rain to coordinate all war affairs in the Land of Rain. We need a reliable commander of the command center." At this time, Danzo, who had been silent all the time, had a twinkle in his eyes and said, "I can go. After all, I was the one who went to negotiate the alliance with the Hidden Rain Village. If I go, I can better consolidate the alliance relationship with the Hidden Rain Village." Danzo's words did get a response from some people. After all, what he said was reasonable. Ever since Tsunade and Katodan told the Sandaime Hokage that Danzo might be involved with Uchiha Madara, the Sandaime Hokage has always been more cautious about Danzo. At this critical moment, he naturally did not want Danzo to be out of his sight at this time. "Danzo, what you said does make some sense, but in order to show the strength of Konoha in front of the allies, the commander of the frontline command center must be strong enough." The Sandaime Hokage looked at Danzo with a little pity, and the meaning was self-evident. That is, Danzo, who has to rely on a wheelchair to walk, no longer has the strength to become the leader of the frontline command. Although he knew that Danzo had recovered, the third Hokage just thought that Danzo did not want to expose his strength at this time. And with this, Danzo was excluded from the candidates. Sure enough, the words of the third Hokage were supported by almost everyone. Danzo, who was standing aside, had a purple face. Although he was very unwilling, he had no choice. Sure enough, "Danzo, do you still want to hide your strength?" The third Hokage thought secretly in his heart. "It seems that your secret plan is not small. Is it true that, as Tsunade said, you have cooperated with Uchiha Madara and others?" At this moment, Muen, who had been silent, felt a gaze. Following the induction, Muen saw the eyes of Mito Kadoyan, and Muen felt bad. Sure enough, Mizuto Menan said, "I remember that Muen just came back from the Rain Country not long ago, right? Can we let Muen be the leader of the frontline command?" Sure enough, as soon as Mizuto Menan finished speaking, there was a buzz. Discussion in the conference room. "I agree, Muen is indeed a good candidate. I agree too." Then, voices of approval came out one after another. At this time, the third Hokage also nodded slightly, looked at Muen and said, "Muen, what do you think?" Muen also knew at this time that he did not have many excuses to refuse. When he was about to stand up and accept the job, he heard voices of opposition. "Hokage, Moon should be able to play a greater role." Katodan stood up and said loudly, "Both Moon and Minato have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. With this technique, the two will be the most mobile force in our Konoha. As long as they are operated properly, the two of them will be the strongest reinforcement for our Konoha on various battlefields." That's right, restricting Moon to the Rain Country is a bit of a waste of talent. At this time, Tsunade also stood up and said. The words of Katodan and his wife made everyone present fall into deep thought. All the people present were elites, and they naturally understood what two ninjas who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique meant to the entire Konoha. Obviously, what Katodan and his wife said made sense. Letting Moon go to the Rain Country to serve as the leader of the frontline command was originally the intention of the third generation Hokage. At this time, the third generation was a little hesitant. Tsunade, Dan, since you are against Moon going to the Rain Country, do you two have any good suggestions for candidates? The The Sandaime Hokage looked at the two and decided to listen to their suggestions before making any considerations. Tsunade and Katodan looked at each other and replied in unison, "Hokage, the two of us can go to the Rain Country and take charge of all matters in the Rain Country battlefield." Tsunade continued, "During the Second Shinobi World War, I have been on the Rain Country battlefield. I'm no less familiar with the Rain Country than Moon. Plus, with Dan's help, no matter who I face, I will be able to fight." Looking at Tsunade and Katodan with firm eyes, the Sandaime Hokage also felt their determination. "What do you think?" Although he had already made a decision in his heart, the Sandaime still looked around and sought advice from everyone. "Since Tsunade and Dan have this idea and determination, then I believe them," Mito Kadoen said in a deep voice. "I also agree with Tsunade and Katodan." Utatane Koharu also agreed. Seeing that everyone had no objection to Tsunade and Katodan being in charge of the war in Rain Country, the Sandaime Hokage stood up and said in a deep voice, "In that case, Tsunade and Dan will be in charge of the frontline command post in Rain Country. I will write more in the evening, but I write slowly, so you can read it tomorrow morning." Chapter 164, Conspiracy. When Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, it meant that the leader of the Rain Country battlefield had been determined. Afterwards, all the people from all parties left the meeting room, leaving only Tsunade and Katodan, who were about to go to the Rain Country. The two of them needed to discuss with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to determine the list of ninjas going to the Rain Country. After leaving the Hokage building, Muen did not leave like the others, but waited outside the Hokage building. "Muen, aren't you leaving?" At this time, Namake's Minato, who also attended the meeting, walked to Muen. "You go first, I'll wait for Teacher Dan and Teacher Tsunade." Muen looked at Minato and smiled slightly. "Okay, I'll leave first." Minato obviously knew that this was a private matter between Muen, Katodan and Tsunade, so he didn't say much and turned and left. Although going to the Rain Country and serving as the leader of the frontline command would not have any impact on Muen, according to Muen's heart, he was really not willing to go. Therefore, Muen was very grateful to Katodan and Tsunade, who had resigned from this mission for him and took the initiative to take this responsibility. Since the two of them might go to the front line at any time, Muen had to stay here and wanted to thank them as soon as possible. Sure enough, it was not until the evening that Katodan and Tsunade hurriedly walked out of the Hokage building. Moreover, from the looks of them, they did not seem to plan to go home. "Teacher Dan, Teacher Tsunade." Muen stopped the two who were in a hurry and said, "Where are you going?" At this time, Katodan and Tsunade noticed Muen not far away. "It's Muen, why are you still here?" Katodan was a little surprised that Muen and others were here and said, "The situation in the Rain Country is worse than we thought. Tsunade and I are going there now." Muen was shocked when he heard this and said, "Is it so urgent?" "The advance team has already set off before the meeting started." Tsunade was full of energy and said quite heroically, "The two of us must catch up with them, and subsequent reinforcement will also set off in the next 2 days." At this time, Tsunade seemed to have thought of something again, patted Muen on the shoulder, and said, "By the way, Muen, after I leave, Konoha Hospital will be entrusted to you again." Hearing this, Muen nodded vigorously and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Tsunade, the hospital affairs will be left to me. Moreover, I should be the one thanking you too. If it weren't for you, I should be the one going to the Rain Country this time." Hearing this, Katodan laughed and said, "Muen, you have to work hard to become stronger. Our enemies are not just these few on the front battlefield. In that dark place, there are some people who are planning something sinister. Those people are far more terrifying than those on the battlefield." Muen heard this, and his expression became more serious. Of course, he knew who Katodan was referring to. Katodan said with some frustration, "Tsunade and I just chose relatively simple enemies. Muen, please forgive me and Tsunade. The two of us can only cowardly pin our hopes of defeating more powerful enemies on you young people." Since the defeat in the battle with Uchiha Madara, Katodan and Tsunade have been trying to improve their own strength all the time. Although their combat power has indeed been greatly improved, the two of them still have no confidence in defeating Uchiha Madara, and their strength has reached a bottleneck, and it is difficult to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. This is why the two of them took the initiative to go to the land of rain. On the one hand, they seek ways to improve their strength on the battlefield, and on the other hand, they provide a better environment for Muen's growth. It was because both of them knew that Muen was a research-oriented ninja. Perhaps a successful breakthrough in research would bring about earth-shaking changes in strength, and what research needs most is a good environment. Muen met the gazes of Kato Dan and Tsunade, and said firmly, "Don't worry, Teacher Dan, Teacher Tsunade. I won't let you down." Tsunade and Kato Dan smiled at each other and turned away. At this time, in the basement of the Root headquarters, Danzo took a lot of effort to barely suppress the anger in his heart, and knocked on a door. "Come in." After hearing the voice inside the door, Danzo entered the door in a wheelchair, but he saw Orochimaru sitting at the desk with his back to Danzo, concentrating on recording something. He did not express any expression for Danzo's arrival, and looked unconcerned. Danzo did not show any impatience until Orochimaru stopped writing and turned around. Then he said, "Minister, why are you unwilling to go to the land of rain? It is obvious that you are stronger than Tsunade, and your understanding of the land of rain is no less than Tsunade." It turned out that after Danzo was rejected by the Sandaime, Danzo had thought about recommending Orochimaru. After all, as long as Orochimaru got the position of the leader of the front line, as Orochimaru's nominal subordinate, Danzo would have a reason to go to the front line together. In this way, he could get out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's sight and have a chance to show his skills. But his idea was directly rejected by Orochimaru during the communication with him. Orochimaru did not answer Danzo's question directly, but asked, "Danzo, why do you have to go to the rain country? What do you want to do?" "I'm doing all this for you." Danzo pretended to be terrified and said, "I know you want to become the fourth Hokage, which requires a lot of merit to gain the recognition of the people in the village. Going to the battlefield is undoubtedly the best way to gain merit." Orochimaru's eyebrows jumped unconsciously when he heard this, and he obviously did not believe what Danzo said. "Listen, Danzo." Orochimaru's voice was very stern, and he warned, "Whether I want to be Hokage or not is my own business. I don't care what your purpose or ambition is, don't involve me." Then, Orochimaru waved his hand and said, "You can go." "Yes, Minister." Danzo turned around and left respectfully. What Orochimaru did not see was that when Danzo turned around, the cold light in his eyes flashed. "Junior, do you really think you can do your research quietly?" After leaving, Danzo thought with disdain in his heart, "You don't even think about where those so-called research materials of yours come from. Orochimaru, you can't escape from my palm. I'm sleepy, I'd better take a nap first." Chapter 165 Namake's Minato Team. After separating from Tsunade and Kato Dan, Muen looked solemn. He walked slowly on the streets of Konoha, lowering his head and thinking. The war, as Muen expected, began to expand gradually. At the same time, Muen also knew that it seemed impossible to completely avoid the battlefield. Of course, in terms of strength, Muen was not afraid of the battlefield at all. Muen's sight had long skipped ordinary ninjas and began to look at Uchiha Madara and the like. Therefore, galloping on the battlefield of ordinary ninjas would only waste more of Muen's time, and there was not much meaning, except slowing down Muen's speed of becoming stronger. Therefore, what Kato Dan and Tsunade did solve a big problem for Muen, and it was also the reason why Muen was deeply grateful to them. With Muen's current strength, although he could not be called invincible, he was at least one of the top few people in the ninja world. It would be extremely difficult for any village to defeat Muen, or take his life. First of all, it is necessary to obtain Muen's ability information in actual combat. This undoubtedly requires a large number of manpower, and a large number of casualties are also expected. Secondly, it is necessary to make careful arrangements based on Muen's intelligence, including luring Muen's body out, dealing with Muen's ability and means, preventing reinforcement, preventing escape, etc. However, to deal with a ninja of Muen's level, even if the intelligence is mastered in detail and the arrangement is careful, after a lot of energy and sacrifice, it is not necessarily possible to get the desired result in the end. Therefore, as long as Muen does not rely on his invincibility and kills wantonly on the battlefield, no ninja village will be willing to fight Muen to the death. This is also one of the unspoken rules in the ninja world. The power of the shadow level will not be easily used. Basically, they sit in the center and deter. Only when the side is in danger or facing the enemy's shadow level power will they show their strength. Therefore, Nguyen is not very worried about his own life safety. However, it is different for the familiar friends around him. Even if these good friends have the flying thunder god mark engraved by Nguyen cannot guarantee that there will be no accidents. Or the enemy is too strong, so they are killed before they can react, or there are too many people asking for help at the same time, and Nguyen fails to rescue in time and an accident occurs. Such situations are all possible. Oh no, I'm going to be late again. At this time, Nguyen only felt a gust of wind around him, and a figure flashed by, and a faint voice also reached Nguyen's ears. Nguyen turned his head, and saw a young figure disappearing at the corner at the end of the road. Really young and energetic. Nguyen shook his head, and couldn't help thinking. Coming back to his senses, Nguyen found a trembling old lady in front of him who was staggering to cross the road. Nguyen took 2 steps at a time, and hurried to the old lady. He bent over, and held the old lady's arm, saying, "Grandma, where is your home? I'll take you home." "Oh, young man, thank you so much." The old lady had white hair, bent her back, and trembled as she pointed to the other side of the road, saying, "My home is over there, just help me over there." "Grandma, you are not mobile, and you run out like this. Aren't your family members worried?" Nguyen was a little confused. After the old lady's explanation, Nguyen understood what was going on. It turned out that the old lady was an ordinary person, but her son was a ninja, and had already sacrificed in the Second Ninja World War, and her most beloved grandson has become a ninja, and is now out on a mission. Therefore, the old lady often walked out of the house alone, and stood by the road, looking forward to seeing her grandson return safely. And the reason why she appeared on the other side of the road was entirely because a young man who just passed by thought that she was going to cross the road and forcibly carried her over without waiting for her explanation. Nguyen was very confused by the old lady's explanation. He was very curious about what kind of reckless person could do such a thing. On the other side, a teenager in his teens, wearing a Konoha forehead protector and goggles, was speeding along the road, muttering, I'm late. It was Uchiha Obito who had just done a good deed by helping the old lady cross the road. He was about to go to the training ground to keep his appointment with his friends. Uchiha Obito saw 2 figures in the training ground from a distance, and his pace could not help but speed up again. Sorry. Obito touched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed, and panted slightly, saying, I just met a few old ladies who needed help on the road. Yes, we all know that you helped the old man carry things again, and helped the old lady cross the road. Before Obito finished speaking, a boy who was about the same age as Obito, with silver hair, a little alienated indifference in his eyes, and a black mask that almost covered his entire face, spoke with a little dissatisfaction. The boy was none other than Hokage Kakashi. Damn Kakashi, are you doubting me? Do you think I'm lying? Obito instantly fell into a rage, and glared at Kakashi fiercely. Then, he looked at a little girl beside him, and seemed to care about his partner's attitude very much, and said carefully, Rin, you have to believe me, I was really late, because I wanted to help an old man. Well, I believe you, Obito. The little girl had short brown hair and a pair of big dark brown pupils. She wore a light pink skirt, dark red knee-high socks, a red bracelet on her hand, and 2 purple oil paints on her face. The little girl was Obito's other teammate, Nohara-rin. Nohara-rin looked at Kakashi. Her tone was a little shy, and she said softly, Kakashi, please don't be angry. Believe that Obito will not lie. He must be late because of something important. Kakashi is still like the original comics, and he became teammates with Uchiha Obito and Nohara-rin, and they belonged to the Namake's Minato team. At this time, it was the time that the 3 of them agreed to train together. Kakashi ignored the 2, and walked directly into the center of the training ground. Nohara-rin and Uchiha Obito, who knew Kakashi well, knew that this meant that Kakashi no longer cared about being late. The 2 smiled at each other, and jumped into the center of the training ground. The three of them cooperated in training according to the division of labor. Kakashi attacked, Uchiha Obito assisted from the flank, and Nohara provided medical assistance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 166 Tracking. When it was completely dark, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Nohara, who had just finished their training, collapsed in the training ground without any image. Really, I don't know where Minato-sensei is. He clearly said he would teach us, but he hasn't come yet. Uchiha Obito let the sweat on his cheeks slide to the ground, his eyes slightly scattered as he looked at the dark sky, listening to the slight breathing of his two teammates beside him, his tone slightly complaining. Obito, Minato-sensei must have something important to do, that's why he didn't come. Rin struggled to sit up, looked at Obito on the side, guessing to explain for Namake's Minato. Then he looked at Kakashi on the other side, and said a little awkwardly, "You said so, Kakashi." Kakashi, who had recovered some of his strength at this time, also stood up. However, he ignored Rin's conversation, and didn't even look at Obito and Rin, and walked out of the training ground without looking back. "Arsehole Kakashi, Rin is talking to you. Didn't you hear me? You are such an impolite fellow." Seeing Kakashi's behavior, Obito instantly jumped up from his collapsed state, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to make trouble for Kakashi. Rin, who was standing by, quickly grabbed the angry Obito, and said with a smile, "It's okay, Obito. Kakashi is just a little tired, and doesn't want to talk." Although he said so, there was still obvious disappointment in his tone. At this time, Kakashi finally turned around, and looked at Obito and Rin, saying, "No one in this world owes you anything. If Minato-sensei comes to guide us, it is a favor. If he doesn't come, it is also his duty. There is nothing to complain about. According to what you said, then what do we need teammates for? Isn't it just to help each other in the mission?" Obito did not agree with Kakashi's statement, and his tone was quite angry. "You also said it's mutual. How do you think you can help Minato-sensei in the mission?" Kakashi said with some disdain. "Or, do you think Minato-sensei will need your help?" After that, Kakashi didn't say anything more, and disappeared into the night. "Arsehole Kakashi, you just think I'm weak, and look down on me. Just wait, after I open the Sharingan, I will make sure you are in trouble." Obito looked at Kakashi's disappearing back, quite annoyed, then looked at Lin and said comfortingly, "Rin, don't listen to the nonsense of that bastard Kakashi. Minato teacher is not as cold as Kakashi." Before Obito finished speaking, Lin smiled slightly and said, "Obito, I know everything. Let's work hard together, and strive to play an important role in the team, as soon as possible." Lin's smiling face, reflected in the moonlight, completely filled Obito's heart in an instant. Obito assured with a little panic, "Rin, don't worry, I will definitely be able to open the Sharingan, and then I will be able to catch up with Kakashi." "Well, I believe you, Obito." After leaving the training ground, Kakashi did not go directly back to the cold and lonely home, but came directly to the door of Muen's house. Bang, bang, bang. Kakashi knocked on the gate of the courtyard several times. After waiting for a while, there was no movement inside the gate. Just when Kakashi thought he had returned empty-handed again, and turned around to go home, the gate of the courtyard was opened with a creak. "Hey, it's Kakashi, what do you want to talk to me about?" Hearing the voice, Kakashi turned around again, and saw that the gate of the courtyard was half opened, and a head poked out from it. Although his face was a little haggard and his hair was a little messy, Kakashi recognized him at a glance. This was Muen. "It's nothing big, I just wanted to come and take a look." Kakashi, who was extremely indifferent to outsiders, unexpectedly showed a shy expression when facing Muen. "Then come in, and sit down first." Although Kakashi said so, Muen didn't think that Kakashi would really come to him for nothing, so he invited Kakashi into the courtyard. Unlike the original comics, Kakashi did not completely lose care and attention after Hatake Tsukumo's death. Muen was there to take care of him and guide him. This is why Kakashi did not become as paranoid and unreasonable as in the original comics, although he was still a little stubborn and unsociable, and even a little indifferent to others. This is also the reason why he can still participate in joint training with Obito and Rin. Of course, under the influence of Muen, Kakashi's pursuit of power is even stronger than in the original comics. Which team are you in now? Muen looked at Kakashi and said with a little curiosity, I heard that Konoha has a white-haired boy with a weird temper and who is completely impossible to get along with. Could it be you? Those rumored people are just mediocre people with weak strength and no potential. I don't want to be with those people. Kakashi was quite disdainful and immediately began to introduce some of the situations of his current team to Muen. Muen looked at Kakashi with a strange look in his eyes and said, you mean, you are now assigned to Minato's team? There are two teammates, one is Uchiha Obito and the other is Nohara Rin. Kakashi was very surprised by Muen's look, but he didn't think much about it and just nodded. Muen was indeed a little surprised. He never thought that the famous Namikaze Minato team was still established and did not change because of him, a butterfly. Muen could only attribute all this to the original trajectory of the comics. He didn't expect that, after going around in circles, some things were still not completely avoided. This also cast a shadow on Muen's heart. It seems that it is not so simple to change fate against the will of heaven. Senior Muen, I want to ask you, has my current physical constitution reached the point where I can withstand the practice of the family inherited swordsmanship? Kakashi looked at Muen expectantly and said, I have successfully practiced the secret technique you taught me, and it seems that I have reached the limit. In Muen's opinion, Kakashi's talent is indeed among the very talented people. When Muen passed the first volume of strengthening body technique to Kakashi in the hospital, he did not expect that he could practice it to the limit in such a short time. Kakashi's physical condition was of course obvious to Muen. Muen nodded reluctantly and said, it has reached the minimum conditions, but you still have to be extremely careful during the practice. It is best to have someone watching you during the practice. Kakashi's eyes flashed when he heard it. It was obvious that he was listening to the key points and only paid attention to the first half of the sentence and did not care about the second half of Muen's sentence at all. Muen also shook his head helplessly when he saw this, took out a scroll from his arms, threw it to Kakashi, and said, this is the second volume of strengthening body technique. You can try to practice it. If you can succeed, it will be of great help to your ninja career. Kakashi held the scroll in his hand and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Don't refuse me. There is nothing shameful in accepting the kindness of the senior. Muen knew what he was thinking and quickly dispelled his idea of refusing, saying, at most, you can wait until you become stronger and then choose an opportunity to repay me. Kakashi, you must remember that no matter how powerful a person is, he cannot live alone without the group, understand? It is true that you pursue strength, but you cannot look down on the ordinary people because of this. Otherwise, what is the point of pursuing strength? Muen's words made Kakashi fall into a brief contemplation, and also let Kakashi temporarily put down his grudges. Afterwards, Kakashi asked Muen about some knowledge of ninjutsu, including the development of the ninjutsu lightning release Reikiri, which became famous in the years that followed. After Kakashi left, Muen came to the basement alone and began his own research. The research on the Ninetales chakra is far from over, and it will be a relatively long process. This is also the reason why Muen did not open the door immediately when Kakashi first knocked on the door. Under the night, the territory of the Land of Fire is not peaceful. 3 people and 1 dog were running fast under the cover of night. Minato, is there really someone spying on Kushina? A huge figure asked with a solemn expression while running fast in the forest. Tangdang, it can't be wrong. Brown Tiger has firmly grasped the enemy's position. Inozuka Jaw looked at his excited partner and said with a cold tone, Jaw, thanks to you, otherwise they might have run away. Minato followed the ninja dog Brown Tiger closely and said, Tangdang, it can't be wrong. I also noticed it when I went to find Kushina after the meeting today. Minato was very angry in his heart. Kushina was Minato's Achilles heel. No matter who wanted to attack Kushina or Ninetales, they were his number one enemy. It turned out that after the meeting ended, and he separated from Moon, Minato was ready to find Uzumaki Kushina as usual. But when approaching Kushina's house, Minato sensed an unusual breath that was released and then retracted. Minato was sure that this breath was not emitted by the Anbu ninja who was protecting Kushina. When Minato followed the induction to find the location, he found that the person had disappeared. Just when Minato was helpless and ready to give up, Minato met Inuzuka Jaw. The Inuzuka clan was good at tracking. After getting Minato's request, Inuzuka Jaw, who had just finished his mission, decided to help Minato decisively. Under the powerful sense of smell of the ninja dog Brown Tiger, it was indeed very smooth to find the enemy's clues. So, the two and the dog hurriedly chased out. Of course, during the pursuit, the two met Akimichi Tao again. Out of curiosity and trust, without any intelligence, Akimichi Tao followed. Now that he has learned the specific situation, Akimichi Tao first felt angry, and then felt extremely confused. You know, Uzumaki Kushina has never left the village since she became the Ninetales Jinchuriki. It was totally unreasonable for her to be targeted by the enemy. On the one hand, the fact that Uzumaki Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales was a secret even in Konoha village. Only a very small number of Jonin knew about it. And it was obvious that the enemy was targeting Kushina not because of Kushina herself, but because of the Ninetales. On the other hand, the security level of Konoha village was so strict, and now the enemy had penetrated deep into the village to spy on the Ninetales, and the entire security defense system basically had no reaction, which was unimaginable. Everything showed that this was no longer as simple as a simple information leak. Of course, Minato and Inuzuka Jaw also thought of this, which was one of the reasons why the three of them pursued the enemy relentlessly. I want to see who is so sacred that he can come and go freely on the land of my land of fire. Akimichi Tangdang, while gritting his teeth and following, thought secretly in his heart. When the sky gradually began to brighten, Minato and others still did not catch up with the enemy, and the hearts of the three people had become more solemn. Minato, are you still going to chase them? Inuzuka Jade said hesitantly. We have been chasing them all night and haven't seen anyone. Moreover, I'm sure that the enemy is obviously faster than us. The reason why we can keep up is entirely because of the enemy's deliberate efforts. Either the enemy is very confident in their strength, or there is a trap waiting for us. Akimichi Tangdang also said, I would like to continue to follow them and see. Anyway, with Minato here, we can deal with any enemy. Minato, what do you think? Inuzuka Jade looked at Minato. Minato thought for a moment and replied, I also want to chase them and see what kind of enemy they are. Minato was still very confident in his own strength. In his opinion, at worst, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with two people and one dog. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be no problem in saving his life. Okay, if that's the case, let's chase them and see. Inuzuka Jaw gnashed his teeth and said, since you want to set us up, let's see how strong you are. After that, Inuzuka Jaw and Brown Tiger sped up again and chased forward. Minato and Akimichi Tao saw this and also sped up to catch up. But even so, the distance between the three people and the dog and the enemy in front did not shorten much. They rushed to the northeast for almost 2 days, and when they were close to the border of the land of fire, Brown Tiger suddenly stopped and excitedly circled around Inuzuka Jaw a few times. The enemy has stopped. Inuzuka Jaw understood what Brown Tiger meant, looked at Minato and Akimichi Tao, and said solemnly, it seems that the enemy has set a trap for us in front. Let's go see who it is. After saying this, Minato rushed forward first. Inuzuka Jaw and Akimichi Tao hurried to catch up, but found that they could not catch up. The two understood that Minato did this on purpose, wanting to get ahead of them and fall into the so-called trap. Chapter 167 Fierce Battle. Even though they were extremely confident in Minato Namikaze's strength, Akimichi Tangdang and Inuzuka Jaw couldn't help but feel a little worried and quickened their pace again. In less than a moment, the two saw Minato Namikaze's back. Unlike what they expected, Minato Namikaze was not in a trap at this time, nor was he in a combat state. He was confronting the enemy. The two couldn't help but feel nervous. This situation showed that the enemy they were facing this time was extremely confident in their own strength. The reason why they lured them to the border was simply because they didn't want to fight in the enemy's territory to avoid being besieged. The two looked at each other and came behind Minato in just 2 or 3 steps. Looking forward, they saw that the enemy was wearing a Kumogakure forehead protector. The leading ninja was muscular. Although he had a small beard on his chin, he looked very young. At this time, his whole body was flashing with blue lightning, and his eyes were shining as he stared at Minato with a high spirit of fighting. What? I thought I could meet that guy named Muen this time. At this time, another Kumogakure ninja spoke up with dissatisfaction. He seemed to be slightly younger than the leading Kumogakure ninja, with the same brown skin, a white cloth hat, and even a pair of sunglasses, and his tone was quite arrogant. Don't underestimate the enemy in front of you. The leading Kumogakure ninja said, if I'm not mistaken, this guy is as famous as Muen. Although I also want to take revenge on Muen, it's not bad to meet this guy. So, if we can kill this guy here, it will be a great deterrent to Konoha. The Kumogakure ninja named B had a slightly excited tone, as if it was not difficult to take the lives of Minato and others. This made Inuzuka Jab and Akimichi Tangdang slightly angry, and their fighting spirit surged instantly. They took a step forward to fight with him. So it's brother AB from Kumogakure. At this time, Minato stretched out his hands to both sides, stopped the two, looked at the leading Kumogakure ninja and said, I guess you are AI. Have the wounds left by Muen healed? It doesn't matter to Konoha if I die here. There are many talents in Konoha anyway. But if you two are injured here, Kumogakure will have no successors. The people of Konoha are really arrogant. Let me see if you have the strength to be so arrogant. After hearing Minato's words, AI could no longer suppress his anger and rushed towards Minato and the other two like a flash of lightning. At this time, Minato did not show any weakness, and the kunai engraved with the flying thunder god curse seal had been thrown out, and Minato had disappeared from the spot. In the eyes of Inuzuka Jor and Akimichi Tao, on the battlefield ahead, AI from Kumogakure was like a flash of lightning, running wild in the field, while Minato was like teleporting, flashing in the field. The speed and strength of the two have almost reached a level that they cannot understand. You have to know that they are both Jonin. Even Jonin like us can't participate in the battle between them. Inuzuka Jor stared at the battlefield with his eyes fixed. His tone was quite stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat, but also somewhat helpless. Akimichi Tangdang's tone was much calmer, saying, don't you know Minato's strength? When he is doing missions with us, he can easily solve any difficulties. I have never seen his limit. I'm not surprised that Minato has such strength, but this AI from Kumogakure makes me look at him with new eyes. I really didn't expect that there is someone in this world who can compete with Minato in speed. Jor, we can't intervene in the battle between these two people, but the other Kumogakure ninjas, we too have to keep an eye on them and can't let them do anything that is not good for Minato. I understand, Tangdang. Inuzuka Jor replied quickly. At this time, the battle in the field has also reached a critical stage. Minato and AI have already figured out each other's methods. Where these kunai are they where you can reach instantly? AI looked at the kunai stuck everywhere and thought to himself, as long as I remember the location of these kunai, I can predict where you can reach next. I have caught you. You are dead, Minato. Thinking of this, AI rushed to the place where Minato was originally, and Minato had disappeared on the spot with the flying thunder god technique. At the same time, AI focused all his mind on the place where the special kunai was inserted, waiting for the moment when Minato appeared, and then caught Minato and killed him. Unexpectedly, Minato suddenly appeared behind him at this time. His left hand grabbed the kunai that was spinning in the air, and the chakra on his right hand spun wildly and condensed into a ball. Rasengan. Minato shouted softly in his mouth and attacked AI's back without hesitation. It turned out that Minato did not appear at the location of other kunai, but threw the kunai in his hand up. When AI rushed over, the kunai just appeared behind him, and Minato also appeared here. AI had understood at this time, but he had lost the chance to dodge, so he had to use the strongest lightning release armor. Lightning flashed on his body, and his hair stood up, and he took the attack of Minato's Rasengan. There was a loud boom, and as AI fell, a big pit was smashed into the ground. Minato thought that AI would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die from this attack, but he didn't expect that through the smoke and dust. Minato found that AI seemed to be standing in the pit intact. Just as Minato was about to take the opportunity to make up for it, a brown-red tail suddenly appeared and rolled up the somewhat dazed AI and pulled him to the side of the Cloud Ninja. Another tail had already smashed down towards Minato. Facing the sudden attack, Minato was not panicked at all. While he easily dodged it, he condensed his chakra in his hand and engraved a flying thunder god seal on the sudden tail. After the smoke and dust cleared, Minato realized that the tail came from the Cloud Ninja named B. B, you don't have to help me. This attack can't break my defense. Although he said so, there was still a faint smell of blood coming out of AI's mouth while he was talking. It was obvious that he was not as relaxed as he said. He was already injured. At this time, Minato would not give the two time to communicate. Before B could answer, Minato had already come to his side and stabbed him with a kunai. B also had a few more short knives on his body. The blades were flying, making it impossible for Minato to get close for a while, so Minato had to retreat. At this time, several tails appeared behind B and attacked Minato. Minato easily dodged the attack of the tail in a flash and came to the side of the tail marked with a flying thunder god mark. Under the attack of the Rasengan, he broke the tail. The tail of the 8 tails was cut off and roared angrily at B inside his body, saying, "Useless shababe, give your body to me. I will definitely kill this bastard." Calm down, 8 tails. This guy's not that easy to kill. And it's just a broken tail. It shouldn't have any effect on you. B was unusually calm at this time. On the other side, Minato had already sealed the severed tail in the scroll. At the same time, Minato had also come to the side of Inuzuka Jade and Akimichi Tao. The two sides faced each other again. "You are indeed strong, but not strong enough." Minato looked at AI and said, "When you figure out your own mind and understand why you are strong, you may become stronger. But you can't beat me now, because I also have reasons that I absolutely cannot lose. Also, don't extend your ambitions to the 9 tails. If you do it again, it will be a fight to the death." After that, Minato turned around and left with Inuzuka Jade and Akimichi Tao. On the other side, Abi and the other Kumogakure ninjas did not stop them. "Minato, why should we retreat? You should have had the upper hand just now." After they walked away, Inuzuka Jade looked at Minato in front of him with some doubt. "If I face any one of Abi alone, I will win without a doubt." Minato looked up at the sky and then said with some emotion, "But facing the combination of the two, even I'm not absolutely sure. Especially now is not the time to fight with them to the death. Also, don't underestimate that boy named B. If it really comes to a life and death fight, he will be more troublesome than AI." Minato thought of the will and determination in these eyes, which was a manifestation of a firm will in his heart. After Minato and the others left, the Kumogakure ninjas on the other side also rushed to the location of Kumogakure village without stopping. 2 days later, Abi and the other returned to Kumogakure village and met the 3rd Raikage in his office and told him the process of this operation truthfully. "In other words, you were defeated by Minato? Son, it seems you have to work harder." The Sandaime Raikage was a little more sturdy than AI. His eyes were wide open with a wild look. He looked at B and said, "B, you did a good job this time." Then, the Sandaime Raikage walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside, and then said, "However, Konoha does have some strength. We can't let them develop like this. We must find a way to bleed them." "But, father, do we have to declare war on Konoha directly?" AI said with some doubts. "We have no reason to declare war on Konoha directly. If we can't declare war on Konoha, then declare war on Tsunagakure." The Sandaime Raikage said proudly, "The Wind Country's attack on the Rain Country is bullying the small. As a big country, we need to uphold justice for the small country." At this time, beyond the side, couldn't help but say, "Lord Raikage, we are too far away from Tsunagakure. What's the point of declaring war on them? It's because it's far that we declare war on them." The Sandaime Raikage's eyes revealed a cunning that was completely inconsistent with his stature, and he said, "We can send troops to the Wind Country in the name of justice, which will inevitably require passing through the Far Country. Obviously, the Far Country will not agree. However, if we are prevented from enforcing justice, we will have enough reason to attack the Far Country." Seeing the shock on Abi and the others' faces, the Sandaime Raikage laughed and said, "This is a valuable suggestion put forward by our elders of Kumogakya. I think it's very good, so I have agreed." At the same time, Konoha has also received the news that the Lightning Country has opened a station in the Wind Country. Asshole, is this a disguised way of confronting us? In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was full of anger. He looked at Utatane Koharu and Mitokado En beside him, and then said, "It seems that our Northeast also needs to strengthen its troops. However, who is more suitable to command the front line?" Mitokado En thought for a while, and said, "It seems that there are not many people in the village who can take on this important task now. Orochimaru, Minato, or Moon. If Hatake Tsukumo was still there, or Jiraiya hadn't traveled out of the village, it would be great." Utatane Koharu said with some emotion, "It seems that our Konoha's high-end combat power is a bit stretched. If it doesn't work, En and I can still charge for you, Hiruzen." "Forget it, you two. I still need you two to discuss all the decisions in the village with me." The third Hokage pondered for a while, and then said, "Then let Orochimaru go, and the matters of the route will be left to Danzo for the time being." "Danzo, please don't let me down." The Sandaime Hokage thought secretly in his heart. Obviously, for the Sandaime Hokage, it was more important to test Danzo than to entrust an important task to Orochimaru. Of course there is no problem with Orochimaru's words. "We support your decision, Hiruzen." Utatane Koharu and Mitokado En looked at each other and nodded in agreement. On the other side, Namake's Minato came to Moon's home and handed a seal scroll to Moon, saying, "This is the spoils I got when I fought with the Abi brothers of Kumogakya. See if it is useful to you." Moon took the scroll with a little doubt, and after opening it, with a bang, a tail appeared in front of Moon. Moon's eyes lit up, and he pressed his right hand on the tail. He saw that there seemed to be a suction force in Moon's palm, and the tail began to slowly disappear, and a chakra began to condense on Moon's palm. In a short while, the tail completely disappeared, and a mini bull with the tail of 8 octopus tentacles appeared in Moon's hand. "Minato, this is really useful to me." Moon was recently very interested in the chakra of the tailed beasts, and said excitedly, "Minato, this is the chakra of the 8 tails. It is very useful to me." "Thank you so much, Minato." Hearing that it was useful to Moon, Minato also smiled and said, "I'm glad it can be useful to you." Chapter 168 Battlefield Situation. After studying the 4 tails chakra in depth, and analyzing the 9 tails chakra, Muen had indeed coveted the chakras of the other tailed beasts. Therefore, Minato's gift really touched Muen's heart. "Minato, I'm very interested in the chakras of the tailed beasts now. You often travel around the battlefields. If you find other tailed beasts, please inform me in time." Muen's ambition for the chakras of the tailed beasts was not hidden in front of Minato, but was directly revealed when he was about to leave. Minato completely trusted Muen, and did not think that Muen's research on the tailed beasts would touch any taboos or cause any harm. Therefore, after hearing Muen's request, he naturally agreed. However, when he was about to leave, he patted his head, as if he had thought of something very important. He turned to look at Muen and said, "What about the chakra of the 9 tails? Should we call Kushina over? It won't have any effect on Kushina, right?" Seeing Minato's worried look, Muen said with some pride, "The 9 tails chakra is not needed. I have already got some, enough for my research institute." Minato couldn't help but laugh and turned away. The next day, Orochimaru, who received the new appointment, led a ninja army of Konoha to the northeast of the Land of Fire to resist the invasion of the Cloud Ninja. The village gave Orochimaru the task of defense as the main and offense as the auxiliary. After all, Konoha is now fighting on 2 fronts. Muen originally thought that he could sit down quietly and conduct his own research away from the front line. But what he didn't expect was that as the intensity of the war continued to intensify, he became one of the busiest people. At this time, a month had passed since Orochimaru set out. Muen, who was supposed to stay in the village, had already appeared in the northeast of the Land of Fire, at the front line of the battle with Kumogakya. The intensity of the battle with Kumogakya far exceeded the imagination of the Konoha high-level officials. As soon as the two sides fought, Kumogakya showed a momentum of not giving up until they achieved their goal and defeated the Konoha army led by Orochimaru, who was not well prepared. The Kumogakure ninjas are good at ninjutsu and have strong combat capabilities. The Konoha ninjas are very uncomfortable with their fighting methods, especially the Abi brothers of Kumogakure. One of them has broad speed, strength and defense to the extreme, and the other has cultivated a perfect jinkriki with sufficient chakra and powerful swordsmanship. More importantly, the two cooperated tacitly and had almost no weaknesses. Even when Orochimaru took action himself, he was repeatedly at a disadvantage and did not take any advantage. Instead, he suffered serious injuries. At the critical moment, it was still Namake's Minato who arrived with the Flying Thunder God technique and fought several battles with the Abi brothers. The two sides were evenly matched and the battle line was stabilized. This is also the combat mission given to Minato Namake's by the Konoha high-level officials headed by the 3rd Hokage. Before the army set out, whether it was Tsunade, Katodan or Orochimaru, they all sent people to obtain the Flying Thunder God mark in advance, of course, including both Minato Namake's and Muen. Minato's task is to patrol the two battlefields uninterruptedly, transmit intelligence as quickly as possible, or reinforce the battlefield. And Muen's task is to travel between the field hospitals on various battlefields, provide the best medical support for the wounded on the battlefield, and take the wounded who have lost their combat ability back to Konoha as quickly as possible. This arrangement can be said to have used the two people who have cultivated the Flying Thunder God technique to the extreme. Of course, this arrangement is effective. Minato has played the role of a divine soldier descending from the sky on the battlefield many times, and the enemy has to take Minato's factors into consideration when attacking, and has more concerns. On the other hand, Muen also used his superb medical ninjutsu to pull many dying Konoha ninjas back from the hands of the god of death. This also made the Konoha ninjas on the front line more fearless in the battle. All of this made Minato and Muen have a rising reputation in Konoha. In the field hospital, the sound of wailing was endless. Even with Muen's medical level, he was busy all the time. After a long time, Muen walked out of the field hospital quite tired. Lord Muen, we have already handed over to the front line. We can go back to the village. At this time, a medical ninja came out. It was the pharmacist Nono. Well, I know. Let's go. Muen also understood what was going on and skillfully followed the pharmacist Nono to a tent. I saw that the tent was full of ninjas who had completely lost their combat ability, either blind or disabled. At a glance, there were 6 people. The so-called handover refers to the handover of these injured ninjas. Now they stay on the front line and can only bring burden to the front line, so returning to the rear is the best choice. In the war before this, ninjas like them might be escorted back to the village by someone if the front line had sufficient combat power, but in most cases, the front line was in a state of intense war, and they were more likely to be left to fend for themselves. Muen walked to the center skillfully, and the 6 wounded plus the pharmacist Nonao surrounded him and put their hands on him. In a flash, several people had returned to the Konoha hospital. At this time, the Konoha hospital had already made preparations. Hiruna had already led the hospital staff to wait on the left and right. Aunt Hiruna, these wounded are in your care. At this time, Muen felt a little heavy, and after explaining Hiruna's mission, Muen turned around and left. At night, the pharmacist Nonao sneaked all the way in Konoha village and came to a secret place at the route. Danzo-sama. The pharmacist Nonao half knelt on the ground, bowed his head to show respect, and said to the front. Danzo was sitting at the top, in a wheelchair, and one of his hands and legs were tied with thick bandages. Of course, pharmacist Nonao knew that the bandages were just a means to deceive other people in the village. He had already transplanted more active limbs. Moreover, he looked energetic, so how could he look disabled? In the darkness, pharmacist Nonao also faintly felt several other auras. She knew that they were all Danzo's true confidants in the route. Nono, where has Muen been recently, and what has he done? At this time, Danzo's low voice without any emotion reached Nono's ears. Pharmacist Nono quickly gathered his mind and gave Danzo a detailed report of Muen's whereabouts in recent days. It's been such a long time since I arranged for you to go to Konoha Hospital. Haven't you discovered Muen's secret? Danzo frowned and said impatiently, could he be so secretive and hide his information so perfectly? Pharmacist Nono's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, Danzo, Muen was not in the hospital for a long time. No one in the hospital, or in the whole village, knew his whereabouts, let alone what he did. Moreover, when he was in Konoha Hospital or various field hospitals, he only displayed his powerful medical ninjutsu, and never went to the front line. In my opinion, he completely hid his own information. If it weren't for the big battle with the Iwagakure ninja, his information would not have been leaked until now. Danzo also knew that what Pharmacist Nono said made sense, but he was still very unwilling in his heart. He would never let Muen, the person who brought him shame, go. What about the people around him? Danzo said coldly, I don't believe that he can be so secretive when facing the people closest to him. Yakushi Nono frowned slightly. Although he disliked Danzo very much in his heart, he still replied seriously, the ones who communicate with him the most are Namikaze Minato and Kushina, as well as his lover Kuramakian. Then do you think there is a chance to get some information about Muen from these three people? Said Danzo, Namikaze Minato is too powerful, Kushina is under the strict protection of the village, and Kuramakian's illusion is also unique. It will be extremely difficult to start with them. And Yakushi Nono paused and did not continue. And what? Go on. Nothing. It's just that I don't think these three people can know much about Muen. Yakushi Nono said in a deep voice. I understand. You go first. After a long silence, Danzo exhaled lightly and said to Yakushi Nono, remember to monitor all of Moon's movements and report his situation to me at any time. Yes, Lord Danzo. After that, Yakushi Nono bowed and walked out of this secret base. Although she had already informed Moon of reporting his every move to Danzo, due to the influence of the seal of the tongue to eliminate trouble, she could not report all the intelligence information related to Danzo to Moon, which still made Yakushi Nono a little worried. The next morning, when Yakushi Nono came to Konoha Hospital, she found that Moon was already waiting there. Don't worry too much, it's just Danzo, it won't make any waves. Seeing that Yakushi Nono was a little uneasy, Moon already understood what was going on and comforted her a little. Pharmacist Nono was a little surprised. She was a little surprised as to why Muen knew what she was thinking, but she didn't think much about it. She just let go of her worries and said, Lord Muen, are we going to the Rain Country today? Of course, I still have to ask Teacher Duan and Teacher Tsunade for advice. Muen nodded and said as a matter of course. After that, he took Pharmacist Nono to the field hospital of Konoha in the Rain Country. In order to facilitate Muen to work in various field hospitals in a timely manner, the upper echelons of Konoha intended to equip Muen with a medical assistant. Due to Pharmacist Nono's excellent medical ninjutsu and coordination skills, coupled with Danzo's secret push, he got the job very smoothly. The situation on the battlefield of the Rain Country is completely different from that of the Thunder Country. It has long been a meat grinder for Konoha, Sand Village, and Rock Village, and there are casualties of ninjas almost every moment. Although Konoha was facing enemies from the two ninja villages of Sand Village and Rock Village at the same time, Konoha was not at a disadvantage on this battlefield, and even began to occupy a certain advantage. On the one hand, Konoha, Sand Village, and Rock Village were fighting on their own, which gave Konoha room to maneuver. On the other hand, Konoha had an alliance agreement with Rain Village, and the Rain Country could be regarded as half of Konoha's home court. Of course, the most important point was that Katodan and Tsunade showed extraordinary combat effectiveness on the battlefield of the Rain Country. This was also a surprise for Konoha. Before this, the strength of Katodan and Tsunade was indeed not weak, but one of them focused on strange assassinations and the other focused on medical ninjutsu. It was difficult for them to exert their true combat effectiveness on the front battlefield. However, since the two had an encounter with Uchiha Madara and almost died on the spot, the two had deeply realized their own shortcomings and began to try their best to improve their weaknesses. However, since the two's fighting methods and habits had already taken shape, it was not easy to change and improve them. However, with the continuous efforts of the two, there has been a good progress. Katodan and Tsunade improved the ninjutsu based on Muen's spiritual mist. Before this, spiritual mist was used on the enemy to obtain the enemy's thoughts and chakra information by integrating with the enemy's chakra. However, in the hands of Katodan and Tsunade, spiritual mist became a bridge of spiritual communication between the two. Based on this, and with the absolute trust between the two have truly become one. Tsunade can feel all the enemy's information through Katodan's spiritual mist, and Katodan can also understand all of Tsunade's ideas anytime and anywhere to cooperate. Even when the two come into contact with each other, Tsunade can apply the regeneration and healing ability of her ninjutsu creation regeneration 100 healing technique to Katodan. The two called this technique spiritual technique. After practicing this technique, the strength between the ninjas can truly achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. It is because of this technique that Katodan and Tsunade are invincible on the battlefield of the Rain Country. Of course, it is also because of this that Tsunade and Katodan, who are supposed to be the backbone of the medical team, have to go to the battlefield constantly, resulting in insufficient medical capacity on the battlefield. Muen has to travel back and forth here frequently to provide medical support for the battlefield of the Rain Country. Of course, it is not without benefits for Muen. With the relationship between Muen, Katodan and Tsunade, Muen soon learned the method of practicing Tanksenjutsu. Chapter 169, Night Exploration of Sand Village. Of course, although he had obtained the practice method of the Art of Unity, even after some research, Muen still had only a vague understanding of some of the key points and principles. Although Muen is likely to fully understand it after his own research and practice, it will take a lot of time. For Muen, time is absolutely the most precious thing at this stage. Therefore, asking Katodan and Tsunade is the most efficient way for Muen. At this time, Tsunade and Katodan were not in the camp. It was obvious that the two of them might have gone to the front line again. Muen didn't care too much. After all, winning the war was the top priority, and any other matter should give way to this. At this time, Muen had also been involved in the intense process of treating the wounded. When the time came to the evening, Muen, who had been busy all day, finally finished all the matters. Pharmacist Nono was also busy contacting and handing over with the person in charge of the field hospital. Muen had some free time. After leaving the field hospital, Muen saw Katodan and Tsunade, who were running towards him and looked slovenly. "We just came back and heard that you were here today." At this time, Tsunade spoke first. "Look, Dan seemed to be afraid that you would disappear immediately. He didn't even have time to clean up and dragged me to see you. Thank you for troubling you too." Muen bowed slightly. For these two people, Muen has always treated them as close elders. Katodan was quite generous and laughed. "I have a lot of questions about the secret arts that I don't understand. I need to ask Muen, of course. It's urgent. Which volume of strengthening body technique and refining spirit technique have you practiced?" Muen also showed some interest at this time. "Tsunade and I can practice the third volume smoothly." Katodan was quite excited. Muen was also secretly surprised when he heard this. You know, even though they are both talented, before this, Katodan and Tsunade could not reach such a level in the practice of strengthening the body and refining the soul. Katodan, who is more talented in Yandun, only barely practiced the second volume of refining the soul and could only practice the first volume of strengthening the body. Tsunade, who is more talented in Yangdun, is exactly the opposite of Katodan. And now, both of them can successfully practice the third volume of the two secret techniques. All of this is due to the second effect of the Art of Unity, and this effect is also the fundamental reason why Muen coveted this technique. That is, the Art of Unity can superimpose the wisdom of the two and assist each other in practicing the secret technique. Is the Art of Unity so powerful? Muen muttered to himself. Of course, this is the wisdom of me and Tsunade after all. Katodan smiled again and then said, "We are not old yet. We have to play a role in facing a strong enemy, right? Well, since we have met, let's not talk here." Tsunade interrupted the conversation between Duan and Muen and said, "Let's go back to the frontline command center first and have a good discussion." Duan slapped his head, looked up at the heavy rain, and said with a smile, "That's right. How can we stand outside all the time, let alone outdoors in the land of rain?" After that, he pulled Muen to the command center. It was not until the sky was completely dark that Muen Katodan and Tsunade ended this secret technique exchange with satisfaction. When they were about to leave, Katodan pursed his lips and said solemnly, Muen, I already have a clue about the tailed beast you want to find. As early as when Muen first came to the front line of the Land of Rain and met Tsunade and Duan, he expressed to the two that he wanted information about the tailed beast Jinchuriki and asked them to pay more attention on the battlefield. Oh, which tailed beast is it? Muen asked excitedly. It's the one-tailed Jinchuriki, who is being held in the prison of the Sand Village by the Sand Village. Tsunade said with some emotion, as a human weapon, the fate of the Jinchuriki is not very good. At the beginning, when the first generation Hokage distributed the tailed beasts, the one-tailed Shukaku was assigned to the Sand Village. Therefore, after receiving Muen's commission, as long as there was a battle with the Sand Village, Tsunade and Katodan would deliberately inquire about the situation of the one-tail if conditions allowed. During this period, they met a ninja who had guarded the one-tailed Jinchuriki in prison, and the two successfully inquired about the information of the one-tailed Shukaku. Muen, are you planning to seize the power of the tailed beasts for your own use? Katodan was a little confused, and said in an persuasive way, the power of the tailed beasts is indeed very strong. If you can gather the 9 tailed beasts, it is indeed possible to defeat Uchiha Madara. But, in that case, you will become the enemy of the entire ninja world. No country or ninja village can tolerate a single person who completely controls the power of 9 tailed beasts, including Konoha. However, if you have made up your mind, Tsunade and I will still support you. If it really doesn't work, wait until Uchiha Madara is dealt with, and then distribute the tailed beasts. Looking at the worries on Tsunade and Katodan's faces, Muen's heart warmed, and he said, Teacher Duan, Teacher Tsunade, don't worry. I won't do such a thing as gathering the 9 tailed beasts. I'm just very curious about the chakra of the tailed beasts, and want to take some for a search. Hearing what Muen said, Tsunade and Katodan looked at each other, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, saying, if that's the case, it couldn't be better. After that, Muen said goodbye to Tsunade and Katodan and left. However, Muen, who said goodbye to the two, did not go to find Yakushi Nono to return to Konoha. Muen did not forget that there was another disciple of his in the Rain Country. In a flash, Muen's figure had already arrived in an abandoned village. The seemingly endless rain in the sky indicated that it was likely still in the Rain Country. Muen came here by sensing the flying thunder god seal engraved on Xiaonan. At this time, Xiaonan was busy in the heavy rain with a group of 30 or 50 people. Obviously, this is the place where the Akatsuki organization established by Ehiko, Xiaonan, and Nagato is located. Looking at the obviously increased number of people, Muen knew very well that the outbreak of a great melee between Konoha, Sand Village, Rock Village, and Rain Village in the Rain Country provided fertile soil for the growth of the Akatsuki organization. Muen closed his eyes and sensed carefully, and found that the white Zetsu who was monitoring Nagato underground had indeed appeared again after Muen left last time. Of course, at this time, the white Zetsu was moving away at a very fast speed. Muen shook his head, and didn't care about it. Now was not the time to deal with these things. Muen didn't deliberately hide his figure, so soon a ninja discovered Muen's figure. Who is it? How did you appear here? As the shouts rang out, all the Akatsuki ninjas stopped their work almost at the same time, looked at Muen vigilantly, and prepared for battle. Muen raised his hands, and pressed them down, signaling everyone to calm down, and said in a lazy tone, don't be nervous, don't be nervous, I just came to see my disciple Xiaonan. At this time, Xiaonan had also discovered Muen, and came to Muen with an excited face, saying, Teacher, you are here. Then he looked at the vigilant ninjas around him and said, this is really my teacher. Yahiko and Nagato know it. Everyone don't be nervous, just do your own things. At this time, Yahiko and Nagato also came over and confirmed Muen's identity to everyone, and the ninjas really let down their guard. Senior Muen, I'm sorry, it's really too chaotic in the Rain Country now. Everyone is more vigilant. Yahiko said a little embarrassed. It's right to be more vigilant. Muen nodded to show his understanding. Are you here to find us for something? Yahiko asked with some doubts. Muen laughed and said, I have been to the Land of Rain many times. This time I just happened to have some free time, so I wanted to come and see you. It's nothing. How about it, Yahiko? Do you still want to change the current situation through communication with Yuan and Hanzo? Muen looked at Yahiko with a little curiosity and said, do you want to consider my opinion? You are not weak now. Armed resistance is also a good way out. No need, Senior Muen. Yahiko's expression was much firmer, and he said, Senior Hanzo was born in the Land of Rain after all. I believe he will not ignore the citizens of the Land of Rain. Muen had no hope of persuading Yahiko to change his mind, so he was not disappointed when he heard Yahiko's return. Afterwards, Muen exchanged greetings with the three people for a while, and then left here with peace of mind. Although he knew that there should be no problems with these three people during this period, after seeing it with his own eyes, Muen was completely relieved. Of course, Muen was mainly worried about Xiaonan. Since he had decided to accept this disciple, Muen always felt that he had a responsibility for him. He could not let him live or die. After leaving Xiaonan, Muen went directly back to the field hospital and found the pharmacist Nono. At this time, the pharmacist Nono had already completed the handover with the person in charge of the hospital. As for the content of the handover, of course, it was another batch of wounded who needed to be taken back to Konoha Hospital. When he returned to Konoha Hospital again, it was completely dark. Even so, the staff in the hospital, led by Hiruna, were still waiting for Muen's return. Without waiting for Muen's instructions, they began to settle the wounded on their own and skillfully. Seeing this, Muen was quite emotional. Obviously, this situation happened almost every day, and everyone in the hospital had long been accustomed to it. Under the arrangement of Hiruna and pharmacist Nono, everything was carried out in an orderly manner, and Muen was idle for a while. Therefore, Muen did not stay in the hospital for long, and returned to his home at night. Muen already has the 4-tailed beast chakra, 8-tailed beast and 9-tailed beast chakra. In addition to the 4-tailed beast, the research on the 8-tailed beast and 9-tailed beast chakra still has a long way to go. Therefore, it stands to reason that Muen is not in a hurry to obtain the chakras of the other tailed beasts at this stage. However, because Muen is always afraid of accidents, he thinks it is better to collect all the tailed beast chakras first. After knowing the location of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Muen couldn't wait to take it down. Muen returned home, made hand seals with his hands, and his body was shining with spiritual light. The spiritual clone had already flown out of Muen and rushed into the sky. Originally, with the distance between Konoha and Sand Village, even if a ninja ran at full speed, it might take 2 days. However, with the addition of the spiritual clone at a very fast speed, this time was directly shortened to less than half a minute. At this time, the spirit Muen had already arrived above Sand Village, and the situation of the entire Sand Village was no longer a secret in Muen's eyes. Originally, if the third Kazekage was still alive, the defense of Sand Village might be tighter, but at this time, the internal conflicts in Sand Village were serious, and many parties were fighting each other, which gave Muen the best opportunity. Soon, in Muen's perception, he had found the location of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The spirit Muen's body slowly faded until it disappeared. The next moment, he had come to the gate of the prison, where the one-tailed Jinchuriki was imprisoned. What came into Muen's eyes was a bold old man with a grey beard. He was sitting cross-legged in the prison at this time. His expression was calm, without the dejection of a prisoner. At this time, the one-tailed Jinchuriki Finfuku suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light, leaping with the light of wisdom, and at the same time, his momentum soared, as if he was a beast ready to kill at any time, forming a sharp contrast with his kind face. What a strong strength! Muen said with emotion. Logically speaking, with your strength, this prison should not be able to hold you at all. Haha. Since people are afraid of me, if locking me up can make them feel at ease, then what's the big deal about being locked up? Fenfu didn't care at all, staring at Muen, completely suppressing his momentum to Muen, and said, what about you, an outsider? You came to our Sand Village. What are you going to do? Nothing. I just want to borrow something from my senior. Muen smiled slightly and said, I'm an old man with nothing. What can I have to attract you? Fenfu laughed at first, then seemed to think of something, looked at Muen with a ferocious face, and said, boy, Coveting the one-tailed Shukaku is not a good choice. Do you want to be an enemy of the entire sand village? And don't use the tailed beast as a tool to gain power, bastard. Chapter 170 Cruel War. Finfuku no longer looked calm and kind, and Muen seemed to see a fierce god. Yes, as a ninja who has lived for a long time, especially a tailed beast Jinkriki, how could he really be a kind person? However, strong strength is the basis of Muen's confidence. He seemed not to notice Finfuku's anger, and walked straight into the cell without paying any attention. At this time, a transparent barrier blocked Muen's way. Muen frowned slightly and said lightly, "So it's a barrier." The spiritual clone derived from the spiritualization technique can come and go freely according to Muen's wishes, alternating between reality and illusion. However, like the spiritual body generated by the original spiritualization technique, it cannot pass through the barrier. Therefore, the barrier in the cell where the one-tailed Jinkriki Finfuku was imprisoned was indeed a big trouble for Muen. What are you going to do? Fenfu had calmed down by then, looking at Muen with a half smile, and said, "If you forcibly destroy the barrier, it will inevitably alarm the village, and then you will face the attack of the entire sand village. Give up, outsider, this is also for your own good." Facing Fenfu's admonition, Muen didn't care, just shook his head slightly, and said, "It seems that you are not willing to stay here. It seems that the Jinkriki is not invincible, or the strength is insufficient. However, this barrier can trap you, but it is just a small problem for me." No, it's not even a small problem. After that, Muen made seals with both hands, and soon, 4 ninjas wearing Sand Village forehead protectors walked in from outside. "You underestimate Sand Village too much. You see, it's too late now. These 4 people are the guardians of this cell, and they are responsible for watching over me. Now even if you want to leave, I guess you can't leave." Fenfu was a little gloating at first, thinking that Muen's intrusion was finally discovered by the ninjas in the village, and there was a high probability that he would have nowhere to escape. However, the reality was completely different from what they imagined. The 4 people seemed to have not seen Muen, and walked directly to the 4 corners of the cell. At this time, Fenfu realized that the 4 people's eyes were dull, as if they were puppets controlled by someone. Illusion? No, how could there be such an illusion? Fenfu opened his mouth wide, and was extremely shocked. He said, "Who are you?" As he spoke, the barrier around the cell slowly disappeared under the control of the 4 people. Long before entering here, the 4 people had been controlled by Muen using illusions, which was why Muen could be so leisurely. Muen did not control the 4 people to open the cell door again. His body seemed to have turned into an illusion, directly penetrating the cell and coming inside. Fenfu was shocked again when he saw this scene. Looking at Fenfu, who still looked unbelievable, Muen said calmly, "It's just that you don't have enough experience. There are so many strange ninjutsu in this world. How many have you seen? How can my methods be what you can imagine?" After that, before Fenfu could react, Muen raised his hand and a small dragon flew out of his hand, instantly wrapping Fenfu tightly. Would release. "Are you a ninja from Konoha, from the Senju clan? The world has changed. When did the Senju clan have such a powerful illusion?" Fenfu originally thought that with the power of the One Tail, that he could skillfully control, no matter what methods the comer had, it would be impossible to subdue him without any movement. Now that he saw a wooden dragon flying out of the enemy's hand, he felt a strong sense of urgency and an extremely bad premonition. "I don't believe that a mere wooden dragon can subdue me." A huge amount of chakra surged out of Fenfu's body, but it was absorbed by the wooden dragon without leaking out at all. Although the wooden dragon can still hold out for a long time, Muen did not want to test the limit of the wooden dragon. Muen ignored Fenfu's mood and came to his side. He put his palm on Fenfu's abdomen. A hand of spiritual light passed through the gap of the seal and touched the one-tailed Shukaku in the seal. A large amount of the one-tailed Shukaku's chakra began to be extracted by Muen, and the corresponding chakra that Fenfu could use began to decrease significantly. In this way, Fenfu's hope of breaking free from the wooden dragon began to become more and more slim. Just when Fenfu began to despair and thought that his life was about to come to an end, he suddenly found to his surprise that the enemy had retreated from him, and the wooden dragon wrapped around his body actually began to slowly detach from his body and slowly flew into the enemy's sleeve. Fenfu didn't care about being happy. He carefully sensed his own situation, but found that he didn't suffer much damage, but the one-tailed Shukaku in his body was extremely weak, and it seemed that the huge body had also become a little thinner. "You just let me and Shukaku go?" Fenfu was a little bit unbelievable, but his tone was inevitably full of surprise, and he said, "Then why did you go to so much trouble? I have already obtained what I want from you." Muen said lightly, "There is really no need to kill you." After that, Muen did not talk too much nonsense with Fenfu, and his whole body began to fade gradually, and just disappeared completely from Fenfu's sight. Fenfu looked at the scene in front of him in shock, and he couldn't see how Muen left. At this time, the 4 Sand Village ninjas who were supposed to guard Fenfu also closed their eyes and fell to the ground. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, the barrier of the cell did not rise again. Fenfu certainly knew that this meant that he had the opportunity to be free again. Originally thought that he could only spend his life in this cell, but now he didn't expect to be a blessing in disguise, which made his already calm heart ripple again. Fenfu's mind sank into the sealed space. He looked at the depressed one-tailed Shukaku and said, "Shukaku, what's the matter with this guy? Is he just trying to intimidate me and then let me go?" Shukaku rolled his eyes with difficulty and said, "Don't you see how I look now? He extracted my chakra and almost hurt my roots." "You mean, what he needs is your chakra?" Fenfu said in disbelief, "But what use can it be to him?" The next morning, the news that the one-tailed Jinkriki Fenfu escaped from the cell and disappeared began to spread from the Sand Village to the entire ninja world. This was another major blow to the Sand Village after the disappearance of the third Kazakage in a short period of time. Of course, Muen didn't pay too much attention to these things, and they didn't affect him at all. Only when he met Tsunade and Katodan and his wife the next time, they asked him about the situation. After hearing that he didn't kill the one-tailed Jinkriki, the two didn't care. After getting the chakra of the one-tailed Shukaku as he wished, Muen returned directly to his home and began his own research. For a period of time afterwards, in addition to running back and forth in various field hospitals, Muen spent almost all of his free time on the research of the tailed beast chakra. As Muen expected, the soul of the 9-tailed beast was carried on the emotion of contempt, and the soul of the 4-tailed beast was carried on the emotion of anger. In contrast, in the chakra of the 8-tailed beast, Muen found that the soul of the 8-tailed beast was carried on the emotion of interest, and the soul of the 1-tailed beast was carried on the emotion of disgust. Of course, it will take a long time to study the method of emotional carrying souls. This is also Muen's main research direction at this stage. Of course, the soul of the 9-tailed beast is carried on the emotion of contempt, which does not mean that there is only contempt in the chakra of the 9-tailed beast. As a complete creature, the 9-tailed beast has complete emotions like humans, but these emotions are derived from the soul carried on contempt. And this initial contemptuous emotion, in Muen's view, is likely to come from the creator of the 9-tailed beasts, the legendary 6-path sage. For example, the current 9-tailed fox is extremely hostile and hateful towards humans. And this is almost the attitude of all the tailed beasts towards humans now. In the evening of this day, Muen, who returned home from the field hospital, did not go into the basement to start his own research as usual. Instead, he changed into a set of black clothes and walked towards the residence of the Inuzuka clan with a heavy heart. Muen couldn't remember how many times he had put on this set of black clothes during this period. Along the way, Muen could clearly perceive that the streets of Konoha were no longer as bustling as they used to be. From time to time, there were faint cries from all over the village, and the atmosphere of sadness permeated every corner of the village. This is natural. Since the outbreak of the war, news of the deaths has been coming from the front line. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that every family is in mourning, but it is not far away. This is still the result of Muen's hard work every day, rushing to the front line to save the dying and the wounded. It can be imagined how serious the casualties of Konoha would be in the original Naruto world. Of course, all this is worth it. At least Konoha has gradually gained an advantage on all lines of defense. In the Land of Rain, due to the active performance of Tsunade and Katodan, Sand Village and Rock Village have been suppressed by Konoha, and Konoha has been in a clear upper hand. The end of the war in the Land of Rain seems to be just a matter of time. In the battle with the Cloud Village ninja, with the advantages shown by Minato and Abi in many battles, and the rapid support of the 15th generation pig, deer, and butterfly Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi, Konoha has gone from being at a loss at the beginning to gradually gaining a foothold and gradually showing an advantage. Muen lowered his head and thought about the direction of the war. From the surface, it seemed that Konoha had gained an advantage and the war was about to end, but Muen knew that the development of things would not be as simple as imagined. After galloping all the way, in less than a while, Muen had arrived at the destination. Walking into a hall full of sadness, there was a black and white photo hanging on the wall in the middle. The figure on it was vaguely familiar to Muen. With a sigh in his heart, Muen bowed deeply 3 times. Then he walked to the side, patted the shoulder of a sad young man, and said, "Shishin, condolences." It turned out that a few days ago, Inozuka Shishin's father, in the process of performing a mission, unfortunately encountered the enemy head-on. In order to successfully complete the mission and cover the retreat of his companions, Inozuka-ji died on the spot. Until today, Inozuka Shishin, his mother Inozuka Tsubasa, and his brother Inozuka Jo, who received the news, rushed back from the front line and held this funeral for Inozuka-ji. The funeral was very simple and not publicized. Only a few familiar friends came to the scene to simply remember the old friend who had passed away. At this time, there were only Inozuka Shishin and Muen in the mourning hall. His mother Inozuka Tsubasa had fainted from grief, and his brother Inozuka Jo only stayed at home for a short while before entering the battlefield again. I used to see other families experiencing separation and death. Although I felt sad, I didn't care. Inozuka Shida looked bitter, and then said, "But when such a situation really happened to me, I could feel the grief." Inozuka Shida's branch is also a branch of the main family and the Inozuka family. Therefore, in the previous local wars, the tasks actually performed were not too dangerous. Even for some dangerous tasks, there were branch clan members who worked hard to protect, or elders who took great pains to arrange. For example, Inozuka Shida, who had just become a genin, was able to be smoothly assigned to the elite Jonin Katodan. However, when the full-scale war broke out, Konoha faced multi-line operations and the front-line combat power was seriously insufficient. For the benefit of Konoha, the main branch personnel of each family had to join the battlefield, which led to a large number of casualties in the main branches of each family. Inozuka Shida's family belongs to this situation. War is like this. Once a war breaks out, no matter which country, village, or family, no individual can completely control their fate and may disappear from this world in the next moment. Muen looked into Inozuka Shida's eyes and said, "But I believe that the war will end. One day, we will be able to usher in true peace. Shida, let's welcome this day together. Uncle's sacrifice will not be meaningless." Inozuka Shida seemed to be moved by Muen's sincerity and nodded. At the same time, somewhere far away in the Rain Country, 2 ninjas were standing opposite each other. One of them was led by a young ninja with short brown hair, wearing a black ninja suit and a mesh underwear. He said calmly, "If the current situation continues, it will only be a matter of time before our Sand Village and your Rock Village lose to Konoha in the Rain Country. I think that the alliance between our 2 sides is urgent. The current Sand Village is like sand, without any cohesion. What right do you have to represent the Sand Village to form an alliance with our Rock Village?" Chapter 171, Hatakura Village? The one who raised the question was a ninja from the Iwagakure group. Judging from his position, he should be the leader of this team of ninjas. He has a sturdy figure, a dense beard on his chin, and a deep and powerful voice, which is full of aggression. Since I have asked you to form an alliance, I naturally have my confidence. Facing the doubts of the Iwagakure group, the brown-haired ninja did not get angry, but said calmly and confidently, "I will soon be the new generation of Kazakage of Sand Village. Do you still think I'm not qualified to represent Sand Village? Oh, so that's the case. In this case, I have to congratulate you first." The Iwagakure ninja was slightly stunned and said in a daze, "In this case, you are naturally qualified. I wish us a happy cooperation." After that, the sturdy Iwagakure ninja leader took a few steps forward and stretched out his right hand. The brown-haired Sand Village ninja smiled slightly upon seeing this, and also took a few steps forward, stretched out his right hand, shook it with him, and said, "Happy cooperation." 2 days later, the short-haired brown ninja had returned to the Sand Village and met Chiyo and Ibizo, who were already in a semi-retired state, in a secret place. During the Second Ninja World War, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law died at the hands of Hatake Tsukumo. After the Second Ninja World War, her grandson disappeared inexplicably, and his life and death were unknown. All of this caused Chiyo to be exhausted physically and mentally, and she and her brother Ibizo gradually faded out of the core of the Sand Village. However, with their many years of operation and strong strength, their influence in the Sand Village is still very huge. Especially when the third generation Kazakage suddenly disappeared. This influence made the two of them even more of a force that must be won over by all parties competing for the position of Kazakage. The brown-haired ninja bowed slightly and said, "Senior Chiyo, Senior Ibizo, thank you both for supporting me in obtaining the position of Kazakage." Chiyo laughed and said, "If you want to become a Kazakage, you must have strong strength. You have shown your strength to everyone in the village during this period of time. The two of us are just going with the flow. It all depends on your own strength. Rasa, the Sand Village will depend on you in the future. I will do my best, Senior Chiyo, Senior Ibizo." Rasa said solemnly, "I have followed the instructions of the two seniors and reached an alliance with Iwagakure in the Rain Country to jointly fight against Konoha. That's good." At this time, Ibizo, who had been resting with his eyes closed and had no reaction, said, "But you have to remember, our goal is to weaken Konoha, not to destroy Konoha. Therefore, the alliance with Iwagakure will no longer be necessary after reaching a certain level." "Why?" Ilyusha said with some doubt. "It is said that the battle between Konoha and Kumogakure is in full swing. According to the intelligence, Kirigakure in the sea is also ready to move. Isn't now the best time to destroy Konoha? First, don't underestimate Konoha. Even in the current situation of multi-line fighting, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has not appeared on the battlefield, which shows that they still have spare strength. What's more, Konoha has gradually gained the upper hand on various battlefields. This is extremely terrifying. Once Konoha is really facing the crisis of village destruction, no one knows what kind of power will erupt. Sand Village, we must not become the vanguard of Konoha's destruction. We can't bear it. What's more, once Konoha Village is destroyed now, our Sand Village will face Iwagakure and Kumogakure. What can we rely on to compete with them? In a sense, Konoha is a barrier for our Sand Village. What we need is a weakened Konoha, not a strong Konoha. This is our goal." Ilyusha was silent for a while, then he exhaled lightly and said, "I understand, Senior Ibizo. I will definitely keep it in mind." At this time, Ilyusha saw that Chiyo and Ibizo were already in a state of closing their eyes and hurriedly said goodbye and left. After Ilyusha left, Chiyo suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Brother, do you think this young man will listen to your advice?" "Yes, sister. Even if he is reluctant in his heart, Konoha will make him willing with its powerful strength." Ibizo sighed lightly and said, "Konoha is the barrier of our Sunagakure, but also an obstacle to our growth. Didn't we, like him, think that we could destroy Konoha with our powerful strength and wisdom? Look at our current situation. We are already in our twilight years, but Konoha seems to be getting stronger and stronger." Hearing this, Chiyo was silent for a moment, and also sighed lightly, closed his eyes, and stopped talking. 2 days later, Ilyusha successfully succeeded the position of the 4th Kazakage in the Sand Village, and became the real helmsman of the Sand Village. At the same time, Tsunade and Katodan of the Rain Country also keenly felt the changes on the battlefield. The Sand Village and the Rock Village, which had been fighting endlessly, seemed to have tacitly given up the fight, and turned their spearheads to Konoha. This information was also immediately passed to the 3rd Hokage through Moon. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, the Sandaime Hokage was silent for a while. Then he looked at Muen and said in a deep voice, "Muen, you will need to take care of the Rain Country in the future." "Understood, Hokage." Muen nodded and then said, "Is the alliance between Sand Village and Iwagakure reliable? The battle between ninjas is full of intrigue and deception. The fight between villages is even more so. Mutual assassinations, espionage, etc. all means are used. So there is no real alliance between villages. The Sandaime Hokage smiled with some disdain. The fundamental reason for their alliance is that Konoha is too strong. Once Konoha is weakened, the conflict between them will intensify again, and the alliance will fall apart. Muen frowned slightly when he heard this, and said, wait until Konoha is weakened? That's impossible at this stage. In this case, the only way is to defeat them directly. Ha ha ha. The third Hokage was slightly stunned when he heard this, then laughed heartily and said, that's right, no conspiracy or trick is trustworthy, the only thing worthy of trust is our own strength. At the same time, on the sea surface in the east of the Land of Fire, a group of ninjas were rushing on the sea surface towards the border of the Land of Fire, as if walking on flat ground. The hurricane and the waves could not stop them at all. On the forehead protectors they wore, there were 4 curved lines representing water flow. Who else could it be, if not the hidden mist ninjas? It was obvious that so many ninjas would not leave the village for tourism, but to carry out missions. And it was obvious that from the direction they were moving, their mission target could only be the Land of Fire, Konoha. At this moment, in front of this group of hidden mist ninjas, a masked guest suddenly appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back on the road that all the ninjas had to pass, exuding a strong momentum. At this time, the ninja in the front stopped first, and when he raised his right hand, the ninjas behind him also stopped immediately and entered a state of preparation for battle. They did not relax their vigilance, because there was only one person in front. Who are you? The leading ninja asked coldly, do you know what you are doing? The blocking ninja did not care about the Kirigakure ninja's question, but said calmly, if you turn back now, I will let you go. If you continue to move forward, you will die. So, the first few batches of Kirigakure ninjas who went to the Land of Fire fell into your hands. The leading ninja seemed to have thought of something and said, no wonder there has been no news of them since they left the village. But, are you too arrogant? We are not comparable to those ninjas in front of us. We are the elite of Kirigakure. Before he finished speaking, water dragons flew up from where the blocking ninja stood and attacked him. No matter who you are, it is the stupidest thing to do to be an enemy of Kirigakure on the sea. Someone shouted loudly. But before he finished speaking, golden sword lights flew up and cut these flying water dragons, and heavy rain suddenly fell on the sea. The blocking ninja stopped talking nonsense and rushed towards the Kirigakure ninja. The Kirigakure ninja leader retreated violently and called on the Kirigakure ninja to attack. Instantly, shouts of killing rang out on the sea. Water escape ninjutsu flew in the air, and some ninjas of the bone vein tried to engage in close combat, and there were also combined attacks of water escape ninjutsu and ice escape ninjutsu. However, all of this could not stop the blocking ninja. Golden sword lights flew around him, and he used the flash body technique to perfection. His figure kept flashing on the sea, and every flash could take the life of one or even more Kirigakure ninjas. The sea seemed to turn scarlet in an instant. The leading Kirigakure ninja was furious when he saw this scene, and said angrily, more than 3 years ago, the news of the suicide of Konoha Whitefang spread throughout the ninja world. I thought it was incredible at the time, but now it seems that it was all fake. Is all this a plan of Konoha? 3 years ago, Konoha had been preparing for this war. The Kirigakure leader was not wrong. The ninja who blocked the road was Hatake Tsukumo, who successfully faked his death and escaped with the help of Muen more than 3 years ago. Over the years, Hatake Tsukumo has traveled almost all over the ninja world under an assumed name, but found that there was no place where he could settle down. Hatake Tsukumo, who was a little bored with wandering, but had nowhere to go, remembered the token that Muen gave him when he left the village, and somehow came to the Land of Waves. But he found that the Land of Waves, far away from the mainland, was in a thriving scene. Although the people were still in hardship, there was light of hope in their eyes. This is extremely rare. You should know that under the ravages of war, most of the residents in the Naruto world are dull-eyed and numb. Hatake Tsukumo, who has wandered in the ninja world, has the most say in this regard. This successfully aroused Hatake Tsukumo's curiosity, and he took the opportunity to stay in the Land of Waves. With the disappearance of the third generation Wind Shadow and the outbreak of the 3 ninja world wars, Hatake Tsukumo, with his years of participation in wars, knew that the Land of Water, one of the 5 major countries, would not miss such an opportunity to attack the inland. As a dead soul of Konoha with the Konoha soul, Hatake Tsukumo always felt that he needed to do something, which led to the interception of the Kirigakure ninjas on the vast ocean. Hatake Tsukumo did not pay attention to the words of the Kirigakure leader, but his eyes were firm, and he mechanically killed the Kirigakure ninjas one by one. Not long after, the sword light in his hand condensed, pierced through the 10-meter ice armor, and penetrated the chest of the Kirigakure leader ninja. So far, this encounter ended with the annihilation of the Kirigakure army. Hey, I've advised you to go back, why don't you listen? Hatake Tsukumo muttered to himself as he turned and left. Soon, a group of sharks in the sea were attracted by the smell of blood, and came to replace Hatake Tsukumo to clean up the battlefield on the sea. When the smell of blood was blown away by the sea breeze, no one would know that a war had broken out here. More than 3 years of wandering did not make Hatake Tsukumo's skills deteriorate at all. On the contrary, after more than 3 years of practice, he has completely mastered the sword escape bloodline, and in all aspects, his strength has reached a higher level. One of the fundamental reasons why Hatake Tsukumo's bloodline practice is extremely difficult is that he is too old and his body activity is reduced. After replacing the body of White Zetsu through Muen's reincarnation technique, one of the biggest benefits is that the body's activity is much stronger than the original body, so that there is no obstacle to the practice of bloodline. A day later, Hatake Tsukumo returned to the Land of Waves again, and walked on the streets of the capital of the Land of Waves. He knew that it was impossible for him to stop the entire Kirigakure village with his own strength alone. It was just a drop in the bucket. However, he could not do nothing. Forget it. Just do your best. I won't force it. Hatake Tsukumo shook his head and laughed, thinking secretly in his heart, anyway, with Muen, Konoha should be fine. At this time, Hatake Tsukumo had come to the center of the city and walked to the door of a mansion with great momentum. What was strange was that the guard at the door did not stop Hatake Tsukumo, but saluted him very respectfully and led him into the mansion. Hatake Tsukumo, who followed the guard into the mansion, did not wait too long in a living room and saw the guard leading a young man in his 20s in a hurry. Master Ninja, have you made a decision? The young man looked at Hatake Tsukumo with hope in his eyes and said hurriedly. Hatake Tsukumo was silent for a moment, then said, do you really trust me so much? Since you, Ninja-sama, can hold that token, then you must be worthy of my trust. The young man's eyes were firm, and his tone was extremely sincere. Okay, in that case, then I promise you to build a ninja village belonging to the Land of Waves. Chapter 172 Planning. The young man that Hatake Tsukumo saw was the current daimyo of Wave Country, Hatariaya. Many years ago, shortly after the Second Ninja World War, the Moon Team had carried out a mission to escort a caravan. In fact, they were escorting Hatariaya back to the turbulent Wave Country to inherit the daimyo of Wave Country. It was during that mission that Inuzuka Shida's partner, the Ninja Dog Prince, lost his body. But fortunately, the mission was successfully completed, and Hatariaya also took the opportunity to consolidate power and successfully inherited the position of daimyo. Many years have passed, and the boy has grown into a young man. Over the years, under the governance of Hatariaya, on the one hand, ships and bridges were widely built to deepen exchanges and communication with other countries, and on the other hand, taxes and corvée were reduced, and the livelihood and economy of Wave Country have been greatly developed. However, in this ninja world, only power is absolute. Without power, everything else is nothingness, and Hatariaya and his Wave Country have deeply experienced this. Before this, the Kingdom of Waves could still hire Konoha ninjas to protect the country, but since the full-scale outbreak of the war, Konoha has been struggling to protect itself, and naturally has no time to take care of the situation in the Kingdom of Waves. This has led to the Kingdom of Waves falling into a deep-seated ninja turmoil. After all kinds of ninjas came to the Kingdom of Waves, they were able to show off their power and enjoy supranational treatment, making the entire country miserable. Even so, Hatariaya and his Kingdom of Waves had no choice but to try their best to satisfy the selfish desires of the ninjas in order to get their protection. However, when Hatake Tsukumo came to the Kingdom of Waves, this situation changed. Hatake Tsukumo could not tolerate these ninjas who oppressed civilians and were arrogant, so he swung the sword in his hand and cut them into thin air. It was at this time that Hatariya had the idea of relying on Hatake Tsukumo to establish a ninja village belonging to the Kingdom of Waves. What do you think, or what do you want from the ninja village? Hatake Tsukumo's tone was calm and distant. Even though he agreed to build the Wave Country Ninja Village, Hatake Tsukumo did not think that this was a pledge of loyalty to Hatariya, and the status between him and Hatariya would not change. After all, Hatake Tsukumo's original intention was only to protect the people of this land from the suffering of war. Once the development of the Wave Country no longer suits his wishes, he can leave at any time. Hatariya was not unhappy with Hatake Tsukumo's attitude. Because Hatake Tsukumo agreed to help build the Wave Village, he showed excitement on his face. Senior, the Wave Country is not big, and the funds that can be used for the construction of the ninja village will not be too sufficient. Hatariya hesitated and said a little embarrassedly, the scale of the ninja village does not need to be too large, as long as it can deter some villains a little. Hatake Tsukumo heard this, nodded, and said, okay, then I know what to do. After speaking, Hatake Tsukumo left without looking back. At this time, Xiangte came out from behind Hatariya with a frown, bowed and said, Sir, this ninja is really too rude. Should we give the task of establishing a ninja village to such a person? At this time, Xiangte no longer needed to pretend to be an old man, but he was really old. No need. He has the token I gave to Muen that year. He is a person Muen trusts. Hatariya said calmly, since he is a person Muen trusts, he is a person worthy of our trust. I believe that, as long as we don't let him down, he will not let us down. But, Xiangte wanted to say something else at this time, but he saw Hatariya raised his right hand slightly and then waved his hand. Xiangte also shut his mouth and bowed and retreated behind him. Due to Hatake Tsukumo's strong performance on the eastern sea of the Land of Fire, an attack on Konoha ended before it even started. However, Hatake Tsukumo was only one person after all, and it was undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to completely defend this vast sea. The conflict between Konoha and Kirigakure is only a matter of sooner or later. When Hatake Tsukumo and Hatahiyori decided to establish the Hatagakure village, Katodan and Tsunade, who were far away in the Land of Rain, once again fought against a powerful enemy. Under the pouring rain, a clay giant with a height of no less than 10 meters was chasing Katodan and Tsunade, and on its shoulder stood a sturdy middle-aged man. At the same time, there were two puppets and a ninja who was good at wind escape. If the alliance between Sand Village and Iwagakure was just Konoha speculation before, then this battle was equivalent to confirming this speculation. Despite facing the joint efforts of Sand Village and Iwagakure, Katodan and Tsunade were not panicked at all. They knew the enemy's movements very well. Katodan blocked the enemy's attacks again and again, and cooperated well with Tsunade. He always blocked the enemy's sight just right when Tsunade was accumulating strength to exert her super strength, making Tsunade's super strength attack have a certain degree of concealment, thus making up for the shortcoming of insufficient agility and causing damage to the enemy. After a long time, both sides stood facing each other breathlessly. The clay giants had dispersed and gathered again, and the broken limbs and remains of the puppets were scattered everywhere. Kingshi, I didn't expect that you Iwagakure would actually cooperate with Tsunagakure. Katodan looked at the Iwagakure strongman and sneered. The strongman Kingshi calmed down his scattered breath and said lightly, as long as we can defeat Konoha, what means does it matter? It's a pity that, even if you two join forces, you can't get much benefit. Tsunade said coldly and seriously, don't underestimate Konoha, bastards. It works or not, we will see the result later. The wine-style ninja of Sand Village wore a veil and a wide robe. Her voice was soft and firm. If she hadn't spoken, it would be difficult to tell that she was a woman just by her figure. After she finished speaking, she performed the instant body technique and left the battlefield in an instant. Afterwards, Katodan and Tsunade didn't say anything, just looked at each other with contempt, and then left here in an instant. Not long after, somewhere in the Land of Rain, The two ninjas of Iwagakure Kingshi and Sand Village were gathered together, standing opposite each other, keeping a relatively safe distance. It was obvious that, even though they had formed an alliance, the two sides were still wary of each other. The Sand Village puppeteer Gotchi, whose face was covered in grease paint, and whose features could not be seen, spoke first. Tsunade and Katoden are indeed very powerful, but if we are willing to pay some price, we can still keep them in the Rain Country.